Hello. Hello. Good morning. Hello. Hello, ma'am. Hello, sir. Hello.
Hello.
Sir. Sorry for technical problem. There is problem in the link and just we have edited, and so it takes that 20 to 20 minutes. Sorry. Now we will start the session, ma'am. For this session, Shivkumar sir, and I think that Prakar, are you here? Hello.
Yes,
And
I'm there.
Alka ma'am.
Yes, I'm
Hello.
here. I'm here.
Yes. Ma'am, please open your video.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Kalyani?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Carry on.
Good morning, everyone. I, Ms. Kalyani Sathe, welcome you all to the second day of the two-day national level webinar on NGOs, Initiatives and Intervention in Disability Sector, organized by Shivaji University under UGC-Scheme for persons with disabilities. Before we start the program, I would like to notify a few things. If you have any questions during the presentation, please type them in the chat box and we will have a question and answer session after the speakers speak. It's a request to all the participants to please keep their questions simple, concise and clear. And to keep the quality of the sound, please participants mute yourself. Thank you. Now moving towards the first session, I request the session coordinator, Asma Attar ma'am, research scholar, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, to introduce us to all the speakers. Over to you, ma'am. Asma ma'am.
Thank you, Kalyani.
Yes.
Good morning, all of you.
Asma, open your video also.
Okay.
Sir. Shivgopal sir.
Good morning, all of you. Myself, Asma Atiq Attar. First, introducing honorable guest. First of all, I am going to introduce our first guest, respected Alka Selot Asthana ma'am, founder trustee, Sankti Foundation, New Delhi. Alka Selot Asthana ma'am, a telecom professional with over 27 years of experience, is presently working as CTO of Indus Tower Limited. She also runs Sankti Foundation, a registered trust for improving accessibility, mobility, inclusivity, and visibility of people with disability. The trust focuses on advocacy, information sharing, skill development and employment, solution design, and collaboration. Sankti Foundation works with all forms of disability and has pan-India presence. From her introduction, I guess that she would give us several information about present topic. So, without taking much time, I invite to respected Alka Asthana ma'am for guide us on particular topic. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor Asma. And it's a proud privilege to be part of this August gathering and sharing some insights. If you permit me, I'll use a mix of English and Hindi, if that is all right. Because I remember the initial invite also said कि अगर मराठी में बोलना हो तो आप मराठी में बोलिए, but मैं मराठी समझ तो लूंगी, बोल नहीं पाऊंगी. कुछ समय बॉम्बे में काम किया है, मुंबई सॉरी, बट इतनी मराठी नहीं आई कि बोल भी सकूं. So please pardon me for that, but I'll take a mix of the languages. खूबसूरत बात ये है किसी भी भाषा की कि हमें इम्पोर्टेंट समझ में आ जाती है कि हम क्या कन्वे करना चाहते हैं. इनफैक्ट हम में से बहुत सारे लोग जो साइन लैंग्वेज के एरिया में काम करते हैं, उन्हें ये पता है कि भाषा का जो इंटरप्रिटेशन है वो कितना महत्वपूर्ण है. चाहे वो साइन लैंग्वेज के लिए हो, चाहे पीपल विथ विजुअल डिसेबिलिटी के लिए हो, बात को सही तरीके से पहुंचा पाना भी अपने आप में एक सेवा है फॉर डिसेबिलिटी. एंड आई वुड लाइक टू रियली appreciate and acknowledge शिवाजी यूनिवर्सिटी कि हम इतने सारे लोगों को इकट्ठा करके आपके जो 2 दिन का वेबिनार कर रहे हैं, एक दूसरे से सीखने का और उसको आगे ले जाने का मौका मिल रहा है। थैंक यू सो मच। संगति के बारे में बता देती हूँ एंड आई विल ट्राई टू कीप इट ब्रीफ। अस्मा मैम, जस्ट मुझे एक बात बताइए कि मुझे कितनी देर बोलना चाहिए, बिकॉज ये टॉपिक ऐसा है, बहुत क्लोज है, बहुत पैशनेट हूँ इस बारे में, तो बहुत देर तक बोलती हूँ। तो आप मुझे पहले बता दो कि कितनी देर तक बोलना है, सो दैट आई हैव a limit on that.
Ma'am, you can take 25 to 30 minutes, and after that we will have a 10 minutes Q&A session.
ओके, थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच।
Welcome.
संगति का मतलब होता है कंपेनियनशिप, और हम इसे उसी उद्देश्य से लेके आए हैं कि हम साथ मिलके बहुत कुछ करें इस फील्ड में। पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी एक बहुत ही जेनेरिक टर्म है और हम इसे जेनेरिक ही रखना चाहते हैं, हम इसे डिवाइड नहीं करते हैं। We do not want and I read a message which says that you would like me to speak in English. I would seek your permission to mix both languages, please. That is what I said in the beginning. So what I wanted to underline is that we do not distinguish between forms of disabilities. It is a learning curve for me personally as well, that I am honestly discovering the types of disabilities. There are invisible disabilities also, which have joined hands with Sangati, and we are trying to take forward their requirements also when we provide solutions. When we talk of our mission statement, we have included accessibility, inclusivity, mobility, and visibility for all people with disability. And when I speak to other people who are not as connected with the field of disability, what we have realized is that visibility is a very, very important aspect. And I would take 2 minutes here to explain what we mean by visibility. See, around yourself, if we do not come across people who are living with disabilities, then we do not know, the society does not know what kind of needs they have and what kind of behavior we can bring in for making them feel included. So our main aim is that the society should become so inclusive, and the people with disability should become so mainstreamed that they are all around us, and then we are not, let's say, unsure of how to interact with them. So visibility is our main motto as well, along with accessibility, mobility, and inclusivity. When we talk of inclusion, we are not just saying that we should have them included in our conversations, though that is also necessary, but we want them to be part of our workforce. We want them to be part of our everyday interactions. So we have skill development courses running for people with disability, and these skill development courses are in digital space and IT space and new technology space. So we have courses which we run, for example, MS Office. We run in in Tally and accounting, in website development, in mobile app development, in Python programming, in AutoCAD designing. These are or digital marketing. These are courses which lead to a lot of independent and freelance work, as well as make you ready for applying onto different jobs. Now, when we talk of these courses, what happens is we train them in this course material, and again, all disabilities are welcome, and we run the classes in a way that everybody gets to learn, irrespective of the kind of disability they live with, and then make it possible for them to look around for jobs. An important aspect of these skill courses is the testing after the course is over, and certification. These certifications are also given in conjunction with certain government bodies, so that the people who have taken training through Sangati Foundation become part of the workforce which is available. Their candidature is then put up for various people to choose them basis their ability and learning and not basis their disability. We also run an employment information portal where we create notices for all kinds of jobs, entry level jobs, not jobs requiring years of experience, but just the entry level jobs for various fields and industries. How it helps people with disabilities that they get to see what are the job profiles available, whether they will be able to perform the required duties, whether it fits their skill set. And then they have the option of either applying directly, because we have all the details available on the portal, or they can come to us, and they do come to us for hand holding through the entire process. So right from making the application, making a CV, sending it across, then preparing them for interactions and interviews, also reaching out to the companies who are looking for these people, for candidates in these fields, to be able to judge them again on basis of their ability and not disability. We kind of put out notices for all kinds of jobs. These are not just jobs which are reserved for people with disability. So what happens is that we want to make everyone mainstreamed. It is not only a separate section of certain jobs which are easier, which can be offered. If you give a job to a person on wheelchair and make their location accessible, he or she can deliver the utmost, right? Like anyone else. It's only a important aspect is to make the premises accessible, and there also we create solutions to make these premises accessible. So, for example, we have designed and created and supplied and made available for supply folding ramps. These ramps can actually be opened up telescopically, and 6 to 8 steps can be kind of converted into a ramped entrance, and that makes any kind of a location accessible through your own means. So anybody can carry these folding ramps on in the car boot or by the side of their scooters, and people have used them. In fact, Indian Railways has also used them for making their railway stations accessible. So these are, and we have also created a pair of single step ramps. These are ramps which can help you navigate the footpaths. If you would have seen, there are bus stands which have the wheelchair emblem kept on the displayed there, but a wheelchair user actually can't reach the bus stand itself, because it is at a distance from, at a level up from the road. So we have made a pair of very light single step ramps. In fact, interestingly, they can also be used to take some street side food items. So for example, you can go to eat chaat if you have those single step ramps with you. So these are small solutions which we create looking at the problems which a person with disability faces. And these are, I must say, these are very important to take inputs from those who are going to use it. So my co-founder, Mr. Sudhir Dheer, is a wheelchair user for many years now, and he's very independent. He travels through the car, through the country on the highways. He has driven about 60,000 kilometers on his own. He rides his specially created car. It's modified car, and he drives across the length and breadth of this country. And he's very fond of street food as well. So he was actually, the inspiration behind creating these solutions. Another thing which he had realized and passed on to us as a requirement was that there aren't accessible toilets which are available for people with disability or even senior citizens. So when you are traveling, when you're getting out of your home and want to travel somewhere, if you do not have access to a toilet facility, how do you travel? Anybody needs a freshening up break in between. But if these roadside dhabas or highway hotels do not have accessible toilets, people, even senior citizens, they cannot use, and that becomes a very, very troublesome thing. So we have started making and installing accessible public toilets across the highways and in public spots, along with the with the permission of government, of course, so that people focus on this aspect, and then it becomes very easy for a person with disability to kind of step out of their houses and become part of the society. So these are inputs that we get after interacting with people. Another thing that we realized early on is that there are solutions which others have made as well. This entire space of assistive tech devices and solutions and mobile apps, etc., exist out there, but not everybody has access to the information, so they don't know whether such things exist. Many of us are not aware that there are small solutions, small apps, small devices which can help us go through life in a more dignified and helpful manner. So we've created a AT platform, again a digital platform, where it showcases different types of solutions which are available. It helps you in two ways. One, you get familiar with these solutions which are present out there, and you can also buy straight away from the portal. It is not only a e-commerce kind of buying. It is a way to express your interest in a particular item, and then we ask the manufacturer to come in and explain and guide and handhold you through the selection and final usage. So there are a lot of assistive tech players who are joining hands with Sangati, and they are all displaying and talking about their product on the portal. Um, all of you are most welcome to visit our website. It is sangati.org, sangati.org, and look for yourself. What more can we add? Please give us, suggestions and ideas as to what more can be displayed there or brought on to the platform, so that it exists somewhere in India and maybe we are also not aware. This would just become a common platform for everybody to kind of uh, first see what is out there and start making use of it. Information, we have always felt that it's a very strong requirement. It's also a very big gap in the way the disability problems are kind of listed. So for example, if I have to step out of my house and if I happen to be on a wheelchair, I do not know which locations are accessible, right? So that is where we have also created a map on the website, and everybody who is spread across this country is huge, and we have incidentally a lot of people who hold mobiles on their phones and have access to data and so on. We invite them to give us inputs of every location, every public building, be it a theater or a restaurant or a market or a hospital or a clinic or a physiotherapy center, and tell us what is accessible and what is not accessible. So we kind of mark it through our map. And if you are, let's say, living in Pune and you want to go out for a movie, you can actually select the accessible locations and go there. So you can plan your evening accordingly. So these are, small bits of information dissemination that we want to carry on, and that would strengthen the entire concept of an inclusive society for people to become part of. The other branch of our activity is also about generation of employment. As I was explaining, there is a portal where we create information, but we are also, in another aspect, we are also doing a design and provisioning of shops Now, these shops have been created on electrical vehicles, and so mobility is ensured. And then we create a shop around that vehicle. So there are shelves where uh, you could set up, and we have set up shops of tea vending. So chai ka adda ban jata hai. There are shops which are selling, like chips and eateries, small ones. The popcorn machine has been installed in a few. There is, even the photocopier machine and the Xerox and the scanner is installed in another one. So there are shops which can, become part of our street vending zones, and there even people with disability can run their own shops and become independent, earning for themselves, and become sustainably self-dependent. So these are our, ongoing projects. Of course, accessibility is a key part of it. We create solutions even for websites and webinars like these to also become accessible, so that they can be translated into not only sign language but also for visually disabled friends. The audio could be correctly reflected. We are also interacting with all the big organizations like PVRs and Ubers and Taj Hotels of the world for them to make every and each one of their premises completely accessible, along with the toilets, along with the entry, along with the even call button. So there are lift call buttons which are not at the right height. There are lift call buttons which are not marked with those those embossings. So we are creating that awareness. We are also creating solutions so people can provide us the mandate of making a, let's say, a workplace accessible, and that is how we support them in doing the audit and then and suggesting solutions. So we are very, very keen to partner with each one of you, collaborate, and say that what more can be done. Please guide us. We are forever in a learning mode. I have never felt that we have done enough and nothing more needs to be done. That's not the intent with which we started. We are ready to take on as much as is required to be done. We will take small steps, but we'll take those steps along with you. That is the whole purpose of Sangati. It is companionship and collaboration. Thank you so much for listening to me patiently and giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Professor Asma. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Madam, Madam has explained the role of Sankti Foundation in short, that to transform disabled to able, and clear the vision of Sankti Foundation and focused on very small but important things regarding toilets, lifts, business, etc. Thank you so much, ma'am. You are giving very well information about Sankti Foundation, and really, ma'am, I am very overwhelmed by your work. Thank you, ma'am. Now,
I think that ma'am have meeting. There is one question for ma'am. We will ask now only because she has already told me to. Is yes, ma'am? Alka, ma'am?
Yes. Please.
Yes. Ma'am, Kalyani, read that questions.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, there is a question. It says more difficult for those with hearing impairment, and the webinar is on disabilities. How it be accessible?
Kalyani, that was more to do with requesting for speaking in English. I think Dr.
Yeah,
Madam
yes.
actually addressed that. She pretty much talked mostly in English and a few things in
Yes, that's
that is taken
yes.
care.
Okay, sir. That's it, ma'am.
Any other question? I'm here.
See
for
that.
what-
Yeah, if anybody wants to ask any question, wants to suggest anything, they can drop the message in chat box, or even they can unmute themselves and talk.
Ma'am, Janki ma'am's question is that how the such type of the programs or how that hearing impairment must be accessible.
Um, generally, even for our classes, when we run the skill development classes, what happens is that we do a prompter kind of a software is simultaneously running. So when you and I are speaking, or any professor or any skill coach is speaking, the prompter gives you the ticker in in the bottom line. We also do a very person to person kind of a coaching. So what happens is that we have also had person with learning disability join our courses. So let's say a person who has autism, and is somewhere on the autism spectrum, wants to learn, let's say, the course that he joined was web development. So what we do is, for the initial 2 or 3 sessions, we ask the caregiver or any elderly person who can, kind of be the go-between, to attend the classes simultaneously. Once they get used to the whole process, and we become used to their pace, their speed, then the caregiver can, leave the class, and it's not necessary. But sometimes it is very necessary to earn their trust before, and trust and comfort both, before they can do it on their own. So for all our classes, I and all my other colleagues also speak directly to each of the of the participants, um, and create a specialized, let's say, interaction for them. uh, I'm talking of the skill courses. Generically speaking, there are solutions where sign language is simultaneously translated as you go along. So while somebody is speaking, the screen can start showing the ticker in the text. The limitation of all these solutions as on date is that they are mostly geared towards English. That is why I was asked to speak in English. And also, these have all been developed abroad. So our way of speaking, our accent also creates some mistakes in the translation. That is why when the tutor is teaching in the skill course, he or she, whoever it is, also looks at the screen and sometimes has to clarify or speak twice or thrice. So we change the speed of the course accordingly. If there is a person with hearing disability who joins us, all that care is taken, because it is individualized, it's personalized, and we are here to make the person feel included. So we don't do things which exclude them from our courses. So that is how we tackle it on a very broader level, on a global level. As I said, there are softwares available, and very soon assistive tech platform of Sangati is in conversation with a company who is doing it for Indian languages. So we will be better off then. Today it is English specific. We are trying to cover 14 languages through through translation. So there will be 2 steps. One, translation to English language from a local regional language, and then translation from English to text. So these will be in 2 steps. That is how it gets set.
Thank you, ma'am, for answering it. Uh, if there are any other questions, please you can ask it in the chat box, or you can unmute yourself.
I think that they are given, that means many participants are expressed that they like these sessions, ma'am. Very nice sessions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we shall.
There are no further questions. May I take your leave, please?
Okay, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
For giving your valuable time and coming to this webinar, ma'am. We will, in future, we will also communicate, sir. Shiva Gopal, sir.
Thank you
Next.
so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Alka, madam, I'll connect with you separately. We run something
Please
called
do, sir.
Vinaya Foundation.
Please do, sir. It will be my privilege.
You
Some
can.
online courses. When we are talking, I happen to go to your website. Quite impressive.
Yes.
But I will talk to you offline, right? So,
Thank you.
and explore
Thank you.
collaboration.
Excuse me, ma'am. Once we are that means for the documentation we are publishing book, and you can take time, but please send the writer as immediate.
Sure, sure,
Huh?
sure,
Ma'am,
sure. Thank you so much.
Okay, Gopal sir is also.
Thank you,
Okay,
madam.
thank you.
Moving forward, once again I ask Miss Asma Attar ma'am to introduce our next speaker. Over to you, ma'am.
Now I am going to introduce our second guest, respected Mr. Shivaji Gopal sir, founder
Shiva
Win
Gopal.
Vinaya Foundation, Bangalore.
Thank you, madam. So,
Excuse,
Something.
Shivaji Gopal sir, he has 30
Asma,
years.
it's not Shivaji, it's Shiva Gopal.
Shiva
Shiv
Jacob.
Gopal.
Shiva Jacob. Yeah, please go ahead.
Sorry. Shivaji Gopal sir. Okay, sorry
Yes,
sir.
yes, yes. Oh, no problem.
Yeah, just call Shiva. That's perfect.
Sir is
Actually, South heroes
he's
name
our family
very
member.
nice Shiva. Sorry, sir. Shivaji Gopal sir, he has 30 plus years of IT experience, founder, chairman of Win Vinaya Foundation, founder, director of Win Vinaya Infosystem India Private Limited, alumni of Microsoft, Adobe, Entity Data Wipro, distinguished alumni of NIT Trichy. His contributions through Win Vinaya Foundation is very glorious. In their 70% of employees are persons with disabilities. Spread area training and placement assistance for 300 plus persons with disabilities in niche software development BFSI skills. Launched India's first digital learning platform designed for persons with disability, Win Vinaya Academy, in April 2020, and 100 plus beneficiaries are learning from it. Their candidates work in MNCs like JPMC, Wipro, Caterpillar, HP, Dell, and upcoming startups. Conducted disability sensitization workshop, PWD employment awareness workshops to corporate college across India. His contribution through Win Vinaya Infosys is more impressive because 40% of their employees are persons with disabilities, along with their PWD employees. Services, software development, software testing, data visualization, RPA consulting services, and their clients include many Fortune 100 companies. It is a very excellent work, sir. Sir, please, I invite you for giving us your inspirational and fabulous knowledge. Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you, madam. So, uh, it's wonderful. So, I think couple of years back also I came and talked in Shivaji University. It's always great to come and discuss with the team there.
Three
I
times,
believe that they are very sincere, dedicated, and making a difference in persons with disabilities. Thank you. And it's always a pleasure to come back again and share with you what has changed from the last time when I came to Shivaji University. What I'll do is I'll share, a small presentation, but more importantly, and, I will also take you through a demo of Vimini Academy. And, as Madam also said, in the, Vinmania Foundation has been focused on training persons with the disabilities. In the last 6 years, we have trained about 500 candidates with about 50% placement in various companies. And we also have a very interactive Power BI dashboard. Whoever is interested, you can go there to winmaniafoundation.org/performance reports. You can, it's a very interactive report wherein if you want to look at, let us say, a person with the hearing impairment, what are the kind of job roles they got, which companies have recruited, all these things will automatically come up to you, right? So, and you can do a lot of self-analysis through that. That is one thing. And we happen to be one of the first NGOs in India who launched a platform which is designed for persons with disabilities, wherein we have courses both in Indian Sign Language and also in English medium. So this both for IT skills and also for banking skills. So I will show a small demo on the Winmini Academy. And we have covered about 10 different disabilities till now in the last 6 years out of 21. This year in 2022, we want to take it to another 5 more disabilities. And we are talking to some organizations who are working with persons with acid attack victims and also persons who are leprosy cured patients. So let's see as to how that whole thing goes, right? And we have candidates who have come from 12 different states, who have benefited through this thing. And instead of going through some of the slides, let me just jump straight away to the academy. And are you guys able to see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. So this, Winmini Academy, where we have a lot of courses. For example, if you view the courses, it will, you can see certain things on software testing, certain things. When you see assessments with extended time, it is for persons with the learning disability, maybe certain people with the cerebral palsy, they might need slightly more time. We have courses on HTML, CSS, investment banking, reconciliation, MS Office, Agile, banking. It's also, there are certain things for learning English through Indian Sign Language, and you'll find certain things in Java. So what I'll do is, for example, let us say, we are interested in Java, and let me take you through, how a person who is a person with hearing impairment, how they can learn and Java through the Winmini Academy, right? So if I look at uh, any course, you'll have multiple topics out here, and each of the topic will have a few things. For example, and we have something called iLearn, iPractice, and ISS, right? iLearn is all about a lot of videos, short videos which can help people learn the concepts and everything. iPractice is all about practicing whatever you learned, right? So there is a second thing, and the assessment is similar to practice, except that when a person goes to a company, then the company might just give the candidate about half an hour or something like that, within which they have to answer the questions. So the ISS will have questions with a time limit, right? So that is the basic thing. Let me first talk about iLearn, and let's look at how the learning videos come up. Okay, what probably you are not able to hear is that there is also audio, right? So the way we have structured all our ISL courses, the courses in ISL, right, Indian Sign Language, is that number one, and you will have a person, primarily a person with hearing impairment, who's signing. In this case, it is Rahul who's signing for this particular video. So there is a person who's doing the and whatever is out there on the screen, signing it through Indian Sign Language. And the second thing is that there is an audio which is also in the background. And the third is that you can see that there are closed caption, like see this rule on how to write in hello world of Java. So you'll find all these things, right? In every course that you find in Binmani Academy, it's a combination of, especially the courses in Indian Sign Language, it's a combination of person doing the sign language. And the second thing is there is an audio. And the third thing is there is closed caption. As you know, the disability is a wide spectrum, right? So people could use different modes of learning. This is for people with hearing impairment, but if a person is a locomotive disabled, there are courses for Java, which is in English medium also, right? So you'll find courses both in English medium and also in Indian Sign Language medium, right? So that is one thing. Now, and as you can see, a particular topic could have a lot of these subtopics, so that the videos are shorter, so it makes it much more easier for people to consume. That is the first thing. And the second thing, let me talk about the practice, right? So if you look at the Udemy's of the world, you'll have a lot of videos, good videos that people can use to learn, and by looking at the videos, and they might give you some practice, but you got to do the practice outside, in your own systems or something like that. Whereas in Winmini Academy, what we have done is we have number one, quizzes, which is very simple, like multiple choice questions. You can choose in some cases it is just one question, which is one answer, which is right. In some other cases, it's multiple answers which are right. But primarily it is multiple choice questions. It's a very straightforward, simple thing. That is on the quiz. But when it comes to the code analysis, for example, let us say we are talking about a Wipro company which is going to recruit people. They give them some existing questions, and they ask, okay, how what is going to be the answer of this one? It could be either it's going to pass or it's going to have a compile time error, runtime error, or whatever it is, right? So we give the question on the left side and we give them the code and we ask the candidates, what do you think it's going to be, right? So they can choose whatever they choose. And after that, they can review the answers, right? And so in this case, let us say I click on it and I review the answer. In this case, it says it is accepted, right? In case I chose a different one, if I click on the review answer, it says that particular thing that I chose was wrong, but the correct answer is accepted, right? So this is one way. So we saw the multiple choice questions. We saw one version of the code analysis. Even the code analysis, we can look at a few more things, right? So right? So for example, the question is given on the left side, the answer is given on the right side, but not all, everything is given to them, right? So 90%.
Sir, the PPT is the same. It's not changed.
Oh, oh, really?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry about that.
No worries.
Thanks for letting me know. Okay, so are you able to see this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me kind of go back and I think I'm getting old, so stop sharing that and came here. Okay, let me start with showing the video.
Yes, sir.
So as you can see, so Rahul is a person with hearing impairment who's doing the sign language, right? And every course that you see in Vinmani Academy, which is for Indian Sign Language, will have an interpreter and who will do the signing. That is the first thing. And the second thing is that they can see closed caption. In addition to that, there is also audio, in the background. So every course which is in Indian Sign Language in Vinmani Academy will have this kind of thing. That is the first thing. And every topic, and you'll have multiple subtopics so that all the videos can be shorter, right? So that is the second thing. And then I was showing the I practice, which is about a quiz, which is about multiple choice questions. And this is one thing, and as you can see, in that is out there. It's a very simple thing, right? Many of the learning systems might have multiple choice questions, but what would be more interesting is when we go to some of the coding things, right? So the code analysis. Sorry, let's say we are talking about that code analysis. In the code analysis, there are multiple types in which people can analyze the code. One way is to give the problem on the left side, and we give most of the answers on the right side, but not everything, right? So now, like a fill in the blanks, they have to fill up this whole thing. Then they can click on the review answer. It will tell them whether they wrote the right one or not. That is one way. The second way is, the question is given on the left side and the entire code is given on the right side, but everything is jumbled up, right? So now what they need to do is, for example, let us say they want to bring in that class, which is main, they can pull that down and then they can review the answer, right? So this is the second way. And there is one more way wherein, and the problem is given on the left side and then the code is given on the right side. Now, the person has to choose uh, you know, and how, what would be the output of this particular program? Whether it's going to give a compile time error, runtime error, or it's going to be accepted or wrong answer. Let us say they chose compile time error. They can click on review answer, and then it will say the answer that was chosen by the candidate is wrong, but the correct answer is accepted. Right. So this is something that the system will tell them. Right. So what we saw was that number one, the videos are there which they can play. Number two, there is a lot of practice starting from the quiz and then the code analysis, which has either they can choose, what could be the answer or fill in the blanks, or the shuffled code, which they have to put things in order. What about writing a completely new code, right? So what we have done in Vinmani Academy is that you have the problem on the left side, then people can write the entire code on the right side, right? So as you can see, there is compilation. So whatever they write, they can compile it here in Vinmani Academy itself. They don't have to go outside Vinmani Academy. And there is validation also, right? So when we placed some of the candidates in one of the multinational companies a couple of years back, and after placing them after 6 months, we went and asked them, what do you think we can do better in terms of training, right? So what they said was, people are able to write the code in a reasonably good way. But the challenge we have is they're not able to think about a lot of different negative conditions, a lot of positive conditions. So the testing is very key. So if there is a way they can write the code to take care of multiple test conditions, it will be good. So what we have done is, we have put a lot of validations out here, and it's also auto-evaluated. That is the beauty of it, right? So they can write, the candidates can write the code, they can compile it, they can execute it. Let us say this particular, problem had 5 test conditions or, or test cases. If all of them passed, then for this question they got 100%. Let us say only 4 passed, then for this question they got 80%, right? So something like that. So that is the way, the whole thing works. Now let us go to how the ISS looks like, right? And as I said, it is very similar to iPractice, except that there is a time limit. In this case, we have given them 1 hour and we have given them 4 questions, right? So now the candidates, just like if they go to a technical interview, the company might ask them to answer within a particular time limit. So we are trying to simulate that kind of thing out here, right? So when they do this these things with a time box kind of situation, then tomorrow when they go to an actual interview, it will make their life so much simpler, right? So that is what we are trying to do this. So a similar Java course will also be available, both in English medium and Indian Sign Language medium. Let me just search for Java. So what you see as Binmania Java program is actually in English medium. What you see as Binmania Java programming in ISL is in Indian Sign Language medium, right? So that is the way we do it. And you have a lot of courses. People can learn English, they can learn MS Office, they can learn core banking, they can learn HTML, JavaScript, and CSS, Java, SQL. And there are a lot of courses which are available. And we give it to candidates for free. We also give it to colleges for free. So if there are colleges like Shivaji University, which wants to use it for candidates with disabilities, or even in case you think, okay, now there are candidates below poverty line who could benefit from some of these courses, learning English, learning MS Office, learning core banking, or Java, HTML, and all that, feel free to connect with us and we can collaborate, right? We have something called an EduConnect program, wherein we connect with multiple colleges and open this academy for them for free, right? So that is one thing. The other thing which I thought I will show is that, let us say we have a teacher in Shivaji University, and there are a lot of students who are learning a particular thing, right? And how will they know how much they are learning, and how will they know what are the scores that the people are getting and all that, right? So this is something that the candidates will not see. Whatever you're seeing as a dashboard, this is something only the trainer or a teacher will see, right? So let's say, we are looking at some of the courses, and just for the sake of it, let me choose some BSc students from National Institute of Speech and Hearing who took some of our courses, and let us see as to how they were doing things, right? So there are a lot of reports which are out here, which is going to be useful for the teachers. And let me look at what I see as something like dashboard, a heat map, as I call it, and and I think probably it did not change for the candidates here. Let me click on. Okay, all right. Anyway, I think it is showing various things. But let us say, I'm talking about one particular person, who has got S41, is about Java programming quiz and all that, right? So if I want to see as to what are the answer they gave, I can look at the correct answer, wrong answer, and everything, and it will easily tell me, and as to how much they scored and which one they got it correct and which one they got it wrong and all that, right? So by doing these things and even looking at some of the code, it is much more easier for them to see as to how people have done things, right? So looking at the code and all that, they can easily see that, right? So let me just stop here. and ask people, and do you have any questions? And which I'll be very happy to answer that. I know that we started late, so and I just want to ensure I try to curtail the time so that the other speakers will also have some time to speak. So,
Among the participants, if anyone has questions for Sir, they can ask. Well, there is a comment, sir. Awesome, Shiva Shankar, sir. Not many are aware of your work.
Janaki madam, thanks a lot for that. And if you think your organization would also benefit from this, please let us know. You're perfectly right. I mean, this is something that we have done it, but we are doing a bad job in marketing the solution. So I think we should do more about reaching out to more colleges, more NGOs. Hopefully, we'll do that better.
Sir, there's a question. Could you share how your programs help persons with autism?
Sure. Yeah. So we also have courses, and which were done for the persons with autism, cerebral palsy, and all that. And so for them, what we have realized is we did this courses pre-COVID, right? So during the COVID, and when we talked to the parents, also they felt more comfortable and coming to a physical class. So we didn't do that. But when they came to the physical classes, what we did was we taught them the English communication. That is one thing. The second thing is on MS Excel. The third is Power BI. As you know, many companies are also looking for Power BI kind of skills. So we taught them data visualization for two reasons. One, we wanted to see whether they can learn it. Number two, as you know, persons with autism, cerebral palsy, schizophrenia, sometimes they may not answer the way the companies might expect them to answer. But having a data visualization kind of a thing, let us say they're able to show a dashboard, they're able to show a report, maybe the companies can look at it and then be impressed by it, right? So that is the other thing that we did. So if you think there are certain things about autism that you would like to learn, madam, please connect with us separately. And what I can do is I'll put my email address also in the chat box. If people are interested to connect with me, feel free to connect with me, and then we can take it forward also.
Sir, there is a question from Prakhar Verma, sir. Do we have options for visually impaired?
So visually impaired, and because we do a lot of things with STEM students, and by and large, the students who have come to us are persons with low vision. We have not come across persons who are completely blind, even though we have employees who are completely blind. And but the Vinmani Academy, the courses right now, whatever we have, it will cater to persons with low vision, but not for persons who are completely blind, right? So we are working on how to make this because we use a third-party platform to do these things. Right now, the platform is not 100% accessible. We are trying to figure out as to how we can make that. But if you think there are courses that could be helpful for persons with vision impairment, feel free to share it with us and we can connect also.
Thank you, sir.
Sir,
Thank you for your inputs.
1 minute, Kalyani, 1 minute. Sir,
Yes, ma'am.
there is one doubt for me. In our university, for teaching purpose, there is no problem for the blind people. They have many devices, etc. But problem is with hearing impairment. And how can we? That means we can teach them as a teacher. Which programs will be help you have given already, but for higher education particularly, because these students are sometimes they are taking the notes only the board, but this is also some teachers are not giving the notes, but they are telling only. And
Yeah.
is there any assistive technology developed which will be directly help to them, sir?
So the best thing would be to teach them through sign language, madam. I am assuming that they know sign language. The
Sign
best
language.
would be to teach them through sign language.
That
And
means
one thing that you can also do is, for especially the trainers, if you want, we can give you the free access to go through our courses, right? Which is also in Indian Sign Language, right? And it's available on the cloud. And we can also give the free access to the students also, right? So you can look at the courses that we have, and the people can learn English, people can learn MS Office, many of the Java, HTML. These courses also are also there in ISL, and core banking courses are also there. So depending upon if the candidates are learning, they're interested only in English, they can take it, or they're interested in a combination of, let us say, a BCom student wants to learn core banking also, or somebody who's doing BSc might want to learn HTML, Java also. Those courses are also available, right? So depending upon your need, we can open it up, madam.
No, my question is that, sir, actually we are the teachers, but we don't know the sign languages. And
Then you have to learn.
we get very difficult because we are
No, you
now
have to learn.
we are making the curriculum to access all this, but just for 3 years we are difficult to teach them, sir, as a teacher. And it's not only problem of me, but many departments, sir.
Correct.
I know many colleges, and last 2 years there are the students, such students, at least 2-3 departments. Then, and as a teacher, how can we teach our own classes, sir? That means we have to learn sign language, or
Yeah.
whether we have to opt the trainer for sign language. That's
No, the best would be to think about learning sign language, madam. Right. So if you look at the Binmania Foundation itself, we did not know sign language 4 years back. Right. And then we had a batch of students who were deaf and who knew only sign language. Then we got support from one of the NGOs who actually gave us sign language interpreters, through which we conducted the sessions along with the interpreter and the trainer. But the next session, before we started the next batch, we had sign language interpreters coming and teaching us sign language. We took few months for us to learn in a better way. Then we started teaching the candidates in sign language. So if you look at the courses that we do today, madam, and whatever training courses we do, in case the person knows sign language, then they themselves will teach them. Wherever they don't know, then we provide interpreters, and they, along with the trainers, they teach the hearing impaired, right? But our suggestion always is that the people who know sign language, it's very important that we teach them only through sign language. That is the best thing. That is what is most effective. And one thing could be, if they don't know sign language, it's better to learn, madam. I would suggest that is what is there. Yeah.
That's okay. I can get points, sir.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
And I think somebody asked about sharing the PPT. What I can also do, madam, is I will share the PPT with
Sir,
you.
for participant, I will share my email.
Sure.
Those who are interested, they can email me. I will send the PPT. Sir, you
Sure,
can send to my email, sir.
Yeah, I will send it to you, madam. Yeah, sure.
Thank you, sir, for answering all the queries.
Oh, thank you.
Over to Asma Attar, ma'am.
Hello, Asma.
Thank you. Thank you.
I open your video, Asma. And all participants are also requested to open their own video, because the speakers are interested, because it is even though online, but face-to-face interaction. If by seeing your face, they can deliver the lectures. It's better. Okay, Janki ma'am.
I'm not getting connected.
Yes, okay, Asma. Go ahead.
There is a great salute to Jai Gopal sir to bring a especially able people in the flow of digital world. Thank you so much, sir. Really, your work is very admirable, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Now I am introducing our guest, respected Mr. Prakar Verma, sir, Rehabilitation Society of the Visually Impaired, Lucknow.
Prakar, welcome, Prakar.
Over
Passionate.
to you. Oh, sorry. Continue, ma'am.
Passionate to succeed in an environment of growth and excellence and earn a job which provides him a job satisfaction, self-development, and helps in achieving personal as well professional goals. Mr. Prakar Verma is associated with a renowned MNC KPMG, which is globally under Big Four companies, and currently in Middle East, Iceland, country Bahrain. He is part of quality and risk management teamwear with a combination of analytical skills, charismatic communication, impactful, and result-oriented proficiency. His role encompasses a variety of domains, which includes internal audit, risk management, learning and development, compliance policy review, and predominantly quality assurance. He is a core member of Corporate Social Responsibility Committee of KPMG. On a social front, Mr. Parak sir is a project manager at RSVI Rehabilitation Society of the Visually Impaired since 2016 and has successfully launched various educational and vocational projects. In 2020, COVID managed to start an online platform to connect thousands of visually impaired students through social media and started an internship program across India by boarding 300 plus interns from various universities. His project Udan, audio capsule for competitive exam for visually impaired students, got features in Times of India on 26 September 2020. He is also academic mentor for NGO Udan Care, where he is mentoring an underprivileged girl. Not to forget, he is part of 100 Mentors panel where he records answers for students across globe via small videos and help them in studies. Sir, your introduction and your work is really very powerful. So we are very excited to hearing of your speech. So not taking much more time, I invite respected Mr. Prakhar Verma, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome and good afternoon, everyone. In interest of time, I'll try to keep myself crisp and will go into the depth of visual impairment, which to my knowledge and my experience is somewhere less touch in terms of disabilities. So we say that it's not the disabilities, it's the abilities that matter. And that's what is the vision and mission of RSVI, that is Rehabilitation Society of the Visually Impaired. We say, let the blind hold the torch. It means we are trying to make the visual 100% blind actually independent enough to earn him a job or her a job, so that they can proudly work independently, they can earn their living, and they don't have any type of stigma saying that I am visually impaired or I'm disabled. I'll start with a brief introduction of RSVI. That is, it's a non-government based organization in Lucknow, which is run by Rakesh Jain sir. Back in 2005, he is the one who, from inception, he's the one who started RSVI, and he himself is 100% blind. How we started was a very dedicated and very intelligent student of us met with, he was blind, but he met with an accident and we lost him in 2005. There we wanted to really go and search for NGOs and seek some government support, or we were looking for people who could support and come up with some platform wherein we can cumulatively work for visually impaired people. And there how RSVI got its presence. This is how we started. This organization works on the roots. Of course, listening to sir and ma'am, I think they are very much digitally advanced, but our organization is more on the offline mode. So until the inception of COVID, we were having the offline classes. We were having various sessions in empowering them psychologically, emotionally, making them prepare for banking examinations, teaching. We have certain courses for them so that they can be professors. And we have some good success stories where the students are now professors at Delhi University and such renowned universities. But with the inception of COVID, that was it was a biggest hit to RSVI, because our students had a habit of going in physical classrooms, and this is how we used to teach them. For a visually impaired, talk like, still people think, how can he operate a laptop, a mobile phone? And with COVID, we all went digital. So there we came up with a program wherein we started training the visually impaired with all the basics of a mobile phone. We tried to get many companies like HCL and many renowned companies for sponsoring smartphones for our students, laptops wherever possible. And we started some coaching centers with help of interns. As mentioned in my introduction, that yes, we started an internship program at a national level back in 2020, and we were able to board, until date we have boarded almost now 750 interns who have been empowering our visually impaired students by teaching them mobile phones, telling them how best they can study, because now schools, colleges, tuitions, everything got shut. So we, as I mentioned, that we work on the roots. So that was one of the biggest problem that we faced, and how we have tackled it, that we got featured in Times of India as well. Till date, if I go on the statistics, we have recorded almost 50,000 plus books for our visually impaired students, starting from class 1 nursery till date, because we also help the visually impaired students in their admission be it at school level, college level, and teaching those students then to go for any job opportunities. It was a privilege to listen to Shiva sir today and got to know a lot about how HTML and these courses can actually, I think after seeing the website, it looks very accessible for a visually impaired as well. So I would definitely visit and would want few of our students who think science is not for them. So we are working on with few US people. They are working back in Microsoft, who are encouraging our visually impaired students that it's a myth that they cannot, work on any coding or anything. But I think how beautifully the website and how beautifully the courses have been done and so accessible, probably this will be a blessing in disguise for our visually impaired students as well. So primarily working on accessible material, my team and almost 750 interns, what we do is we have plethora of students who come up with books. They say, sir, we don't have accessible material, because there are many materials which have images which are not accessible for a visually impaired. Therefore, creating a complete we have created a library, actually class-wise library for visually impaired students, where we have audio recordings for specific needs. And I'll give you a very basic example. Like if someone is preparing for a banking examination, uh, it's very easy for us to see, okay, A, B, C, D are 4 options, and we can take anyone. But when you convert it in for a visually impaired, he or she cannot really go ABCD, because you have to personalize and then record those sessions for them. On this note, I would like to highlight that we are working with a Microsoft engineer back in US. He's STEM. He's also leading something in STEM. He's very renowned visually impaired, and he has helped us and come up with a solution that we will be providing the PDF versions of the books to him, be it any, from class nursery till college level. And his team for some time will be preparing and doing a complete exhaustive testing with RSVI, where they will convert our PDF versions to some accessible versions, and our students will be doing testing. So with that, I hope that we'll be able to have a technical solution to our manual effort currently what we are doing. I'll read out few things from my write-up itself, that what are other things that we are leading. Okay, we are providing assistance to production centers of reading materials in accessible format, as I covered. Lucknow has the first recording center for the visually impaired. Again, as I said, in 2005, that idea came. That time, startups and all that, they were not really, in trend. However, Lucknow was first set up for having a recording center for visually impaired, where radio jockeys were volunteering. And now we have so many students who come and record books. It's just a matter of half an hour. They come after their college, they record books for our students. And then we give employment to visually impaired students only, because they help in editing those recordings. We train them. So on this, I would say RSVI works on it's very sure motto that we are hiring only visually impaired in terms of our office works, even in terms of braille printing, teaching braille, recordings, editing. We train them, and further they create more employment for more visually impaired students. We have success stories of people who have cleared banking examination. Some are having national level judo players, chess players. So we interact with them, and we are running a program called Jagrukta session. I think I would love to have Shiva sir there also. So Jagrukta session have so many people who are actually trying to create a positive environment and encouraging environment for people with visually impairment and or any disability for that matter, by sharing their success stories, that if I can do, you can also do. So Jagrukta has been very successful, and usually on weekends I have sessions. Though I am in Bahrain, that is near to Dubai, but we make sure that we always have those sessions on Sundays. We have tried to tap Shrikant Bhola sir, who has been featured in BBC News, and his movie is also coming. So probably he'll be also a speaker. He being one of the key examples of visually impaired, who's a CA and launched his own firm of and turnover of crores. So these are certain things which keeps visually impaired motivated, and our organization, as I said, works on those routes only, that we want that they are not disabled, they are also capable and able. And it's just I mean that not having a vision doesn't stop them from seeking a vision. So that's how we work. Not taking much time, I'll proceed with, we also help in marriage settlements of the visually impaired. What happens is, like back in UP, I would say, there is again sort of things like, if a daughter or a son is blind or having a visual impairment, they face a lot of, problems while for marriage. So we work as somewhere shadi.com for them, because we try to bridge those people and seek to get a good marriage and free of cost marriage things for on a huge level. Like we try that we are able to meet the requirements of the family and do something on advocacy, marriage settlements free of cost for them. Again, back to roots. We provide a desk DV. It's something, a teaching platform for our visually impaired. So they are taught how to teach being a visually impaired, how will they teach a visually impaired? So we create employment opportunities like that. We have something called Udan, as we discussed. In that, various visually impaired students have learned to create jewelry. I mean, they have been taught how to create jewelry through papers, and that has got a lot. You must have seen that on fairs, and now it is online also. We create some handmade jewelries, and they love doing that. They take some time, but they do that, and through that, we have tried to create employment for ladies. We have few visually impaired ladies who are fond of cooking, which we discovered during the course of COVID. Then we started a platform for them to teach other visually impaired girls and students who feel that they can't cook. So we are working on those, parameters as well, where we try to focus on the root or on the problems which are very basic, and people think this cannot be done. But we try that, as I said, let the blind hold the torch. Okay, we connect with various companies, including my own KPMG, HCL, and very good brands, wherein we try to get some sponsorships for laptops and or any sessions from their people who can teach interview sessions, who can teach how best they can crack an interview. We have a national level spoken English class going again free of cost, where our interns are going to teach the visually impaired through, again, Google Meet platforms. We teach them how to use Google Meet, then we go into classes, and after a period of 3 months, post certain examinations, or they clear certain percentage of attendance and scores, we provide them certifications and then assist them in getting job opportunities. We provide the first facilities for people need a writer for them when they are going for examination. So these are some basics that we are doing. I will take one more minute and just want to say that visually impairment is one of those areas which companies like my own and various MNCs are working on how we can have an inclusive employment opportunities for someone who is visually impaired. I understand other disabilities can still give a more scope of opportunities, job opportunities. However, like banking sector and various operational and admin jobs can be done by a visually impaired, and we are trying to empower that and creating job opportunities for our students. On this note, I just want to say that thank you so much, Shivaji College, for listening to me and also giving me an opportunity to listen to some great speakers like Shiva sir and ma'am who was today. And I would love to connect with them offline to know more about what other sectors of disability they are doing and how they can put visually impairment in their, their good cause. So thank you. I would like to thank Pratibha as well for being one of the most good coordinator who has been, we share different time zones, but she was up anytime for any query and any request. So thank you, Pratibha ma'am, for being so supportive. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you being with us. You are out of India, even though you spare your time and you come and share with us. Thank you, Prakar. Kalyani, what?
Asma ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, Verma
If
sir.
any,
Yes, Kalyani.
if anyone has any questions, any suggestions, please, you can unmute yourself or you can drop the message in the chat box. You can continue, Asma ma'am.
Verma sir explained various educational and vocational projects, and especially Udan project. From this, we can see that a person is not physically handicapped, but he is mentally handicapped. Thank you so much, sir. Kalyani, over to.
Yes, with this, I conclude that our session 1 is complete and we will immediately move to the second session. For the next session, I request the coordinator of this session, Mr. Dr.Pratibha Patil, to introduce us to the speakers.
Madam,
नमस्कार
will take leave, madam.
Patil, sir, over to you.
सभी सहभागियों का और विद्वजनों का सभी को मेरा प्रणाम। मैं प्राध्यापक डी.के. पाटिल फ्रॉम गारगोटी कॉलेज। आज ये जो आज फैयाज अजीज अत्तार सर जी है, उन्होंने अपना जो वर्क किया है वो टेक्निकल हेड ऑफ कंसल्टेंट एंड कम्युनिटी रिप्रेजेंटेटिव फॉर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कॉन्टैक्ट एट दीपस्तंभ मनोबल प्रोजेक्ट के हेड है और वो जलगांव और पुणे ये इसमें 2019 से काम कर रहे हैं। उनका जॉब एरिया बहुत ही बड़ी जिम्मेदारी के साथ काम करते हैं। बदलते हुए प्रशिक्षित और नए बाजार के अनुसार सभी तकनीकी पाठ्यक्रम की संरचना और अंतिम रूप देना उनका काम है। उनके नवीन परिवर्तन के बारे में जो समाज में घट रहे विकलांग लोगों के छात्र है, उनके कार्यस्थल में जो समाधान चाहिए उसके बारे में उनकी सिफारिश देना वो अभी तक काम कर रहे हैं। किसी संगठन द्वारा अनुरोध किए जाने पर तकनीक के बारे में सेमिनार आयोजित करना फैयाज अजीज अत्तार सर का काम है और अन्य समूह संस्थानों संगठनों के साथ सामाजिक नेटवर्क को बढ़ाने के साथ उसके संबंध बनाने की जिम्मेदारी फैयाज अजीज अत्तार सर करते हैं। To study and analyze accessible and inclusive environment and give the similar recommendation our organization if applicable. This अजीज अत्तार सर, मैं तह दिल से अजीज अत्तार सर को दीपस्तंभ मनोबल के प्रकल्प के प्रमुख जी है उनका स्वागत करता हूं और अजीज अत्तार सर को विनंती करता हूं कि उनका जो इस सेमिनार में जो विचार है, मार्गदर्शन है, हमें सभी को मिले, यह हमारी उनकी तरफ से रिक्वेस्ट है। अजीज अत्तार सर, आपका हम तह दिल से स्वागत करते हैं, तो आप अपना विचार हमारे पास रखिए। थैंक यू।
फयाज. Hello, Fayaz. Now I will share your video or you will direct me or you are going to talk now. Hello.
हाँ मैडम,
हाँ.
फैयाज अजीज अत्तार सर है ना?
हाँ, yes, Fayaz.
हाँ,
Yes, you.
उनको मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ, उन्होंने अपने विचार हमारे सामने रखे।
Hello, Fayaz, over to you. Open your video.
आवाज क्लियर नहीं आ रही मैम।
Sir,
फैयाज अजीज अत्तार सर, फैयाज अजीज अत्तार सर, आप अपने विचार हमारे सामने रखें। फैयाज सर, आपका हमारे वेबिनार में हार्दिक स्वागत।
Fayaz, you are not audible. Fayaz, you are not audible. Hello, Fayaz, you are not audible. Hello. Hello, Fayaz, you are not audible. पण आहे पण ते हेच नाही ना त्याचं. हॅलो, तो अनम्यूटच केलाय शहाणा. कोण तर करते.
मॅडम दुसरा घेऊया काय?
थांबा थांबा जरा थांबा 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 थांबा. मग घेऊया घेऊया. घ्या घ्या. का सांगा की त्याला मी फोन करते तोपर्यंत दुसरं घे.
पुढचा घेऊ मग.
हा घ्या घ्या. ओके यस यू कॅन टेक सेकंड बिकॉज वी विल.
शुक्ल आम्ही या सरांना घेतो.
हा हा नाही नाही अमेय शुक्ला नाही श्रवण कुमार. यू कॅन गो फॉर श्रवण कुमार. ही हॅज हिज फ्लाइट.
बोले मी श्रवण कुमार ना.
Yeah, myself.
ओके
हॅलो फयाज.
सर नमस्कार. बोले मैं श्रवण
हाँ,
कुमार,
आवाज येत
सीरियल
नाहीये.
मैनेजर ऑपरेशन यूथ फॉर जॉब फाउंडेशन सर का मैं तह दिल से हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं. सर श्रवण कुमार सर इज बिजनेस मैनेजमेंट ग्रेजुएट with overall 25 years of rich experience in the field of IT, training, hospitality, and development sector. Highly involved in program management and operation of youth skill development and poverty alleviation activities. From the last 2 decades, extensively engaged in placement, linked training program, PAN idea for tribal, rural, and urban communities. He successfully executed few youth skilling projects in Sri Lanka and Indonesia. सर ने बहुत ही अच्छे काम अपने देश में, बाहर के देश में जाकर सभी राज्यों में काम किया है. और सर आप हमारे से वेबिनार में भी बहुत अच्छा योगदान देंगे, ये हमें आशा है. आपके विचार हमारे सामने रखें. आपका स्वागत करता हूं सर. आप चालू करें अपना विचार.
Thank you, Mr. Patil. Can I share my presentation?
I hope that
Yes, sir. We can
Yes,
see.
sir. Yes, sir.
We can see the PPT.
You can see, right? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Kalyani. Yeah. So, very pleasant afternoon to everyone. I'm Shravan Kumar from Youth for Jobs Foundation. Am I audible?
yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir. You are clearly audible.
Thank you. Thank you. So I would like to thank Shivaji University, Kolhapur, and Dr. Pratibha Desai for inviting us to the unique two-day national webinar on NGO initiatives and intervention in disability sector. So I am privileged to represent on behalf of Youth for Jobs Foundation and share our exciting journey in PWD inclusion with you all. So as our tagline says, employed youth, empowered nation. That is what we believe. And I would like to talk about our Youth for Jobs Foundation. So Youth for Jobs Foundation's vision is hands-on grassroots transformation of PWD lives at the country level and thought leader at a global level. It has chosen to work.
Can you close the one tab and just zoom the whole PPT?
Okay. Just hold PPT, right?
Yeah. Yes.
1 minute. I'll just let me do that. Still, is it visible?
Yes.
Shall I continue?
Slideshow. You can do slideshow, sir. Still, it is showing half and half.
Okay,
Still,
okay,
it is
fine,
saying
fine.
2 tabs, sir. I think that screen, 2 screen.
Let me do this. Okay.
Now it's okay, sir. Now, sir, you can say.
I can share it, right?
So you can close this. Yeah. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
No, sir. You stop first sharing, sir, and next you can share on 1 second, sir. Now you can share, sir. Now you can only share the PPT.
Sure.
Yes, it's okay, sir.
Right.
It's okay. Yes, yes, sir.
Right.
It's all right.
So let me talk about our Youth for Jobs Foundation background. So Youth for Jobs vision is hands-on grassroots transformation of PWD lives at the country level and thought leader at the global level. It has chosen to work in the challenging but high impact space of mainstreaming the hiring of youth with disabilities in corporate India. The work is driven by mantra that hiring PWD makes business sense. So Y4J has job-linked skilling centers in 24 locations in 14 states of India, ranging from tier 2 towns to metros. Focusing on PWD employment, it also works with educated youth with disabilities enrolled in colleges for market-linked training and placements. In the last 9 years, we have emerged as the largest organization in this space. It has trained 27,000 young men and women with disabilities. 30% of trainees are girls with disabilities. Y4J has touched over 250,000 households in advocacy. Y4J works closely with about 500 companies, of which 200 are first-time hirers of the PWD candidates. So Y4J is a preferred choice of companies as it has a pan-India pipeline of educated and less educated youth with disabilities and offers a range of service to ensure the youth hired helps their business. So Y4J has done innovative solutions to create customer-facing job opportunities across sectors. So core team consists of persons with corporate experience, disability specialists, experts in training and development, technologists, and persons with disability. It is led by Meera Shenoy, who has the unique experience of working in senior government positions and with multilateral funders like World Bank and UNDP across Southeast Asia. So the youth who got enrolled into our programs are locomotor disability, speech and hearing impaired, and with visual impairment, youth with cerebral palsy, intellectual disabilities, autism spectrum disorder are given customized marketing trainings. So as our vision says, every youth with disability will have access to education and employment opportunities. A mission partnering to co-create pioneering solutions for an inclusive workplace. So to achieve all this, we have several programs like when you see program 1, we have a project Parivartan, which is WISE, and project 2 is College Connect, which I'm going to talk in length today. And project 3 is Y4J Vision. So this is for the VI students. Project 4 is a Corporate Connect to build industries and a lot many companies to rope them into PW inclusion at workplace. So first I can give you a brief about what is WISE, Project Parivartan. It is India's largest skilling training program for PWDs. We provide them with 21st century portable skills like English communication, soft skills, life skills, digital literacy, and orientation in the industries with job opportunities. Second, College Connect program. What we do is here, it's a first of its kind program that skills educated youth with disabilities in colleges and those aspiring for better jobs. It works closely with 100 plus companies to understand youth competencies for the job vacancies, helps them hire youth and thus become inclusive. And College Connect also has another innovative approach, which is a Smart Inclusion Center, which is called SIC. Through this innovation, we are setting up smart inclusion centers in colleges and universities. We have tied up with 50 plus colleges for virtual smart inclusion programs. What this smart inclusion center does, it facilitates smooth transition from school to college. It increases PWD enrollment in colleges. It makes educators disability confident. And also it empowers educators using technology. So this is a wonderful innovation which is brought in through College Connect as a smart inclusion centers at colleges. Third program is VI program, visual impairment program. This project is targeted towards the youth with visual impairment with a focus on equipping them with skills needed to help them get eligible for higher education, for appearing in government exams, and helping them lead independent lives. The fourth program which we are talking about, Corporate Connect. So it supports WISE and College Connect by reaching out to companies actively to help them begin or strengthen their journey of inclusion. This program predominantly works to create awareness and build an inclusive corporate world. Youth for Jobs works closely with 900 plus companies, of which 200 are first-time hirers of disability. The mantra is hire youth with disability because it makes business sense. Once the company experiences the benefit of hiring, inclusion gets mainstreamed within the organization. So these are our a few programs which we are running through. Our founder, Meera Shanai, she's over a decade of experience in marketing training program, and she worked with rural, tribal, and various other programs in the skill development sector. And she has demonstrated twice in the skilling rural and the village level. And now she's exclusively working with the disabilities space. And she's a government skill council a member, and also CII committee and special abilities. She was one of the few Indians to be invited to speak at the prestigious TEDx Berkeley platform. So now I'm going to elaborate on College Connect, so which is very close to this webinar. So particularly this program deals with programs for graduates with disabilities. So persons with disabilities are vulnerable at multiple stages of life. When we look at here, the grade 5th to 12th, they are, I mean, teachers are not sensitized to the needs of the children. And what makes that happens is the students get dropout. So at the dropout level, when you see the second level, what we see lack of employability skills for the dropouts, which means no means to earn income. So thus, for them, there is no respect within the community. And third level, we see the college students, the lack of PWD-friendly teaching methods. Due to that, no additional assistance is provided. And the fourth level, we see employees with disabilities at the workplace. So lack of physically inclusive workplaces, corporates not sensitized to the needs of the PWD employees. And finally, community acceptance. So because of all this lacking in across the spectrum, so they were treated like ostracism in the community members. So with this, we look at some of the analysis here. Some data is provided here. Since since we are running short of time, I'm keeping little brief. So we have some known data here. So I'm not touching much about this. So our spread across the country is, we are into 7 states and 4 universities. We are working with 4 universities and 20 colleges. And till now, we have trained 875 youth. And we are working with 910 companies. We are connected with 910 companies. And youth connect, we have around 20,000 PWD youth we have trained. Out of that, 70% youth got placed into various companies. We have, as already I mentioned, that we have a visually impaired government coaching for the VI candidates, and our Village Connect program is touching about 7.1 million households. And our organization has received a lot of international and national awards. So I talk about College Connect building an ecosystem for diversity and inclusion of PWDs in education and employment. So first, persons with disabilities, the education and employment is what we are looking at. And second, educators and education institutions professional development we are looking at as a building ecosystem. And third level, employers and other institutions at workplace solutions. So with this initiative, we have reached till now is 1,200 trained and 875 placed into this College Connect program through this program. And we are working now in 10 cities and 7 states in the last 3 years. And around 24 universities we have connected, and which are they have around 1,700 colleges under them. And with this initiative in the last 3 years, what we have achieved is in 2018 and 19, we have trained 325 candidates, and we placed 202 candidates. And out of from 25 companies have hired this 202 candidates. And at the salary of 8,000 in the 2018 and 19, we have placed in the beginning. And the second year, that is 1920, 456 candidates we have trained, 343 candidates got placed, and 31 companies have absorbed them at the salary of 14,000 per month. And 2021, we have trained around 373 and placed 286, and 49 companies have absorbed them, and at the salary of 25,000. You can see there is a gradual increment in the salary, and the quality of job and quality of salaries have been increased over a period of time. And this year, in 2021-22, we have trained so far 465, and 347 got placed, and 67 employers. Still it is ongoing, and we are hopefully that can reach much better salaries for the PWD candidates. And we have academies. When we talk about how we are doing all this training and placement is through these 4 academies what we have. One is Digital Academy, second is Banking and Financial Academy, third one is English Language Academy, fourth one Aptitude Training Academy. Through these academies, we are able to impart training for the persons with disability, particularly graduate PWDs. And we build these academies with the help of TIS and Infosys, Capgemini, and JPMC, and HSBC, and Amazon. So various corporates are helping us in building the very market-driven curriculum, which is really helping them to get jobs easily. And what are we are offering for the college to College Connect to the educators? So that is, one is disability confidence workshops we are conducting at a 3-level program, from building awareness to creating solutions while teaching persons with disabilities. So like, I was hearing like in the previous session, some queries, how trainers are not able to do a sign language at the time of their interaction with the candidates at the classrooms. So the need of learning sign language and having an interpreter while teaching, conducting a session. So that is what we actually give solutions for the educators. And second one is teaching online workshops. We teach a lot of educators how to deal with candidates with the different disabilities, how to facilitate them to make them more inclusive at the college level. And also sign language training we offer and we provide, and a lot of videos and online training sessions. It is been available with our website, and that will enable trainers, particularly educators, to be more conducive to the training environment. And as I said, the Smart Inclusion Center, which particularly dealing with helping youth to get more enrollments in the college, particularly increase students' enrollments in university, which provides counseling to parents, dropouts, and to increase enrollments. So that is going to help more of the confidence of the PWD youth and their parents. And what it does is it facilitates students' access to employment, providing training and mentorship, facilitate internship and job mentoring. At the Educators Fund, what we are doing is we are trying to build their skills to provide 3-level of training and sign language workshops, help improve teaching and learning process, and empowering educators through technology. So research institutes for technology devices, build support systems. So by bringing a lot of innovative assistive tools to the educators and making them aware of it, and thus they deal with the candidates when they are interacting for enrollments and when they are teaching at the colleges or schools. So that will make more conducive for them to facilitate easily with the PWD candidates. So workplace solutions, what we are offering for the employees is, first, sensitization workshops. Second is role mapping of the candidates of where they can be absorbed. And third one is accessibility audit. So their entire campus or building, how they need to make your disability friendly. Next is sign language workshops. So to interact and to recruit them and to facilitate their job roles and making them inclusive at workplace. So we support them in sign language learning, and we conduct some sign language workshops with the corporate companies. Finally, consulting services. So basically to help them to create a HR right policies for the PWD inclusiveness at the workplace. So thus it becomes more PWD friendly at the corporate level. So these are some events what we conduct in offline sessions. Some research reports have been conducted, and these are some few corporate companies which we are working with. Those who are supporting and training and helping us absorbing our students. These are the employer feedback and the educators feedback what we receive from Barclays company as well as the St. Louis College of the Deaf. Recent some candidates testimonials we see. Carol Pinto, she has got a placement as an investment analyst in TVS Motors Hosur as a package of 3 lakhs per annum. And next we see Piyush Vijayvargiya is a business administrator with a locomotor disability and blood disorder. So he's been placed in Accenture Bangalore, salary for 2.3 lakhs per annum. So these are our testimonials, and these are the impact what we create for PWD educators and employers and society at short-term and mid-term and long-term level. For PWD, we see in the short-term level, we see aptitude skills. We build their aptitude skills and life skills and interview skills. That is how they improve their skills. At the midterm, what PWD person get is employment and job retention. In the long term, financial independence and active participation. For educators, so diversity and inclusion of disability knowledge and use of technology in education, and midterm, disability confidence and improved teaching and learning process, and the long term, diversity and inclusion of the PWD in the institutions. For employers, when we look at short term, they're removing the unconscious bias about PWD. Midterm, creating equal opportunity and employment of PWDs. And long term, inclusion of PWD at workplace. For society, awareness about the ability of PWD. For midterm, creating an equal opportunity for PWDs. At the end, inclusive society. So this is what the impact which is created. So any queries on this presentation, if you have, I would like to.
Kalyani, there is one question for sir. And
Yes, sir. There is a question from Dr. R.A. Zhodge. He asks to please provide information about the confident workshop.
Sure. So definitely they can reach out to our email IDs, and we will provide details how to confident building at the educators level. He's asking for the educator levels, right? We conduct a workshop with the educators, with the department heads and lecturers and professors. We have a team who can facilitate this workshop at their convenient agreed time, so that they can get more disability friendly and confident awareness can be provided. We'll be very happy to share and conduct a session for them.
Sir, Shravan sir,
Yes.
one thing that when we have skill and a job fair, in university, and your company will come to recruit our students, particularly disabled students?
In fact, we are tying up with a lot of colleges, ma'am.
Yes,
Yeah,
Ramesh sir has also told, but now
right.
it is everything is going online.
Right. So we come and collect your students, and we talk to them and we counsel them, and we understand what is the skills and what is the academy they are coming from, whether it is a commerce background or an IT background or science background. Based on that, which segment, the sector they are suitable, and along with that, their communication skills and their aptitudinal skills, we assess them, and then we counsel them and then direct them to the right domain, right sector. So, and based on that, we forward his profile, their profiles to different companies of respective field. So that is how they're getting a right placements according to their abilities.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So can you please share your email ID in the chat box?
Sure. I'll type there.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
धन्यवाद सर. श्रवण कुमार सर ने बहुत ही अपने एक्सपीरियंस हमारे साथ शेयर किए. उनका हम तहे दिल से धन्यवाद देता हूं. इसके बाद फैयाज अजीज अख्तर सर अपना विचार रखेंगे. उनके बारे में परिचय देने के लिए मैं दत्तात्रय पाटिल परिचय दे रहा हूं. फैयाज अजीज अख्तर सर, उनका कार्य बहुत ही मूल्यदायक आहे. टेक्निकल हेड कंसल्टंट एंड कम्युनिटी रिप्रेजेंटेटिव फॉर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन फॉर डिसेबिलिटीज पर्सन के ऊपर उनका काम चालू है. दीपस्तंभ मनोबल जो जलगांव और पुणे में उनका प्रोजेक्ट है, वो 2019 से वो काम कर रहे हैं. उसके बाद सर जी अपनी नौकरी की जिम्मेदारी में टू स्ट्रक्चर एंड फाइनलाइज ऑल टेक्निकल कोर्स अकॉर्डिंग टू चेंज ट्रेंड एंड न्यू मार्केट के बारे में काम करते हैं. टू कीप माय ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इन्फॉर्म अबाउट लेटेस्ट स्टेप एंड गिव ऑल रिकमेंडेशन रिगार्डिंग बेस्ट वर्कप्लेस solution for disability students at our organization. सर का ये बहुत ही योगदान है. टू कंडक्ट सेमिनार्स अबाउट न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी इफ रिक्वेस्ट बाय एनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के बारे में फयाज अजीज अत्तर सर काम करते हैं. बहुत ही प्रमुख सलाहकार और संगठन के साथ काम जुड़े करने के बाद उनका नेटवर्क और काम की जिम्मेदारी सभी के साथ उत्साहित सर काम करते हैं. फयाज सर अत्तर सर, आपको मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं कि आप अपना विचार हमारे सामने शेयर करें, हमारे साथ बढ़ाए. अभी आपको स्वागत करता हूं. और सर आपका
Sir, just a minute. Shravan Kumar sir, please can you stop sharing? Your screen is still on.
Hello, all
Yeah.
speaker are requested to send their PPT because participants are requesting their PPT. Please, Shravan Kumar, share your PPT to my mail. Hello, Shivagopala.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, we'll do that. Yeah.
Shivagopal sir, you can also share to your PPT. I think that you have shared already.
Yes. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir, you are.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So, hello everyone. First of all, मैं कहना ये चाहूँगा कि मैं मेरे इस पूरे टॉक में बाइलिंगुअल जाऊँगा, यानी हिंदी और इंग्लिश दोनों का इस्तेमाल करूँगा, क्योंकि मैं समझता हूँ कि लगभग सारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स और मोस्ट ऑफ द पार्टिसिपेंट्स दे कैन अंडरस्टैंड हिंदी एंड इंग्लिश. So I will try to go bilingual. So guys, सबसे पहले मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा शिवाजी कोल्हापुर यूनिवर्सिटी का, जिन्होंने इतना अच्छे से ये वेबिनार का कोऑर्डिनेशन और सब कुछ अरेंज किया है. और they have provided us an opportunity to, all the NGOs to share their thoughts about intervention on persons with disabilities. So yes, so ज़्यादा वक्त नहीं लेंगे आपका. Okay, so basically मैं पहले अपने बारे में बताता हूँ. I am Fayaz Attar. Myself, I am working as a technical head consultant and community representative for persons with disability. So guys, यहाँ पे मेरा जो सबसे पहले मैं हमारे 3 मेजर प्रोग्राम्स के बारे में बात करना चाहूँगा. सो हमारे 3 मेजर प्रोग्राम्स हैं. दैट इज फर्स्ट वन इज गुरुकुल, जो हमारा दीपस्तंभ का एक बिल्कुल शुरुआती दौर का प्रोग्राम है, जिसमें हम सब उन बच्चों को जो शेड्यूल कास्ट है या फिर शेड्यूल ट्राइब्स है, उन बच्चों को हम कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम्स के लिए ट्रेनिंग देते हैं. और दूसरा हमारा एक प्रोजेक्ट है, दिस इज कॉल्ड संजीवन, दैट इज फॉर ऑर्फन स्टूडेंट्स. और तीसरा हमारा एक बहुत ही मेजर प्रोजेक्ट है, दैट इज समथिंग विच यू कॉल मनोबल. सो इन सब प्रोजेक्ट्स के बारे में जानने के लिए मैं आपको ले चलूंगा हमारे उस मतलब पास्ट में. सो सबसे पहले हमारा जो एनजीओ है उसके फाउंडर है डॉक्टर यजुवेंद्र महाजन सर. तो उन्होंने ये एनजीओ की शुरुआत जो है 2005 में की थी, और वो एक बड़ी इंस्पायरिंग स्टोरी है हम सबके लिए. कुछ लोग आप में से जानते भी होंगे. हालांकि ये महाजन सर खुद जो है वो मतलब सिखाने के लिए पुणे यूनिवर्सिटी में और कुछ सीखने के लिए भी गए थे। तो वहां पे उन्होंने देखा कि पूना और मुंबई जैसे शहर में काफी बच्चे ऐसे हैं जो आ, खुद से अपनी अपनी पढ़ाई कर रही है या फिर खुद कुछ कर रहे हैं कॉम्पिटेटिव एग्जाम्स के फील्ड में या फिर खुद से कोचिंग लगा रहे हैं। लेकिन जो गांव के स्टूडेंट्स हैं, जो गांव के बच्चे हैं, उनको ये सब मिलना चाहिए। ये शुरुआत दौर में हमारा जो ये था, ये उनका मोटिव था। सो जिसकी वजह से 2005 में जब सर की शादी और ये सब तय हो रहा था, तो मैडम और सर ने मिलके पहले 10 बच्चों को अडॉप्ट किया। उनका एजुकेशन का सारा खर्चा, उनका रहने का खर्चा और उनके सारे अदर एजुकेशनल और एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन एक्सपेंसेस जो भी है, उन्होंने वो मतलब उन्होंने वो खर्च किया। और तब से दीप स्तंभ मनोबल का मतलब दीप स्तंभ का से ये प्रोजेक्ट शुरू हुआ। तो इस प्रोजेक्ट का नाम है गुरुकुल। सो इसमें हम सारे वो बच्चे जो गरीब है, जो फाइनेंशियली उतना स्टेबल नहीं है, उनके बच्चों के लिए इस प्रोजेक्ट में हम काम करते हैं। और दूसरा हमारा प्रोजेक्ट है वो है संजीवन, जो कि अनाथ बच्चों के लिए है। तो वहां पे भी एक ऐसी स्टोरी थी कि 2011 में एक स्टूडेंट थी जो बहुत दूर से आई थी सर के पास, और सर ने उससे पूछा कि आप क्या करते हो। तो सर उस स्टूडेंट ने जवाब दिया था कि मतलब वो स्टूडेंट बता नहीं पा रही थी ठीक से, और सर ने उसको उसके पापा का नाम पूछा। तो उन्होंने बोला सर मैं वो नहीं बता सकती। अब मसला ये था कि उससे काफी पूछताछ करने के बाद फिर ये पता चला कि वहां पे जो स्टूडेंट थी उसको सर ने ये पूछा, मतलब ये बोला कि अगर तुम नहीं बता पाई तो हमारे लिए मुश्किल हो जाएगा। फिर बड़ी मुश्किल मतलब बड़ी बड़ी मुश्किल से उसने ये बताया कि उनके जो पिता थे वो बचपन में गुजर गए थे, और जो सोसाइटी ने उसके अम्मा और उसकी अम्मी जो है उसको मतलब उन्होंने वो बिल्कुल अकेले मर गई थी। वो चाहती थी कि मैं उनका सपना पूरा कर सकूं और मैं कुछ बन के दिखाऊं जिंदगी में। तो इसके लिए वो दीप स्तंभ में आई थी। सो तब से लेके सर ने डिसाइड किया कि जो भी कोई 18 साल के ऊपर के बच्चे होंगे और जो अनाथ है उनके माँ बाप हम बनेंगे, क्योंकि सभी सही जरूरत तभी होती है। देखिए गाइस, 18 साल के बच्चों तक मसला ये होता है कि 18 साल तक बच्चे जो है गवर्नमेंट के शेल्टर होम्स में, जो स्पेसिफिकली ऑर्फन स्टूडेंट्स के लिए बने होते हैं, वहां पे रहते हैं। लेकिन सही जरूरत तब होती है जब वो वहां से बाहर निकलते हैं, क्योंकि अक्सर देखा गया है बाहर जो बच्चे निकलते हैं, खास करके वो बच्चे जिनका कोई नहीं है, वो जब बाहर निकलते हैं तब वो मिसगाइडेड हो जाते हैं और कहीं ना कहीं मतलब बुरे रास्तों पर चलने लगते हैं। तो ये सर ने डिसाइड किया और तब से फिर वो 11 में हमारा वो प्रोजेक्ट चालू हुआ। उसके बाद रिसेंटली 2015 में हमने मनोबल नाम से हमारा प्रोजेक्ट था। उसमें हम सभी तरह के फिजिकल डिसेबिलिटी वाले स्टूडेंट्स, यानी जितने भी फिजिकल डिसेबिलिटी स्टूडेंट्स हैं, चाहे वो हियरिंग इम्पेयर्ड हो, चाहे वो लोकोमोटर डिसेबिलिटी हो और विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड हो, वी वर्क फॉर ओनली physical disability right now, but in future we would like to expand ourselves more. और so guys, यहाँ पे मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि हम लोग कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम्स के लिए बच्चों के लिए तैयारी करवाते हैं, जिसमें हम यूपीएससी, एमपीएससी, स्टाफ सिलेक्शन कमीशन, आरआरबी और भी जितने कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम्स है उन सब की कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम्स की ट्रेनिंग्स, उनको 1-to-1 काउंसलिंग देना और उनकी जो भी जरूरत मतलब जो भी जरूरत है उनको ध्यान में रखकर सारी चीजों को उन तक पहुंचाना, ये काम हम करते हैं। और उसके साथ साथ हम एक शॉर्ट वीडियो देखेंगे जिसमें सारी हमारी जो मनोरंजन की डिटेल्स है वो आपको मिल जाएंगी। सो प्रतिभा ताई, कैन यू प्ले दैट वीडियो फॉर द फर्स्ट वीडियो? हेलो
Hello. हाँ Fayaz, can I share your video?
या फर्स्ट वीडियो, फर्स्ट वन।
Okay, 1 minute.
या
One minute. कुठे आहे व्हिडिओ कुठे आहे?
yes, so till the video gets done.
1 minute. It is. Oh,
Okay,
oh,
okay.
1 minute.
Okay, okay.
Ever feel like you're being watched?
Is it audio? Is it visible?
To be exploited and
Hello.
No, ma'am. Yeah, now it is.
Hello. Is it visible?
are or where these details of live life are going.
Hello. Is it visible?
Ma'am, we can see the screen, but
Not 1 minute.
not the video.
It is not audible. Yeah, it is not audible.
Videos, phishing attempts,
Skip that. Skip that. Hello. Now is it visible?
It is not audible, ma'am.
1 minute. 1 minute. Audible. 1 minute.
हाथों की लकीरों में नसीब नहीं होता, नसीब तो उनका भी होता है जिनके हाथ नहीं होते।
Audible नहीं मिलती थी.
This girl is deprived of both.
Hello. It is now audible.
She has dreams.
Ma'am, it is audible, but we can't see the video.
Envisage the dream.
You are not seeing the video.
To her by papers.
1 minute. 1 minute.
With the mission for students aged above 18 who hail from
Hello. 1 minute. 1 minute.
and offer in our country quality education
मला
and
share multimedia को ना.
by considering as one of ours. With his colleagues, Professor Yajuvendra Mahajan led the milestone of Nobel and Sanjeevan projects to the Infosum Foundation.
Record कर दे. Record.
हाथों की लकीरों में नसीब नहीं होता, नसीब तो उनका भी होता है जिनके हाथ नहीं होते। This girl is deprived of both hands. She has dreams in her eyes, and this courage to envisage the dream is bestowed to her by Devasam's Manapa. With the mission for students aged above 18 who hail from poor tribal community, especially able and orphan in our country should get a quality education, and a society should empower them by considering as one of ours. With his colleague, Manobal is considered as a home away from home for these students. They don't need anybody's pity, but ask for friendship, trust, and affection. By receiving all-round growth, love, happiness, and self-confidence, these students have also become IS officer, income tax officer, and bankers, and are still fighting with the situation. This is a new dawn for an underprivileged youth of India. Let's come together to make this world more beautiful and also make our life more meaningful. जब दिल में था घना अंधेरा, लगता मैं हूं कि मैं नहीं हूं। कहीं से आसमां में उजाला आया, मन का पंछी गाता और उड़ने लगा। अरे, आसमां तो हमेशा से खुला था। मुझको मेरे होने पे यकीन आ गया। मुझको मेरे होने पे यकीन आ गया।
स्टॉप होत नाही घ्या तर दुसरी दोन व्हिडिओ कर
Community of more than 2 million economists. Why?
मेल लगा ते बंद हे बंद कर अगोदर ओपन करके
Deep Sun Foundation's Manobal, a national level. Organization for physically challenged and orphan students.
साना गांधी गाजियाबाद उत्तर प्रदेश से बिलोंग करती हूँ।
My name is Suresh from Karnataka.
मैं सरोज नेगी देहरादून से।
मैं जम्मू एंड कश्मीर से।
I'm Sahana. I'm from Mysuru, Karnataka.
नमस्कार, मैं पंकज।
मेरा नाम वामिका शर्मा है। मैं पठानकोट पंजाब से।
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम तानिया है। मैं केरला से हूँ।
These physically challenged students are from all over India. They are pursuing their dreams, and Manobal is giving them integrated and wholehearted support. Manobal provides integrated and inclusive education.
I wish to be an IAS officer, and I'm sure that I'll surely be one. Manobal, which provides training for competitive exams to all sorts of students with physical disabilities and to orphan youth for things like UPSC, banking, railways, etc. Manobal एक ऐसा ट्रेनिंग सेंटर है जो हमारी पढ़ाई के साथ साथ हमारी पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट पे बहुत ज्यादा ध्यान देता है।
पार्वती भी
That's what actually attracts each and every person to Manobal. More than that, the best thing about Manobal is that it doesn't treat anyone as differently. It also makes sure that each and every person, no matter what, अगर उनके पास digital devices है या नहीं है, they attend classes regularly at any cost. Thank you so much, Manobal, for being in our life.
I'm pursuing my PhD in economics, Mysore University. Nobody thinks about the struggle faced by physically challenged students in higher education. Our education seems never given priority. But Manobal Foundation took this remarkable responsibility. They do not limit their support for a state or a city, but they are working for the entire country. So it is a great initiative. So I thank Manobal. Manobal and I UPSC preparation कर। जब मैंने Manobal join किया, I felt it is really good because यहाँ पर सभी तरह के different people students आते हैं। And I've seen this first time in my life. Manobal हमें सिर्फ ट्रेनिंग ही नहीं, बल्कि कॉन्फ्रेंस और पढ़ने के लिए जो कुछ भी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और टेक्नोलॉजी रिक्वायर्ड है सब कुछ ही प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं। आई फील इसी तरह की ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की हमको रिक्वायरमेंट है।
मैं मनोबल में 3 साल से रह रहा हूँ। यहाँ के लोगों ने अजय मुझे अपनाया है। मैं MLW करना चाहता हूँ और मैं सोशल वर्कर बनना चाहता हूँ। एक्चुअली मनोबल इज एम्पावर्ड मी। अपना घर क्या होता है वही आगे पता चला।
मैं मनोबल में सिविल सर्विस एग्जामिनेशन की तैयारी कर रही हूँ। I'm a visually challenged person by birth. The मनोबल is playing a vital role in my life. And I think मनोबल में आने के बाद लाइफ के बारे में जो मेरे पर्सपेक्टिव है, it has totally changed. मुझे लगता है I can do anything. It is providing the energy to fight the circumstances. Thank you so much मनोबल.
मैं मनोबल में कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम्स की तैयारी कर रही हूँ। मैं पोलियो होने के कारण बचपन में कभी कोई स्कूल नहीं जा पाई क्योंकि मैं जिन परिस्थितियों में थी तैयारी करने का।
It is the best part of Manobal team is we are getting quality of education even if it is for free of cost. Really, the Manobal team and staffs are working very hard. As we are far from Jalgaon and Pune, during this pandemic time also, we are getting online classes. Thanks for Manobal.
मैं मनोबल में UPSC के लिए कोचिंग ले रही हूँ। मैं एक 100% विजुअल ब्लाइंड पर्सन हूँ। मैं by birth partially blind. When I lost my eyesight at the age of 12, उस समय मैं ये सोचती थी मेरे साथ क्या हो गया, मैंने कौन से पाप किए थे। पर मनोबल को ज्वाइन करने के बाद मैंने ये एक्सपीरियंस किया है that it's okay to be different. मनोबल का staff is really sensitive about us. वो हमें equally human being consider करते हैं. And over the time मैंने ये realize किया है that I am a capable individual too. Thank you Manobal, and yes, I dare to dream. Yes, I dare to dream.
Yes, I dare to dream.
Yes, I dare to dream.
I dare to dream.
I dare to dream.
Let's make friendship with them and support them. Participate, donate, and be the source of change. Deepsum Foundation's Manobal. We offer free residential online training for physically challenged and orphan students. Competitive examination training, higher education training, technology training, and personality development. You can contact us on the following numbers. For Jalgaon, 83-800-38714. For Pune, 98-335-20560. You can also find us online at www.deepstumfoundation.org.
हमारे देश में इन बच्चों के लिए एक्सेसिबल कैंपस नहीं होते हैं और इसलिए उनको बहुत परेशानी होती है और इसलिए हम ऐसा रेसिडेंशियल एक्सेसिबल कैंपस बना रहे हैं दीपसम फाउंडेशन जलगांव के तहत, जहां हर प्रकार के दिव्यांग बच्चों को एक्सेसिबिलिटी नॉर्म्स फॉलो करके बहुत ही अच्छे से वो रह पाएंगे और इसलिए ये प्रोजेक्ट बन रहा है लोगों के सहयोग से मनोबल। अलग अलग प्रकार के जो दिव्यांग बच्चे होते हैं वो बड़ी आसानी से ये पूरे प्रोजेक्ट में रह पाएंगे, किसी की मदद उन्हें नहीं लगेगी। ऑर्फन बच्चे भी यहाँ पर रहेंगे, ट्राइबल बच्चे रहेंगे, तो ये इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन यहाँ पर होगा। ट्रेनिंग, रहना, खाना, मेडिकल फैसिलिटीज सारी एक जगह यहाँ पर मिलेगी।
इथे वेगवेगळ्या दिव्यांग विद्यार्थ्यांसाठी विचार केलेला आहे. अगदी छोट्या छोट्या गोष्टींपासून ते त्यांच्या पूर्ण ज्या त्यांच्या गरजा आहेत, ज्या त्यांना आवश्यक आहे त्या गोष्टींचा विचार करून त्या दृष्टीने हा प्रकल्प बांधलेला आहे. भविष्यात कुठलीच जी दिव्यांग व्यक्ती आहेत की ते आपले स्वप्न हे नुसतं स्वप्नच न पाहता ते स्वप्न सत्यात उतरवू शकतात.
हमारे हिसाब से कुछ बनाया नहीं होता है, लेकिन मैंने प्रोजेक्ट देखा तो मुझे ऐसा लगा यहाँ पे रैंप भी है. मेरे जो आगे आने वाले भाई बहन है उनको इसका बहुत फायदा होगा और ये देश का पहला ऐसा रोल मॉडल बनेगा.
मेरे माता पिता नहीं है और मुझे जन्म से ही दिखाई नहीं देता. मैंने कभी सपने में भी सोचा नहीं था कि मैं ऐसे मतलब कोचिंग ले पाऊंगा, लेकिन मनोबल को मैं बहुत ही धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा. मनोबल ही मेरी फैमिली है और ये जो मेरे फैमिली का घर बन रहा है इसके लिए मुझे बहुत खुशी होती है.
ये हमारी जिम्मेदारी है, ये हमारे भाई बहन है, हमारे बच्चे हैं. आइए हम सब मिलकर इस मनोबल निर्माण में योगदान दें.
हेलो.
हाँ यस. हेलो यस.
मैडम
हाँ यस. नेक्स्ट. हाँ नेक्स्ट.
नेक्स्ट यस यस. अभी जो फैयाज जी अत्तर सर ने हमें जो पीपीटी दिखाया और उनका जो काम है उसका मैं शुक्रिया करना चाहता हूँ. बहुत ही सहदिल से और बहुत ही विकलांग बच्चों के लिए जो उनका योगदान है, मनोबल जैसी संस्था है हमारे देश में काम कर रहे हैं, उनका मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ. उसके बाद में अमिया शुक्ला मैडम का अभी लेक्चर चालू होगा, उनका परिचय देने का मैं कर रहा हूँ. सीनियर एरिया हेड रेडी फाउंडेशन हैदराबाद में वो काम कर रहे हैं. he has she has taking 6 centers of Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan. The key role is training and placement of candidates with PWD. The responsibility is the identification of the current skill of aspirants, counseling, training, and placing them into an organization where there is compatibility between the skill required and skill present. She am also responsible for developing new business relation and all operation activities at the center level. She was working as a marketing and business development manager in Surat from Gujarat in my Mo IT solution. The key role were the development of new business opportunities, recruiting and training of potential candidates, and making effective team in various parts of Gujarat. Formerly, she have worked as an assistant professor and training and placement officer in MBA department of Sri Vaishnav Institute of Technology and Science.
Okay.
Now the part of Sri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya Indore.
Hello Dattatreya. Hello
Yes,
Dattatreya.
ma'am.
You are pronouncing C. Don't see he. Yes.
Yes. Sorry, ma'am. He has the part of Sri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya Indore. Sorry. The responsibility were training and teaching students of business administration and making them industry ready. He responded was upgrading student knowledge and making them ready for the changing phase of the industry. He is subject impaired were human resource, marketing, entrepreneurship, industrial relation, and labor law, HR audit, advertising, and has coordinated, planned, exhort, and has been part of the various events of national conference, faculty development program, industrial visit, research and development activities, training and placement activities, expert lecture, management and culture events, etc. Gave guidance to more than 30 students in their research work, started the career as a human resource manager and public relation officer in the hopes of dream solution, and worked for the more than 3 years. She has coordinated and participated in various events related to national skill development mission, and he well trained, recruited, consulted many candidates for various organizations in various fields. As a public relation officer, she work was not only generate business but also the plan strategy for further business expansions for the organization plan and exclusion. Now मैं अमेश शुक्ल सर को विनंती करता हूं कि आपने जो बहुत योगदान किया है अपनी इस फील्ड में, यही विचार धाराएं आपके जो अनुभव के तौर पे जो ली है वह हमारे सामने शेयर करें, और हमें हमारे जो सहभागी लोग हैं, विद्वान लोग हैं, उनके सामने अपने मौलिक विचार रखें और शेयर करें. थैंक यू. धन्यवाद सर.
Okay, thank you. I hope I am audible. Hello?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay, great. So, Dattatreya Patil sir, thank you very much for a brief introduction. And मैं समझ सकता हूँ नाम का pronunciation ऐसा है कि confusion हो जाता है. Anyways, first of all, good afternoon all. I understand this is a lunch time now. Everybody is looking to their watches कि हम कब खाना खाने जाएंगे. तो I will keep this very short, very sweet. And जैसा मेरे पहले जो दोनों speakers ने कहा कि हम crisp रखेंगे इसे. So let me tell me about myself first. I am Amiya Shukla. I am currently working as a senior area manager. जैसा कि professional experience पूरा मेरा जो बताया है, I am very lucky to be again to a part of an university. I am a fan of academics. मैं खुद academia रहा हूँ. I have done my PhD in gestures recognitions, that is in human resource. Micro gestures and social psychology was my primary subjects for that. Then I have trained various aspirants once it came to the entrepreneurship to develop their own businesses and whatnot. I have been working with Dr. Reddy's Foundations from last 5 to 6 years now. And initially when I was promoted, I was working with only the youths, not with the people with disabilities. But from last 4 years, I'm closely working with the people with disabilities. Coming back to Dr. Reddy's Foundation. Dr. Reddy's Foundation, as many of you must be knowing, is an organization which is a sister concern of Dr. Reddy's laboratory. This foundation was set up in year 1996 by Dr. Anji Reddy, and this foundation was an answer to his own conscience when he thought that what I'm going to give to the society back, who made me so capable. So initially, like every building, we have to first dig a bit. हम छोटी नींव करते हैं, फिर हम आगे बढ़ते हैं. उसी तरीके से डॉक्टर रेड्डी ने एक प्लान किया कि एक छोटी सी एक शुरुआत करें, और वो छोटी सी शुरुआत थी हैदराबाद की एक चाइल्ड बैगर सोसाइटी को मैनेज करना, और जिसमें उन्होंने हैदराबाद पुलिस का पूरा हेल्प लेकर उन बच्चों को सेटल किया. एंड दिस वाज जस्ट अ बिगनिंग. आज हम 25 इयर्स ऑफ हमारे वर्क का, हमारे 25 इयर्स ऑफ आर डॉक्टर रेड्डीज फाउंडेशन का हम सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं. So this is our year of celebrations, and also this is also a year of more of increasing our moral responsibilities. So when we are into Dr. Reddy's Foundation, we started working with 2 to 3 more things. Like हम लोगों ने शुरुआत किया कि हम केवल एक जगह नहीं टिके रहे. We started working in various other fields. Like if we go for the children, we are having various schools, various other investing into the educations. Then for the youth, हम लोगों ने जो 18 और 35 साल के तक के जो youth होते हैं जिनको कोई job नहीं मिलती है या जिनके अंदर कुछ skill हो जाती है, तो Dr. Reddy's Foundation work with the youth program and they try to be a bridge. Then the rural households, social sector initiatives. Then now we have introduced, we have started working on the climate change also. क्योंकि ये एक ऐसा चैलेंज है जो आगे जाकर हमें हर किसी को ये फेस करना होगा. Coming back to the people with disabilities, Dr. Reddy's Foundation people with disabilities के साथ में पिछले 12 सालों से काम कर रहा है. और जब हम ये काम कर रहे हैं, इसमें हमारा मेन टारगेट होता है कि पीपल विद डिसेबिलिटीज को सक्षम बनाना. इसमें हम लोगों ने अभी तक 25 से 26 हजार लोगों को ना केवल ट्रेन किया है, उनको प्लेस किया है और उन लोगों को सस्टेन भी करवाया है. When it comes to the placement, earlier we observed कि हम अगर किसी बच्चे को सिखा देते हैं, नौकरी करना आना सिखा देते हैं, वो जनरली है वो 2 महीने में या 1-2 महीने में छोड़कर चला जाता है. यहाँ हमने एनालिसिस किया कि क्या हो रहा था, क्या प्रॉब्लम क्या थी, एंड वी स्टार्टेड अ पोस्ट प्लेसमेंट रिग्रेस फॉलोअप. कि आपको पहला महीना तो जॉब समझने में लगता है, काम समझने में लगता है. देन सेकंड मंथ यू स्टार्टेड अंडरस्टैंडिंग द वर्क प्रोफाइल, द पीपल ओवर देयर. फाइनली थर्ड मंथ में जो हम होता है, हम उस काम के लिए कंपेटेबल होते हैं. ये एक हमारा टारगेट था. दूसरी जो हमारा मेन टारगेट है जब हम किसी को जॉब लगवाते हैं, वो होता है कि उसकी कंपैटिबिलिटी के अकॉर्डिंगली हम जॉब दिलवाएं. तो जब अगर कोई भी पीपल विद डिसेबिलिटी हमारे पास आता है, जो भी हो सकता है, वी वर्क इन 11 डिसेबिलिटीज. वी आर प्लानिंग टू इंक्लूड मोर नाउ. तो हमारे पास में अगर कोई भी बच्चा जो फिजिकल डिसेबल्ड है या हियरिंग इम्पेयर्ड है या लो विजन या वीआई है, जब वो बच्चा हमारे पास आता है, इनिशियली वी हैव अ स्क्रीनिंग ऑन द सेम. एंड वंस वी हैव अ स्क्रीनिंग ऑन द सेम, वी आइडेंटिफाई व्हाट एग्जैक्टली वो बच्चा अभी कहाँ खड़ा है, उसमें कौन सी कंपेटेंसी की स्किल्स की कमी है. दिस इज कॉल्ड एन ESA, एम्प्लॉयबल स्किल्स असेसमेंट वी कॉल दैट. हम फर्स्ट उसको एनालिसिस करते हैं, देन अकॉर्डिंगली वी प्लान अ ट्रेनिंग फॉर हिम इफ ही इज रिक्वायर्ड फॉर द सेम. अगर नहीं जरूरत है तो हम उसे बाकायदा जॉब के लिए रेफर करते हैं, हम ट्रेन करते हैं. जब हम प्लेसमेंट की बात करते हैं, वी मेक इट श्योर कि टियर 1, टियर 2, टियर 3 सिटीज के जो गवर्नमेंट रूल्स हैं, उसके एट पार या उससे ऊपर की जो सैलरी मिले, वही सैलरी हमारे पीपल विद डिसेबिलिटीज को मिले. इसमें हम जब किसी भी कंपनी से डील कर रहे हैं, तो वी आर वेरी प्राउड ओनर ऑफ मोर देन 500 to 600 कंपनीज राइट नाउ एसोसिएटेड विद अस. वेरियस MNCs आर देयर, वेरियस लोकल एम्प्लॉयर्स आर देयर जो बहुत ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट दिखाते हैं. और ये वो लोग होते हैं जिन लोगों को पीपल विद डिसेबिलिटीज के साथ में काम करने में कोई हेजिटेशन नहीं होती, पर उनके कुछ प्रीनोशंस होते हैं, उनके कुछ एक पुराने कुछ ख्यालात होते हैं जो कि कैसे काम करेंगे, या पीपल विद डिसेबिलिटीज हाउ विच whether they will be comfortable on working on this and that or not. So this is our main role as a senior area head. This is my main role to clear all the clarifications of those employers, those candidates, and to bridge them. So मोटे तौर पे अगर हम समझा जाए तो Dr. Reddy's Foundation is acting just like a bridge between the people with disabilities and their jobs. We are also supporting them for the residential support, but till they get the first salary. ट्रेनिंग से लेकर हम लोग बच्चों को उनकी फर्स्ट मंथ सैलरी के तक, क्योंकि हम लोग यहाँ पर बच्चे को आत्मनिर्भर बनाना चाह रहे हैं. तो अगर हम बच्चे को थोड़ा सा छोड़ेंगे नहीं, इफ यू आर नॉट गोइंग टू ट्रेन देम टू बी देयर डिपेंडेंट, तो उसके लिए हमें उनको थोड़ा सा स्ट्रिक्ट भी होना पड़ेगा. So once we are very much empathetic with the people with disabilities, but not sympathetic. हम लोगों का डिसेबिलिटीज बच्चों के लिए एक एम्पैथी होती है. हम लोग उनको स्वाभिमानी बनाकर उन लोगों को, इनफैक्ट उनके अंदर होता है, हमने जो फेस किया है, मतलब बेसिकली मैं अपनी बात करूंगा, इंडिविजुअली आई विल नॉट से अबाउट द होल कंपनी. व्हाट आई हैव फेस्ड इन दिस पर्टिकुलर वर्किंग विद पीपल विद डिसेबिलिटीज, either they are very much demoralized or they are very much pampered. हमें once we want to put them into a corporate world, we have to balance those, and this is a point where our trainings come part, जहां पर हमारे वर्क रेडीनेस मॉड्यूल, हमारे सॉफ्ट स्किल्स मॉड्यूल, हमारे इंटरव्यूइंग स्किल्स मॉड्यूल, हमारे एप्टीट्यूड मॉड्यूल, हमारे डिजिटल लिटरेसी मॉड्यूल, हमारे फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी मॉड्यूल, ये जो मॉड्यूल्स होते हैं यहाँ पर एक बहुत वाइटल पार्ट प्ले करते हैं, और हम इन बच्चों को जॉब रेडी बनाकर हम इनको प्लेस करवाते हैं. अब हम केवल प्लेसमेंट्स में जो इनका ध्यान देते हैं वो केवल यहाँ तक नहीं छोड़ते हैं. पोस्ट प्लेसमेंट फॉलो अप का हमारा 90 दिन का एक टेन्योर होता है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल फॉर 90 days, फर्स्ट मंथ, सेकेंड मंथ, थर्ड मंथ, एज आई हैव टोल्ड अर्लियर, तो ये 90 दिन का होता है. उसके बाद भी हर फोर्टनाइटली या हर 45th या हर 30th डे हमारे यहाँ से कोई ना कोई कांटेक्ट उस बच्चे को या उस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को उस बच्चे का फीडबैक लेने के लिए किया जाता है, ताकि हमें ये क्लियर रहे कि वो बच्चा जो है वो कंफर्टेबल है या नहीं. अगर वो बच्चा या टीम, हमारे कोई भी फैमिली मेंबर कंफर्टेबल नहीं होता, हम तुरंत उसको या तो रिजॉल्व करते हैं और हम उस बच्चे को कोई नई जगह पे जॉब दिलवाने की कोशिश करते हैं. So this is us. I will be very brief, as I said earlier. It's already 13:50. 10 मिनट में आपको क्योंकि 2 बजे से आपका लंच रहेगा, so you have 10 minutes to again to tolerate me up. तो अगर कोई questions हैं आपको तो please go ahead on the same.
If anybody has any questions, please you can ask them. There are a lot of comments saying that awesome work being done by all the NGOs and it needs to be wide shared.
Thank you very much. Okay, so ma'am, I'm just sharing my email ID on the chat box for one and all. So just in case for any queries, one can come back to me anytime.
Hello, Ame. Just 2 years, I am very thankful to Reddy Foundation, because since 3 years, Reddy Foundation is taking active participations, particularly in our universities, because last 2 years, the Santosh and other one ma'am she has present for our advisory, and one they have visited your company also for the employment of our students. And I want to elaborate, that means I want to know our students, if they want to join your Reddy Foundations, and what is the procedure to join, or you will come to recruit in our university if the job fair is there?
Of course, ma'am. Actually, Santosh had a word regarding the job fair earlier also with you. We were just waiting for the webinar to get complete, and then we are going to connect you regarding the same. So we have already planned on that. Of course, ma'am, we will be doing all the, because once it comes to the people with disabilities, we tend to go to them instead of coming them to us first. And we will be planning all the detailed information accordingly, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
In fact, 9th ko I'm visiting Pune, so I will be also including a Kolhapur trip again within this.
Okay. I'm requesting our college teachers to take the mail of Ame, because this company is recruiting the students from our university also for 2 years back, and now it will be, we are want to expand youth for job also and Reddy's Foundation to colleges also. आपल्यातले काही टीचर्स असतील कॉलेजचे, त्यांनी रेड्डी फाउंडेशनचा कॉन्टॅक्ट नंबर नोट करून घ्या, आणि तुमच्या कॉलेजवरती कधी प्लेसमेंट असेल तेव्हा आपण ही 2 कंपनी नेहमीच आपल्या विद्यापीठातल्या विद्यार्थ्यांना जॉब देण्यासाठी, ट्रेनिंग देण्यासाठी तत्पर आहेत. आणि 2019 ला आपल्याकडं रेड्डी फाउंडेशननी बऱ्याच विद्यार्थ्यांना रिक्रूट केलेलं होतं, आणि आता आपण पुढेही भविष्यात, पुढच्या वर्षीचा प्लॅन आहे की आता थोडंसं कोविड झाल्यानंतर आणि एम्प्लॉयमेंट किंवा स्किल फेअर लावायचा, तरी आपल्या कॉलेजेस मधल्याही विद्यार्थ्याला हा उपक्रम खूप उपयोग होईल. आणि काही डिसेबल स्टुडंट्स असेच नव्हे, पण नॉर्मल स्टुडंटला पण आपण काय करू शकतो की एम्प्लॉयमेंट देऊ शकतो. ते तिथं त्यांच्या रेड्डी फाउंडेशनचा एक असा उद्दिष्ट असेल, थोडंसं मी मराठीत आमच्या टीचरांसाठी सांगू इच्छिते की त्यांच्या तिथं ते रेड्डी असेल, युथ फॉर असेल, जे काही डिसेबल विद्यार्थी आहेत त्यांना ते पहिल्यांदा अपॉइंटमेंट करतात, त्यांचे स्किल्स इंटरव्ह्यू घेऊन. अगदी बेसिक मिनिमल काही स्किल्स असतात त्यांचे, खूप इझी प्रोसेस आहे. 3 महिन्यानंतर ते त्यांच्या ट्रेनिंग सेंटरला नेऊन ट्रेन करतात आणि जिथं जिथं रिक्वायरमेंट आहे त्या रिक्वायरमेंटच्या प्रमाणे त्या विद्यार्थ्यांना तिथं ते पोस्ट करतात. आणि लक्षात घ्या, कुठल्याही विद्यार्थ्यांना कोणतीही फी द्यायला लागत नाहीये किंवा कोणतीही हे होत नाहीये. कितीतरी विद्यार्थी, आमच्याकडचा एक इंग्लिश डिपार्टमेंटचा मुलगा, तो MPPH साठी पण MA झाल्या तो ब्लाइंड आहे, तरी देखील 15,000 पर्यंत 20,000 पर्यंत तो आता जॉब करतोय. आणि त्याच्यामध्ये 3 वर्षामध्ये म्हणजे 19ला जो जॉब फेअर झाला त्यामध्ये तो सहभाग घेतला आणि तिथून त्याला रेड्डी फाउंडेशनच्या मार्फत तो पुढे त्याला तिथं त्याचं काय म्हणू आपण करिअर ग्राफ वाढत गेलं. तसं आपल्या सगळ्या जितके कॉलेज टीचर्स आहेत, मला वाटतं की अमोलगे सर आहेत, दत्ता पाटील आहे, आसमा अत्तार आहे, तुमच्या प्रवीण लोंढे आहेत, बरेच आपले कॉलेज टीचर्स आहेत तिथं. त्यांना मी सांगू इच्छिते की हे आपण आपल्या कॉलेजेसशी नेहमीच हा उपक्रम आपण जोडून घेऊया. आणि काही प्रश्न असतील? हॅलो हॅलो, इज देअर एनी क्वेश्चन्स?
So you can share your mail ID in the chat box.
Okay.
If
मैडम
anyone,
मैं बोलूं क्या?
हाँ हाँ हाँ, वो विचारा दत्ता पाटील.
थैंक्स. हेलो.
yes,
yes sir, we can hear you. You are audible.
हेलो.
Patil sir, you are audible.
शिवाजी विद्यापीठ ने समाजशास्त्र विभाग से डॉक्टर प्रतिभा देसाई मैम ने जो नेशनल वेबिनार 2 दिन का लिया, उसमें डिसेबिलिटीज के ऊपर आज का जो दूसरा सत्र था, उसमें पहले फैयाज आजी अत्तर सर का लेक्चर था, दूसरा लेक्चर था अमेश शुक्ल जी सर का और तीसरा श्रावण कुमार सर जी का था. तीनों विद्वजनों ने बहुत अच्छा अपने अनुभविक तौर पे बहुत ही हमें कम शॉर्ट टाइम में अपना योगदान दिया है. सभी लोग आप अपने क्षेत्र में बहुत ही कामयाब और गरूर महसूस करते हैं अपने काम करने के ऊपर. उन्होंने अपने विचार हमारे सामने पेश किए. ऐसे ही काम करने की उम्मीद और सभी जगह होनी चाहिए. ये आपका शिला और हौसला हमें सीख देगा और इसके लिए हम सभी विद्वजनों का तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ और सभी का धन्यवाद देता हूँ. जो पार्टिसिपेंट अभी उपलब्ध रहे उन सभी का मैं शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ. और देसाई मैम और ये शिवाजी विद्यापीठ का सभी परिवार, समाज परिवार, उन्हें सभी का और कल्याणी साठी मैम, हम सभी का शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ. और ये दूसरा सेशन यही खत्म होता है और लंच ब्रेक होता है, ऐसा मैं अनुमोद करता हूँ.
Thank you sir. Once again I conclude that our second session is over and our third session will start at 3. The lunch break is from 2 to 3, so please join again at 3 o'clock. Thank you everyone for joining.
We will gather at 3 o'clock exact. But link is okay.
Please join the same link again at 3 o'clock.
Yes, the participants are requested. Now the which link is to be shared morning, this which you have joined already. Please join once again that link, and next sessions will be on the assistive technology which will be used in our colleges. म्हणजे आपल्या कॉलेजच्या विद्यार्थ्यांना शिकवण्यासाठी खूप सारा असा उपयोग असलेला असिस्टिव्ह टेक्नॉलॉजी वरती 2 प्राध्यापक आपल्याला सांगणार आहेत. तरी आपण परत ह्याच लिंक वरती जॉईन होणार. And participants are requesting the feedback or certificate link. We are not not providing it. We will provide only in valedictory sections in comment box only. After that, no one can be asked for the certificates. Please, those who are present, they are getting the certificates, and we will not share it to any groups or any individually. Please be here with until the valedictory, and we will share the feedback link or certificate link in the valedictory session. And by filling that feedback link, you can get automatically the certificates. Okay, thank you. We will gather after lunch. जेवणानंतर आपण परत भेटूया. Hello, welcome to all after post-lunch sessions. Soon we will start the sessions. Link, Navi.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello, just after a session coordinator is he joining, he has some technical problem. Just within a couple of minutes we will start. Sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
We will start our webinar in just 5 to 10 minutes. Please cooperate.
Amol has joined. Hello, Kalyani.
Yes, ma'am.
Now you can start here. I think that he has joined already.
Okay.
Just 1 minute.
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you again to the third session of the second day of our two-day national webinar on NGOs, initiatives and intervention in disability sector, organized under UGC scheme for persons with disability, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Our third sessions. Our third session's coordinator is Mr. Amol Kamre, research scholar, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. So I request him to introduce us to the speakers of the third session. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Prasanna said your video is not on, sir.
There's a request for all the participants.
Speakers
please,
also.
Yes, speakers and the participants to please on their videos.
असं दे चालू झाले 2 मिनिटात काय हॅलो
सरांनी सांगितले त्यांचा पण
हॅलो
Yes, sir, you are audible.
yes okay can I start
Hello,
Yes.
ma'am.
National
I'm
webinar.
facing the issue with my video. The
Postmanचा एक
icon of start video is shown disabled. I don't know why.
Sir, it's okay.
नाही
No problem.
सरांना
Yesterday I had started, but now I don't know why. What happened? Right?
माझा काय रोल नाही
ma'am can I
थोडा
hello
अर्धा
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
hello
जय मला
hello
हॅलो त्या दिवशी पण आपली भेट झाली नाही शाळेत
Yes, sir, you can start.
okay okay good afternoon everyone and welcome all of you to the 2 days national webinar on NGOs initiatives and intervention in disability sector organized by UGC scheme for persons with disabilities and Shivaji University Kolhapur. First of all, I would like to thank and a warm welcome a very eminent personality, Dr. Prasanna Shetty sir. Dr. Prasanna Shetty sir is working as an associate professor in computer engineering department at KG Sumaya College of Engineering, Vidya Vihar. He has completed his Master of Technology and also PhD from VGTI College, Mumbai. He has many quality publications to his credit, published in Scopus Index, journals, and conferences. Dr. Prasanna Shetty sir Dr. Prasanna Shetty sir is the ISL SOTE coordinator of KGSCE Resource Center for PWD student. Although his doctoral research is in the domain of wireless network, he is actively involved in the accessibility and assistive technology research for PWDs. Since last few years, he has been instrumental in the development novel, low cost of assistive technology solutions for the PWDs, some of which are already released and available on Google Play Store. He has developed Android application for disabled persons. Text it loud, just like test it loud. So Android application, the text it loud Android applications and voice to ISL translator application developed by him and his team need to special mention. Text it loud is a real and captioning and transcribing application for inclusive teaching, learning, and hearing impaired. It is a application for Android smartphones that support voice to text transcriptions in all Indian languages with 1,000 plus downloads, and it has been well appreciated by the hearing impaired individuals and educators. So without taking your time, I would like to thank Dr. Prasanna Shetty, sir, and I request you to start your presentation. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. I first of all share Shivaji University for giving me this opportunity to be part of this webinar. Hope I am audible to you.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah. Has the screen shared? Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for introducing me. I am just a novice in this domain. I'm trying to take baby steps so as to provide assistance or accommodation to the persons with disabilities. Title of my talk is in Inclusive Education Initiatives and Assistive Technologies for Persons with Disabilities, or the PWDs. This is the outline. So we'll start with the challenges faced by PWDs in day-to-day life, then their participation in education, challenges faced by them in this educational domain, initiatives for inclusive education, and assistive technologies and developments what are ongoing at our college, KJSC. The society has developed in a non-inclusive fashion over these years. No doubt we are very much proud of the developments. However, it is not inclusive. It is a challenging or inaccessible environment for persons with disabilities. For example, I have shown certain scenarios, even though for street crossing we use those zebra crosses and signals. However, it is a very much challenging as far as the blind individual or maybe motor disabled to cross a road. Same way, accessing uh, certain areas wherein the stairs are there, no provision for ramp is made, it becomes a challenge for a motor disabled individual. Not only these developments, non-inclusive developments, are posing problems to the persons with disabilities, but also for the individuals, just like a mother carrying her son, right? Carrying her child when she is trying to access the railway station, it becomes a very challenging task. So all in all, the society has developed in a non-inclusive fashion, and that's the reason why we need some interventions and accommodations so that life of all will be eased, right? And that's the fundamental behind universal design principle. As far as education is concerned, approximately around 75,000 individuals are into higher education. This is the Indian figures as per the survey conducted at all India level in 2015-16. These individuals, these PWDs, they might have studied in special schools. However, when they go for higher education, there are no special colleges. There is no special, even if they are there, they are very much limited. And hence, these people face challenges. No doubt, due to the RPWD Act of 2016, there's around 4% reservation, and this number is growing day by day. At our college, which is into technological education, we get around 25 students every year at an average. I'm talking at an average. And we don't have any mechanism so as to accommodate them. The curriculum in the framework of the university, it is not accessible, right? And that is the reason why at our college we thought we should make certain provisions, some intervention should be done, and then we try to provide inclusive education environment to these PWDs. The challenges faced by the individuals are not due to their impairment, right? Rather, it is due to their special education needs, which are not catered in the higher education. And due to this, they experience a steep learning curve, and many of them may drop out. Okay, so the reason is not the impairment of the individual, rather it is the inaccessible education system. Especially when we talk about science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, this education is by default it is inaccessible. Okay, so what about the course content? We talk about providing education to the PWDs, but what about the course content is restricted to printed books, and these books cannot be read by the visually challenged. Okay, so there is a least availability of accessible course content. No doubt PDFs are there. One may argue we have this digital content, but not all PDFs are equally readable because they are scanned. You means the hard copy are scanned and it is converted into PDF, which cannot be read properly by the screen reader softwares. Just one example. If I talk about the formulas, math formulas and all, right? The screen readers cannot read all the math formulas. Right? We need to have the conversion.
Madam.
Chemistry, the equations and all, some of the equations are readable. The organic chemistry is by default accessible. However, the diagrams, the physics diagrams or the electronic circuits, they are not accessible. Okay, so these are all these challenges, or in all, I can say the education system needs to be modified so as to make it inclusive for all. And looking at this scenario, we started certain initiatives for providing inclusive education in our college. And this is required for each and every education institute who wants to provide some facilities or provide education to the PWDs. The building infrastructure should be accessible. It is there everywhere now. The UGC and AICT mandate makes it compulsory. Not only restricted to that, we need to sensitize all the stakeholders, the peers, the peer students, teachers, the assessors, everyone. The course curriculum should be made accessible. We should try to use as many as ICT tools available possible for teaching learning. When I am using these ICT tools, some of the course content which is not accessible can be made accessible using these assistive technologies. When we come to exams, the exam conduction itself is inaccessible. The provisions what are given for the persons with disabilities is only in terms of more time, right? Maybe a 3-hour paper, they allow 1 hour extra for persons with disabilities. We provide writers, okay, but when a person is dictating something to a writer, those thoughts are not spontaneous. Okay, no, we should provide the facility of answering verbally to the rather than asking someone to write the answers. So that is accepted as per this PWD Act, right? So we need to make the exam conduction inclusive. So there should be certain exam reforms. So we allow answering the theory questions orally. We record that answer, and the assessors assess those particular answers. So for that, we need to procure certain devices. That's the only thing what is required. So all this is possible due to the advent or due to the due to the improvements in the kind of digital and computer technology. So it is acting as a boon to the persons with disabilities. No doubt, for accessing the computers also, the PWDs have certain challenges, right? So there are variety of barriers when PWDs use computer system, and I have tried to group them into two categories: barriers in providing the computer input and interpreting the output. And these barriers differ from disability to disability or from impairment to impairment. So the four categories of impairments, no doubt there are 21 disability types, but more or less all of them can be grouped into these four groups, right? Like mobility impairment, visual impairment, hearing or speech impairment, and cognitive or specific learning impaired. So the challenges for all of them are different, and some interventions for this have to be incorporated so that these individuals can use the computer system effectively, efficiently, and that way uh, complete their educational work. So just I will go through certain challenges for faced by these different types of impaired individuals. So as far as mobility or the motor impairment is concerned, there is no challenge as such for as far as the output, interpreting the output is concerned. A, 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 a motor disabled individual can easily interpret the screen output. Only thing required is the literacy of that particular language. It is not a challenge. However, challenge is in using the input devices. Some of the users, maybe somebody who is not having one hand, or maybe both the hands are there, but there is no sufficient power in order to use these devices, or there is a very limited movement of the hands. In that case, using keyboard and mouse is a challenge. Okay? So there should be some mechanism so as to provide alternate devices or alternate means for input. Right? Some modifications in the input devices can assist. Maybe the keyboard, if I can have the keyboard with large keys, or maybe there are certain overlay. If suppose there is a limited movement of hands, there are mini keyboards available. There are special keyboards available for left-handed and right-handed individuals. All such things can assist. In fact, using a mouse is a challenge. So mouse can be replaced by some other devices like trackballs or any other pointing device. Right? As far as visual impairment is concerned, there is no severe challenge as such for providing the input. A blind individual usually, or rather the visually impaired individuals who are using the computer system, they are much proficient than us while they use the keyboards. Keyboard usage of keyboard is not a challenge for these visually impaired individuals. The challenge is in interpreting the screen output, right? These individuals cannot access the visual information, or they face difficulty in accessing the visual information. I'm talking in terms of low vision individuals. It is not that they don't have any vision, right? The vision is there, but there are certain limitations. They need to zoom the text, right? So as such, for these individuals, the remedy should be providing alternative to the visual output, maybe speech, maybe braille, or maybe magnification of that, screen contrast, all such things. Then comes the impairments. Hearing impaired individuals do not face any challenge as such in using the computer system. They can use the computer system very efficiently. No challenge as far as input and output is concerned. When I say this, it is the output on the screen. The challenge here is interpreting the audio output. Maybe there at times there are certain warnings, the audio warning alerts which are appearing on the screen, right? Which are not which are some sort of sound signals which we hear when something goes wrong. So for this, visual alerts, if the mechanism is done for sending visual alerts, that will assist. Okay, and also the voice output can be converted into text form so that it can be easily interpreted by these hearing impaired individuals. And as far as speech impaired individuals are concerned, there are certain communication devices which provide synthesized voice for verbal communication. Maybe you people remember the interaction of some speech impaired individuals using computer system. You might have seen this in some movies, right? Or maybe some certain videos. So in order to provide the assistance to these persons with disabilities in accessing the computer system, we rely on something called as assistive technologies. Assistive technologies can be defined as an item, a piece of equipment, a software program, an entire product, or a system that is used to increase, maintain, or improve the functional capabilities of PWDs. So the assistive technologies, and here I am restricting myself to assistive technologies for digital media, right, for computers. So different disabilities will require different assistive technologies. So whatever are the challenges, what we highlighted just now for these three different category of impairments, no doubt I don't have a separate slide for cognitive impaired or the learning impaired individuals, because these people can use some of the assistive technologies which are suggested for blind or for motor disabled or for hearing impaired. When we come to that particular slide, I will let you know, because these learning disabled or the cognitive impaired individuals, they don't have any challenge apart from attention deficit. Okay, attention deficit, they cannot interpret fast moving content and all these things, but they can use the computers. They don't have any impairment as such as far as operating the computer is concerned, because they have two hands, right? Their vision is proper, everything is fine. Okay, so assistive technologies for different disabilities will be different. These are some of the assistive technologies for motor impaired individuals. So certain adaptive switches and pointing devices are shown. The first row shows the adaptive switches, right? Maybe the people who have limited mobility of the fingers, right? In that case, we can provide this switch, which will, sorry, excuse me, which will, which can be easily operated by small movement of a finger, right? That is what is shown in this second diagram. Whereas if a person cannot hold a grip properly, in that case we can have cushioned grip, and in which there will be the switching element present, and using the fingers, just by moving the fingers, that switch can be operated, right? Here the third one, the thumb press switch, just like a bed switch. And the fourth one is just like joystick, but it is a four-way switch. So all these require least movement of a hand, and that will assist the motor disabled. The motor disabled may be due to certain accident, maybe by birth, or maybe by old age. These devices are useful for all of them. So the next row shows certain pointing devices. This can act as a replacement for mouse, right? So some other mechanism is taken for pointing the device and clicking it. So these switches can be grouped as eye movement switches, head movement switches, head strap movement switches, or a sip and puff. So sip and puff, person has to blow the air or sip it from there. So that can act as a Morse code input to the computer system, which will be translated into a click. Not only that, the wrinkles on the forehead can also be taken as an input. Okay, here. So just you use your forehead, the skin on the forehead, move the skin on your forehead, and that particular input can be given to the computer system. Some other assistive technologies. A person having motor disability, let's say the fingers are always shivering or the hands are shivering. In that case, there will be false keys, the false keys will be pressed. No doubt there is provision for certain sticky keys. You can group multiple keys together, because if suppose I want to restart my computer, I quite often use alt control and delete. Okay, and I go to the I may end the task, or I may restart the computer. But pressing multiple keys together will be a challenge for such individuals. So for them, we can have some settings in the operating system, like using the sticky keys, or maybe non-allowing multiple key press together, so that the false inputs can be eliminated. But at the same time, if there is some provision made on the keyboard itself, which will not allow the fingers to slip. You can see this particular black and white image here. Right? There is an overlay, and there is some circular border behind, aside the keys. So once a person keeps his fingers on this on these keys, there is a very least probability of slipping the fingers accidentally. Okay, maybe large keys can also help. These solutions also work for low vision or blind individuals, right? This is what is called as a trackball. It is a replacement for mouse. There is two different versions of trackball are shown. Just one has to place the hand on the large size ball and you can move it, and that will emulate the same action as that of a mouse. Okay, and on the right I am showing the keyboard with braille keys. No doubt there are some braille symbols rather than the text that will be useful for the blind individuals. Okay, so these 3-4 technologies which are shown, they are helpful for blind as well as motor disabled individuals. Now assistive technologies for visually challenged. As we mentioned, the challenge is in interpreting the output. Like people cannot see the content on the screen, so screen recorders or the software which can read the content on the computer screen in human like voice is used. These are called as screen recorders. It converts not only the text into speech, but all the buttons, right? Whatever appears on the screen, maybe the button, the shortcut keys, or the images, right, or any other content or any other element present on the screen will be converted into equivalent voice. The various examples are this Windows Narrator, NVDA, JAWS Screen Reader Software, Supernova, VoiceOver. The first 3-4, this Windows Narrator, NVDA, JAWS, Supernova, they work well with Windows, right? No doubt, some of them, this NVDA can work on Linux as well, right? VoiceOver is specially device for Apple based or Mac based devices, and TalkBack is for Android. So these screen reader softwares are useful for blind individuals. Screen magnifiers, these are the tools which magnify the screen content. So screen content can be enlarged many folds so that the low vision individuals who cannot see the small text can easily interpret the output on the computer screen itself. Okay, also for reading the books, certain hardware based screen magnifiers are available. So you place that magnifier onto the book. The OCR mechanism, optical character recognition mechanism in that hardware will pick up the image, convert it into digital format, and present it after zooming on the display of that particular hardware device called a screen magnifier. So this screen magnifier software as well as hardware in the hardware form are available. Right? Zoom text, Pearl magnifier, all these are the software solutions, means combination of software and hardware solutions. Other most important assistive technology for blind are the refreshable braille displays or the braille pads. The person who does not have any vision, for them braille is the only alternative. So these refreshable braille displays can replace the monitor, and we can have a laptop with refreshable braille display. So whatever appears on the screen, that output is converted into equivalent braille, and that can be interpreted by the blind individual by sensing those symbols. Braille printers for printing the output in braille format. Apart from that, scanning and reading technologies which are useful for reading or for interpreting the printed documents. So there are variety of scanners available: Kibo Access, OpenBook, Cruisewell 1000, Instant Reader. There is one more from a startup in Gujarat. I forgot the name, and it is much efficient and much less means cost efficient as compared to the other solutions. So a blind individual or maybe a old individual who wants to read the content from a newspaper, they can use such devices, and the content of the newspaper can be converted into digital format. The text can be converted into digital format, and using some other software like text to speech, it can be read by that software, right? So it is useful for all. DAISY, or the Digital Access Information System. This is a publication technology or the publishing technology which helps to publish the content in different or multiple formats. Just like rather than just having a book in a printed format, if we use this DAISY philosophy, the content can be published in different formats like audio, large text, or braille. And the same book, if you write a book and if you publish via this DAISY, it will be available in different formats: a printed format, in terms of the braille format, a large font format, as well as audio books. So it is catching, this particular philosophy is catching up, and India has also become part of this DAISY consortia, and we have this Sugamma Pustakalaya, wherein most of the content, the most of the books, Indian books, are available in audio format. I'm talking about the general books, not the technological. Here also the books related to science and technology are not there, or they are very limited in number. Next is book reader and voice recorder. I came across this device called as Mega Voice. This device reads the ebooks and also provides provision for recording the audio. Once this device is procured, we can store the books in audio format in this particular device. So maybe a blind individual who cannot see the content or cannot read the book because of the visual impairment. So for such individuals, if suppose uh, his or her parents or maybe siblings uh, can read the book, and that read content can be stored into this device. It's a very small device, very handy, and it is very much uh, cheaper, maybe around 3,000 rupees, that not more than that. So these are some of the images, the technologies, what I discussed just now. Assistive technologies like screen reader. This is the image for the leftmost top image is the image of JAWS screen reader software. You need to install this on the computer. It is not free, but the free version is available called as NVDA. JAWS is a paid version. So even if someone uses this NVDA, almost all the facilities which are available on JAWS, they are available. Uh, they are available in NVDA as well. This is the screen magnifier software, right? You can see this is a pointing device. A book is placed. It will pick up this image, convert it into digital format, and present it on the screen of the computer. If you have the screen reader software, the content on the screen can also be read in voice, right? And this small boy holding the device, this is nothing but the device as I mentioned, Mega Voice. Okay, so this is a small mobile like device in which we can record the audio, you can store the ebooks, and this reader will read these books for you. Refreshable braille displays, you can see this is a small display, a refreshable braille display called as braille pad, and this is a full-fledged braille display. You can see you can attach this to a computer, and it can replace the computer screen, right? It can be a replacement for the computer screen as far as the visually impaired individuals are concerned. Okay, just by placing the fingers on this, the visually challenged people can interpret the output. And assistive technologies for hearing impaired. Apart from hearing aids, we have this telecoil, the Phonak Roger pen, and the speech to text transcription software. Right? Card system, it's not that popular in India. It is human assisted real time captioning of verbal content. But the automated captioning using certain softwares is gaining popularity. So I will show these devices. These are different varieties of earphones. Hope the screen is changing for you, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So this is something called as induction loop or the telecoil. So wherein in an area this system has to be placed. The earphone, the special earphones or special hearing aids will have a mechanism which will pick up the electromagnetic signal and convert it into uh, digitized voice, digitized sound signal. So the whenever a person is in this induction loop, whatever signals, whatever audio signals are present in that particular room, they are picked up by this loop system, induction loop system. It will pick it up, the signals arriving from maybe television, maybe mobile, or some people who are speaking. The sound signals are picked. These are converted into digital format and then transmitted in a RF fashion or into electromagnetic waves. These electromagnetic waves will be picked up by this earpiece or by this what is it, hearing aid. This coil in the hearing aid will pick up this signal, converted it back into from electromagnetic to electrical form. This electrical signal will be given to this device and which will convert it into equivalent audio form. Right. So what happens with this is the disturbance in the surrounding which causes corruption of the audio signal is eliminated. The normal hearing aids, they pick up the audio signal, then amplify it, they smooth it, they amplify it and provide it to the hearing impaired individual. But in a crowded place this is not of use, right? So this induction loop mechanism is converting the audio into electromagnetic into back into electrical, and from electrical to audio format. And that way whatever is the noise in between, that can be eliminated. Okay, so for that you need to use this special hearing aids. There is a button, you can switch from audio mode to this loop mode. The enhancement to the to the principle of this telecoil is something called as a Roger pen. This is a state of art from Phonak Technologies, the Phonak Roger pen. It uses the Bluetooth technology. You can see a person wearing this pen-like device. Okay, so when a hearing impaired individual wants to communicate with a particular person, maybe you can consider the scenario in a classroom, right? That the student is hearing impaired and he or she is willing to listen to the communication from the teacher. The teacher will wear this Roger pen device. This Roger pen will pick up the audio signals, convert it into electric format, and then send using the Bluetooth. Now, the hearing aid is tuned with this Roger pen, right? So, this Roger pen, whatever Bluetooth signals are transmitted by the Roger pen, will be picked up by this hearing aid, and then the digital quality voice can be heard by the hearing impaired individual. Okay, so this is useful for one-to-one communication, right? Hearing from one person by the hearing impaired individual. This requires, this company provides calibration of this device with the hearing aid. Also, they provide the calibration with respect to the person or a group of people, group of speakers. Okay. So this was all about introduction to these technologies as far as these three most important impairments are concerned. Out of these, some of the devices can be used for cognitive disabled, right? This screen readers, the screen reader software can be useful for learning disabled individuals as well. Screen magnifier as well as screen reader, because these people are quite often distracted. If we ask them to read, their attention span will not be there, will not last for more than 10 minutes. So if some assistance is provided, maybe they can see the computer screen as well as the screen reader software will read what is there on the whatever content is there on the screen. That will be assistance for the learning disabled individuals as well. There are certain certain devices, a notepad and a pen, which is useful for improving the handwriting of these cognitive disabled individuals or these learning disabled individuals, right? At our college, we have procured some of these assistive technologies. We have this NVDA, which is available for free. Apart from that, we have procured this JAWS screen reader, the screen magnifier, the Pearl screen magnifier, and the dictaphone or the recorder. No doubt, many of the assistive technologies are available. Plethora of technologies are available. Right? If you just search, you will get variety of products. But one challenge is there: these assistive devices, whatever are available in the market, are not affordable to all. If I correlate, if I talk this in terms of this Roger pen, right? Can anyone predict what will be the cost of this Roger pen? It's roughly 1.25 lakhs without GST. So these are imported, and a normal individual, normal or a lower middle class family also cannot afford it for the hearing impaired child, right? So most of these technologies, whatever are available in the market, they are not affordable, and hence this necessitates low cost assistive technology development at the local level. And in this, each and every one of us can contribute. If you have that passion, you contribute in developing this low cost technology. There should be some association with a group of individuals who are working in this. IIT Delhi, the assistant from IIT Delhi, they have done a good, a fantastic job in the last 7-8 years. Also, you might have seen the video of the wheelchair developed at IIT Madras. All these are the efforts taken at the at our nation level in order to provide or home grow these assistive technologies. Right? We are also taking certain baby steps. We are nowhere, I know, but still we want to contribute to the society. So what we tried was providing, first we tried to provide the solution to the hearing impaired individuals. We developed this real-time captioning and transcribing tool for hearing impaired. So the application, during my introduction, someone told about that, called as the Text It Loud. And this is an Android app which is available for free and free from advertisements, and it is freely available at Android Play Store. This is the link for that. This particular idea came to our mind only after looking at this Roger pen. There was one student, hearing impaired student from a well-to-do family, and she has procured this device, and she came to us saying we want to have the calibration sessions. So all the teachers were requested to help that girl in this calibration process. So the same idea we picked up. Mobiles are omnipresent, right? And everyone nowadays is having a mobile phone, right? A smartphone. So why Android phone, the smartphone has everything in it. It has a display, it has speaker, it has microphone, it has all the variety of interfaces like cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, etc. Now, if I can have a mechanism in which the teacher who is having the mobile, hope the slide has changed for you, right? Teacher is conducting the session in the class. It is merely the content which is presented on the blackboard or in the presentation slide that makes sense for the hearing impaired student present in the class. Now the student is also carrying a mobile, teacher also has a mobile. Why not to use it for our purpose? So both of them are supposed to download this app. They need to start it, and teacher may keep this mobile in the pocket. Whatever teacher speaks, that will be converted, that voice will be converted, that speech will be converted into text and presented on the screen of the student, right? For all others, it's a normal class, right? They can see the presentation on the screen, or they can see the blackboard, but the content, the verbal content of the teacher, which cannot be heard by this hearing impaired individual, hearing impaired student, can be presented as live caption on the mobile screen. So this will cost nothing to not to the institute, not to the individual student, right? So the idea and what we did, we use this internet-based system so that irrespective of the carrier available, maybe at certain areas we may have Wi-Fi, at certain areas the Wi-Fi may not be there, so we can use the cellular network as well, right? So whatever the user, the speaker speaks, that will be converted into text and sent on the cloud, and from there the text will be sent to the recipient's mobile. This is a one-to-many system. There can be multiple listeners, right? With the Phonak Roger pen, the drawback is it is one-to-one, whereas this is one-to-many. Okay, and in this pandemic, we have seen we are we are using these online platforms, and each and every online platform provides screen captioning. But if you see the classroom teaching learning, right, we developed this in 2018. The challenge was the classroom. In the classroom, the hearing impaired individuals cannot listen, or there is no mechanism to make the audio content or the verbal content of the teacher to this individual, and for that reason we developed this. Okay. Okay. So the objective here was improve the classroom participation of hearing impaired individuals. Right?
Sir, Shetty,
Yes, please.
sir,
Yeah.
type means
Okay, ma'am. Okay. So you kindly visit this Play Store, right? Just to one show. That's it. Yeah. Okay. So this is where this text it loud is available. You can play the video from there itself. So this text it loud, there are two modes, a standalone and a participating mode. So this, if you download it on your mobile, that is also useful for generating the voice transcript, right? You can easily convert it. Yeah. So you can see the screen captions are appearing here. Ma'am, just 5 more minutes. Is it possible?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. No problem.
Okay. Okay. So I will skip all this content. So here the first diagram, I can see the main advantage of this particular software is that it can run in the background. Okay. So all other software which are available on Play Store, they run in the foreground. That means I cannot open any other app. Whereas what is shown here is I have opened the presentation slide and the caption text is appearing in an overlaid fashion on the same screen, right? After this lecture is over, the transcript can be, we can generate the transcript which can be saved and it can be easily downloaded. The extension to this app is Chat It Loud. So here we extended this concept for meetings, right? This is many to many communication. You see, in the meeting, when people are, one of the participant is hearing impaired, what others are speaking, that particular content will be presented on the screen of this user, just like our chat messages. They can read this, assuming the hearing impaired can speak, they can, just by reading the messages, they can participate in the ongoing discussion. Yeah. The next is voice to Indian sign language translator. This is developed using some machine learning models, and This is available on Heroku. This is a web app, not a Android application, rather a web app. Here this software converts the text or voice into equivalent sign language, right? So if I speak something through the mic, or if I put a text here, it will be converted into equivalent ISL, and that video will be played when I submit this button. That's all. And these are the publications, some of the publications on this work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Shetty sir, for your for sharing your views with us. So,
Shetty sir.
Yeah, I will stop sharing now.
Sir, that means okay.
But before moving forward, we have some questions for you. Is it okay for you to?
Yeah, fine.
Yeah.
Your session went very wonderful, sir. There are many responses as well as many questions and queries also, sir.
Okay, ma'am. So, is it okay? We take it now?
We will take only two
Okay, ma'am.
questions, and
Okay, ma'am.
just due to time constraint, and sir,
Yeah.
please
Fine.
send your detailed paper, sir.
Paper. Okay. Okay.
So there's one question.
Without
Where can one procure these devices? We are particularly interested in the special keyboards. It is from Shishu Sarathi, Assam.
Yeah, those keyboards can be procured. I know XRCVC, Mumbai, St. Xavier's College, right? You can contact them. They will make make you available with these devices for blind individuals. And there is in a private firm called as Karishma Enterprises.
Kalyani, 1 minute.
Yeah.
Sir, sir, Shishu Sarati ma'am's question is particularly for the intellectually slow learners, sir.
Slow learners or the learning disabled. Right.
Learning with disabilities. Sir.
Ma'am, what I know about this learning disability is that they don't have any impairment as such, apart from attention span, right? So there are certain gadgets which are available from childhood. They can use those toy-like devices. Some people use the fidget spinner for increasing their attention span. As far as improvement in the writing is concerned, in that case, they can use this
Upload the images.
special pen and pad. If at all, let me share another screen. Just a second. Okay. Just a minute. I will give you the name of that particular device.
Actually, I was interested in that those large size tabs, keyboards, or
Yeah,
keyboards or something.
Yeah, those are available, ma'am. Those you can get it from Karishma Enterprises. I don't know only one vendor in Mumbai.
Okay.
Maybe
We'll check.
Yeah,
If you can...
I will also check, and I will text you, ma'am. I will send you a mail.
Okay, that'll be great. Thank you.
Shishu sir, ma'am, you are from Guwahati, right?
That's right.
Yeah. Okay.
Now we are in the process of procuring them, and we're looking for some these what they call cleave keyboards or something, and they are very expensive. So we're just wondering whether we saw something online, and I was just wondering if there were some better options available.
Sure, ma'am. I will let you know, ma'am.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Hello, Dr. V. Janki. If you want to ask anything, that means what the questions you have in the chat box. I'm not following that. Please ask.
Please go ahead, ma'am.
Dr. V. Janki. Hello. Hello, V. Janki. Kalyani, once again ask her V. Janki too. Otherwise, we can take next, sir.
Janaki ma'am, if you have any questions, you can unmute yourself and ask it. Sir, there is one person. He is asking if you can provide your email and contact number.
Yeah, I will put it in the chat.
Yes, sir. Sure. And one more question is from Alka Sangati Foundation. They are asking, would you like to collaborate for making it viable through Sangati 8 at platform?
Sure, ma'am. Sure, no, we'll be happy. You can contact us. Let us know in what way we can contribute. Right, we are ready for all these collaborations.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Kindly share the mail ID. I am sharing my mail ID in the chat.
Yes.
Thank you.
If anybody wants to,
Shetty sir, 1 minute, Kalyan. Sir, share your PPT also. Many participants are requesting to PPT of the speaker, sir. Shetty sir.
Yes, ma'am. I will share it. I will mail it to you, ma'am.
And sir, if you take that means 4-5 days, but please send the full paper also, sir, after that.
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
Okay. Kalyan, you.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving onwards towards. Once again, I request Amol Kamre sir to introduce us to the next speaker, our next speaker. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. The next speaker of that particular session, I extends to a very warm welcome, a very eminent personality, Dr. Shyam Guru, sir. Dr. Shyam Guru is worked as professor at Walchand College, RIT College, KLE College, Technology, Hubli. He is also worked as a professor of practice at Ahmedabad University. He is also the postdoctoral fellow in aerospace engineering, Virginia Technology, USA. Talking about his educational qualification, he has completed Bachelor of Technology in Civil Engineering at Walchand College, Sangli, and also completed Master of Technology degree in Aerospace Engineering. He got PhD degree in Mechanical Engineering, TU, the Netherlands. Speaking about their industrial experience, he has worked in industries such as for Airbus project, B Bangalore, AOES, the Netherlands, Atkins, the Netherlands, EATON, Pune. And lastly, talking about his setup, he is a founder of Jago Motion Technology Private Limited, and also working for improving mobility of disabled people, and also set up has electrical vehicles based product for disabled people. So without taking too much time, I would like to request Dr. Shyam Guru, sir, to share your view with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will share my screen and then. Okay. So screen is visible, I hope.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Shivaji University for giving me this great opportunity to talk on uplifting disability, doing something about the disability. I will tell my journey.
लोकांना पण ते एकमेकाची मदत व्हायला लागली.
I will share my journey with you all. Last 2 days, I saw a lot of people who have spent many years working for disability in different ways. So it's quite inspiring. I mean, I started very recently, as you told about my experience and all. I studied at IITM and then TU Delft in Netherlands, worked in Europe for 10 years, worked in industry, in aerospace. But frankly speaking, when I started my startup, and especially when I got this cause of disability, that's the most beautiful period of my life. I mean, I worked in a very niche areas of aircraft design, but what we are doing now, really solving the problems of, they really matter to us, and that excites me more. So what happened is actually I wanted to do my startup, but I mean, I didn't know what exactly I want to do, but there was some inspiration. My mother was paralyzed. I came back to India to support her, to help her. And I wanted to do something for her. I mean, she couldn't walk. She wanted to walk in her last 10 years. She passed away. And that inspired me, to do something for disabled people. We started now this organization that works extensively for disability. Our vision is, to reach every disabled person in the world for improving their life in one way or another. So that means if we can develop something wonderful, if we can help somebody who is already in the field doing something, that's also great. Okay. So in any way, we want to be partner with anybody who is doing something with disability. And moving in this direction, this year we already started developing some solutions. I mean, not a lot, but few solutions. And we're finding them very, very appealing and very useful to the society. I will share with you what we are doing. Okay. I started my journey, I am professor at Ahmedabad University, and I visited this Gandhi ashram, and I was meditating there, and I asked, I mean, what should I do? And it's a couple of years back, and I just saw this quote somewhere. Somebody told me, find a cause and means will follow, and I found a cause, so helping disabled way possible. Now I started really understanding disability. Okay, what's disability? I mean, people showed in last 2 days, I have done extensive literature search on different forms of disability, because I'm in a business, so I want to know things about, every possible aspect, every possible chance that we can get into. And still, I didn't understand it from the literature, but I really started learning disability when I started meeting people, right? And I started talking to them about their problem, and then it was my journey just started, okay? So it's just a very short journey as compared to, all these great people I saw from yesterday, very extremely inspiring people in India, abroad, and these people who presented amazing work. I'm really moved and inspired by them. So in this short period, I learned few things, few parameters, which are essential for, helping disabled people. First thing which I realized is mobility. I saw most of the people, they're sitting at home, they're helpless. Either they need somebody's support, they cannot move without anybody's support, so they have to sit at home. So that brings them one way or another down. So in terms of moral, in terms of, their health, depression, all sorts of things. So mobility, their movement within the house, outside the house. This is what I felt is one of the key factors. So mobility is something I decided to focus on, and we are working on it. I'll show few products that we built to improve the mobility of disabled people. Second parameter which I realized when some people saw our products and they were, I built a walker, and I was just some elderly guy had a problem with his leg, and I showed him, I discussed with him, I showed him this walker that I designed and developed, and then he said, yeah, it's wonderful, I want to buy it. And how much? I said 5,000 rupees, and he said, yeah, it's too expensive. Okay. And as I spoke to many people on these different products, affordability is a big issue. When it comes to buying a China vehicle for the kids, for people, they can easily spend 10,000, 20,000. But when it comes to buying things for their elderly people, paralyzed mom or dad, it's very, very critical review. is done, why she needs it, why he needs it, and it all comes to the price. Okay, even in the previous discussion, you saw the affordability is a roadblock, it's a bottleneck. Any gadget, there are so many innovations happening in US, in Europe, but if you want to bring that directly here, affordability is a big issue. So we have to rethink, reinvent in a different way to our context, to our environment, so that we can make it affordable. So making things affordable is an important parameter in anything we develop. Third thing which I recently discovered is, people can move, they can buy these things, but what are they going to do? If they're not going to support themselves. Okay, so employability is something which I felt pretty important, and I was amazed at this Sarth Foundation they're doing for skilling, and others, many others. Previous speaker talked about so much about education, beautiful. So education, skilling, this is all employability. So employability is important, and we also put this employability in a different perspective. Okay, getting people employed in these top companies is one aspect, but I'm talking middle class, even below that, something which is in a poverty, how you can give them employment. And then that's what I started thinking about. Okay, and I put just awareness. So awareness is something very, very important. We realized my mother was depressed when she got paralyzed. She was thinking about only when she's going to die. And me and my father, my family, entire family, my brother, everybody was putting so much effort to help her feel better. And so what I'm trying to tell is this awareness is also an important factor between the people who are disabled, that they have these rights, and they have to do not become shy about it when they exercise these rights. And the people who are surrounding them, they need to be aware, because I work with several institutes. I see AICT or these committees visit, every time they make remarks that there is no provision for disabled people to take something and then to make their life better. These remarks are made and they're noted, but no action is taken. So awareness is very important in disabled people as well as people surrounding them. Okay? Based on these things, we started building few vehicles. So first one, as I said, the walker. This interesting story. I didn't work extensively in this. I want to, several things I'm now on it, I will share. But I'll share one interesting thing. Maybe a video I will share with you. I think we'll see this video. Can you see the video? Can you see the video?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is a boy who could, barely walk, very less power in his legs. This family came to us in help. Doctors designed crutches, but even with crutches, he was not, hardly. And we came up with a simple solution, This boy actually never walked, without anybody's support, and not even this much distance. His father shared this video with us, almost 2 kilometers that day he walked, he got tired. What I want to share from this video is, we think of, always some great solutions. I designed this walker. I got inspired by this MIT walker video, but that's ridiculously expensive for Indian context. And I redesigned it, and solution could be very simple. What you see in this solution is we simply made this walker in order to, he could hold his hands so that he supports his weight on the walker, and we designed this walker strong enough. It's not rocket science like I did in aircraft, but very simple, but thinking about the problem and then giving solution. What I see is there is very little innovation happening in order to make these tailored devices. Okay, of course, I mean, there are many some generic things which are in demand. They're produced a lot, but I think we need to think about several such innovations. Other thing which we have built is a wheelchair. I'll just share with you. And then this is the first prototype we built some 2 years back, one and a half year back. We have now a different version of it, but interesting to show this. This person learned this vehicle in 5 minutes. Just before the video, he was brought there. He just picked up the vehicle. He just sat, drove, very happy with it. We actually are giving employment to this person, with a wheelchair and a job. I will come to that. I want to show this video one more time, just to show you some features of it. See, about this video, about this wheelchair, what I saw in the market is the wheelchairs which are on joystick. They are very difficult to control, especially when you are on Indian road condition with these small wheels and the maneuverability on speed breakers and potholes and whatnot. And, we designed it in such a way that people should go out on street. They should do buying and shopping. This is the thing which I felt, and employability. So if we are going to make a provision for such vehicles where they can, they can sell certain things, or distribute the newspaper, or distribute the milk packs, so they start becoming employable. Okay, so this is the direction we are thinking about all these devices. There's one more video before I go on. So this is a simple electric rickshaw, mini rickshaw. Now, what you see on the backside, this is just a prototype. It's a solar powered. What we are trying to do is we design the backside of it so that, the disabled people, they can use it for selling things, sitting in there, or distributing things from one place to another, making them employable. Okay. Yeah. So see, this is just few videos which we build on the product I showed to you. The important aspects, these three things: mobility. So we are trying to improve the mobility by walker, by wheelchair, by rickshaw, or by whatever it comes to. So second thing, affordability. Any product you see in the market or in Europe or US is ridiculously expensive. It's not affordable to people. So we are trying to build our own technology so that it becomes affordable to people. And by means of these products, if we can generate employment for these people, we're trying to do it. We're doing innovations even, to where the stair climbing is possible, or for blind people, autonomous wheelchairs are possible, or something like that. And also assistive technologies like exoskeleton, where, knee implants, hip bone implants. So similar areas, whichever these disabilities we come across, we're trying to give innovative solution along these lines. Now, this is what we are trying to do in this sector. And I think I'm happy to share with you our story, how we are trying to contribute. Thank you very much. I learned a lot in these 2 days webinar from several people who have, years of experience, and they're doing a lot. I mean, so it's really inspiring. Somebody's, there, and I would love to work with them, collaborate with them, support them in any way. Thank you very much for inviting me and giving me this opportunity here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Kalyani, there are many comments and some questions for Guru, sir. Please,
Yes,
they are important. Please read.
There's one question, sir. How much would an e-wheelchair from IFFINI cost?
That's a tough question. Yes.
Ma'am, Ketki ma'am, you can ask if you are directed to Guru, sir.
Yeah, but we can discuss about it. I wouldn't go for a cost here, but I would say it's 1/3 of the cost which is available in the market. Like Europe, 1.5 lakhs is something you pay normally. This is what we are coming at is 50,000.
Okay. And so please can you share your contact and email ID on the chat group?
Yes, I will put it in the chat right away.
Yes. If anybody has any questions, they can ask right away.
Very useful technology, sir, you have developed. That means those who are not to be very familiar with all these devices. And sir, please send the write-up also as soon as possible, sir.
Hujruk ma'am, you are actually muted. Can you unmute yourself and then ask the question?
It is useful. Persons, but also
गुरु साहब मैं भी जानना चाहती हूँ कि व्हीलचेयर के और ई रिक्शा की कितनी प्राइस होगी, क्योंकि आप जो बता रहे हैं वो 1/3 प्राइस भी हमारे लोग देहातों के अफोर्ड कर सकेंगे कि नहीं, जिनको ज्यादा जरूरत है और हमारे पास ऐसे कई सैकड़ों में है, हजारों में है, तो इसके लिए हम जानना बहुत जरूरी है। आप जरूर मालूम कराइए।
Ji, madam, I mean, I'm very inspired by your work. I know your work. I mean, really good that you asked. It's an honor that you interacted. Thank you. See, couple of things. हम लोग ये देखना चाह रहे हैं कि अगर एक तो प्राइस कम करने के लिए सब्सिडी, गवर्नमेंट सब्सिडी, because it's available. We have to just tap it so that सब्सिडी, गवर्नमेंट सब्सिडी मिलती है दो तरह से. एक तो इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल, सेकेंडली इज फॉर डिसेबिलिटी, तो उससे प्राइस काफी कम हो सकती है. तो आपकी मदद से हम इसको एक्सप्लोर करना चाहेंगे. आई एम एक्सप्लोरिंग. सेकेंड थिंग, इन टर्म्स ऑफ इंस्टॉलमेंट्स, where person can get employment and then he can pay this in partially loans. And if there are people who cannot afford, जिनको वाकई में मुश्किल है, तो we can always make an exception.
सर, इसका मेंटेनेंस क्या होगा?
दिस वी अगेन, ये हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि इसका मेंटेनेंस हो ही ना. जैसे बैटरी खत्म हो जाए 3 साल के बाद, 4 साल के बाद, तो शायद बैटरी इज समथिंग, बट मोटर रन्स फॉर लाइफ टाइम मोस्टली. सोलर 5 साल के बाद जा सकता है, बट सोलर रिड्यूसेस द एवरीडे कॉस्ट. जैसे इलेक्ट्रिसिटी यूज्ड इज वेरी लो कॉस्ट.
गवर्नमेंट की जो फंड्स है ना दिव्यांगों के लिए, उन्होंने रिजर्व रखे हुए हैं
जी,
इससे ये एम्प्लॉयमेंट के एम सामने रखकर
जी,
जो है ये रिक्शा खास करके
जी,
और व्हीलचेयर्स भी,
जी,
इसके लिए कंबाइनली कोशिश जरूर करेंगे.
बिल्कुल मैडम, आई विल सपोर्ट इन ऑल वेज.
सर, तसं थोडंसं अफोर्डेबल होण्यासारखं समथिंग विल बी इफ पॉसिबल. Please let to know about, because many people are interested but they are not affordable.
I understand, madam.
This is the problem. Okay.
For example, this rickshaw costs around 3 lakhs. We gave it some person who came forward at the prototype stage, we gave him for 1 lakh. It's just at the manufacturing cost. I mean, we are in a loss, but we are giving it to, people are using it. So we can make always exceptions to people. But if there are some foundations, if they come forward and we can work together on reduction of this cost using subsidized things or some schemes, I'm open to all these things.
If anybody has any other questions, they are free to ask it. They can either drop the message in the chat box or unmute themselves and ask the question.
श्याम गुरु सर,
यस सर,
आपका जो कार्य है वो उल्लेखनीय है। हमारे देश में ऐसे काम करने वाले लोग बहुत ही कम हो रहे हैं और जिनका नाम है उसमें आपका एक नाम है। बहुत ही बढ़िया और समझदारी से काम आप विकलांग लोगों के लिए कर रहे हैं और उनका जो आपकी जो आकांक्षाएं बढ़ रही है उससे हमें प्रेरणा मिल रही है। ये आपको सैल्यूट करने जैसा काम है। बहुत ही आपने प्रेरक विचार आपके जो मन में थे हमारे सामने पेश किए, हमने शेयर किए, इसलिए थैंक्स लॉट सर।
Thank you sir, thank you for your compliments.
Shall we move towards?
Yes, over to you, Kamre sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. So I declare Dr. Prasanna Shetty sir and Dr. Shyam Guru has given a very interesting lecture. It is useful for not only disabled person but also us. I thankful all Dr. Prasanna Shetty sir and Dr. Shyam Guru sir for your guidance and spending your valuable time. Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir. And I declare that this session will be over. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now moving towards the last session, that is the valedictory session. I invite Dr. Kalyani Pawar ma'am to introduce us to the speaker and the president, and also talk about the whole. Before that, I introduce Pratibha Desai ma'am to talk about the webinar. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay, that's, I think that the assistive technology is very much useful, and both presentations are wonderful and usable also. But we will have in future we will have offline, and it will be to be the practical. But since the COVID is to be ending, and we think that it is to be the offline and online modes are to be going, and we have taken online because of all people are from throughout the India. Just the 2 days this webinar will that means it will run very successful, and all speakers they have presented there are the total 4 sessions and 20 speakers including valedictory and as well as inaugural sessions, and Agarwal session is to be the wonderful still from our Sham Guru sessions, and they are to be gone very wonderful. And I am very much that been delightful, because online means people are switch off the phones and they will put anywhere and they are to be doing anything anywhere. But in our this webinar particularly, many participants still, even though our valedictory speaker Huzrup ma'am also, they have still sitting at 11 o'clock till from ending. So I am very so delighted. Now the last moment of the that webinar is to become for the valedictory sessions, and for this valedictory sessions we have invited the speaker Huzrup ma'am, who has the nearly 32, I think that 30, about 30 years experience, and she is our Senate member and inspirable personality who has that means she has spent her lives for the upliftment of these peoples, and she is one of the role model for everyone, not only the disabled people but everyone. And that is the wing for to fly is the example only for ma'am. And we welcome ma'am, as well as our senior professor and our director Namita Koth ma'am, who is, even though she is the director of the library, but she is concentrate more on the disability work, and she made the entire library accessible to the persons with disability, and she has more sensitive and key, that means keen interest to this disability, and she is very appropriate person for this valedictory sessions. And both all of you all, I will welcome once again. And there is one request: we will put the feedback or certificate link at the end of the valedictory session. Please fill the feedback link without failing, and you will get the certificates. Until and unless we will not send any feedback certificates to any person's mail or group, please note it. And this is only the those who are present, they can get only the certificates. And another thing is a very gentle request to all the speakers: please send the write up. And we are very eager, or we will be incoming soon. We within month or 2 months, we will publish the book or document all your work, which is very useful to entire society, and it will be remain with forever. Please send your write up also. Now I will hand the sessions to Kalyani, who is going to introduce the these speakers, today's speaker. Kalyani, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Pratibha madam. Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Okay, thank you, Kalyani. Okay, so good afternoon, all of you. So first of all, I welcome you all for the valedictory function of 2 days national webinar on NGOs initiatives and interventions in disability sector, which is organized by Shivaji University under UGC-Scheme for persons with disabilities. So today's function's president, respected Dr. Namita Khoth madam, chief guest and speaker, respected Nasima Uzruk madam, convener Dr. Pratibha Desai madam, all respected resource persons and respected participants. Today, a very great personality, Nasima madam, is with us, who is going to share her views and experiences with us. So, in briefly, I would like to introduce her. She has completed her graduation in economics, and in 2014, she was conferred honorary DLit by Dr. D.Y. Patil University, Kolhapur, for her outstanding contribution in social service, especially for persons with disabilities. She got employment in Central Excise and Custom Department, Kolhapur, on her own merit, and was promoted as Deputy Office Superintendent. She founded Helpers of Handicapped in Kolhapur in 1984, and she led this organization as a president up to July 2020. This organization has provided a financial support of rupees 21 crores to total 13,700 differently abled persons during last 36 years. And the foundation is also providing facilities like hostels, schools, rehabilitation and training centers for differently abled people. Now she is currently working as the president of Sahas Disability and Care Foundation Kolhapur in Kolhapur since December 2020. This foundation is working for differently abled people, especially from rural area. And as per her interest in sports and games, she has participated in many competitions. I would like to mention about her participation in the Stock Mandeville Games for physically challenged people in London in 1973. She wrote a column, Chakachi Khurchi, in Sunday edition of Sakal, which is a Marathi newspaper, and due to public demand, this column was compiled in a book form and was released on 13th September 2001. And now this book has been translated in English, Telugu, Gujarati, Kannada, and Urdu languages. National Association for Blind has converted this book into talking book format. As an autobiography, she has highlighted her struggle for rehabilitation of physically challenged people in this book. Nasima madam has received several awards and recognitions. I would like to mention few of them. A portrait of her life and work has included in the book of Daughters of Maharashtra, a record of exceptional women in Maharashtra. She was appointed by Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India, on the committee under National Commission for Women as a member of Expert Committee on Disabled Women, and also appointed on the committee under National Trust for the Welfare of Persons with Autism, Cerebral Palsy, Mental Retardation, and Multiple Disabilities. She was invited as a special guest for the International Year of Women's Empowerment 2001, celebrated by Maharashtra Foundation in New Jersey, USA. She was appointed as a member of Advisory Committee of Stree Abhyas Kendra of Shivaji University, Kolhapur. And now she has been appointed as a member of Senate of Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Some awards I would like to mention received by Nasima Madam. National Award for Role Model 2001, FIE Foundation Award 1996, National Award in 1986, Outlook Speak Out Award in 2005, NCP EDP Shell Helen Keller Award, National Award 2005 by FICCI, Savitribai Phule Award 2006, Ratna Sharda Award, SP Jain Institute Management Social Impact Award in 2007, IBM Lokmat Bajaj Alliance Super Idols Award, Anandamayi Puraskar, Sainik Gaurav Puraskar. So such a great, humble personality is with us for this valedictory function. And once again, I welcome you, Madam. The president of the function, Dr. Namita Khoth Madam, is currently working as a director of Knowledge Resource Center and as the head of Department of Library and Information Science, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. She has total 14 years of teaching experience for Bachelor and Master of Library and Information Science for Yashwantrao Chavan Maharashtra Open University, Nashik, Tirak Maharashtra University, Pune, and Shivaji University, Kolhapur. 17 students has awarded MPhil and 8 students has awarded PhD degree under her able guidance. She has completed different projects which are sanctioned by University Grant Commission and Shivaji University, Kolhapur. She has published total 28 research papers in referred journals and conference proceedings. She has presented her research work in total 21 conferences. She has been honored by Granthamitra Puraskar in 2012 by Rajmata Parvati Devi Sahib Granthamitra Puraskar Samiti at Sawantwadi. She has organized workshops on library computerization for college librarians. She has started Manuscript Resource Center Vachan Katta activity. And I would like to mention that she has also started Resource Center for Inclusive Education for Persons with Disabilities in the year 2016. She has launched INFID program of InfiBlade in 2018, Indian Research Information Network System for disseminating faculty research on the web in 2019, and Institutional Repository Shivajnana Sagar in 2019. And such a hardworking, eminent personality is with us as a president. So once again, I welcome you, madam. And with this introduction, I would like to invite Uzruk madam to deliver her talk. Madam, please, over to you, madam.
शिवाजी यूनिवर्सिटी के इस एनजीओ इनिशिएटिव और इंटरवेंशन इन डिसेबिलिटी सेक्टर पर जो वेबिनार आयोजन किया उसके प्रति मैं पूरे टीम का तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करती हूँ, धन्यवाद देती हूँ। ये वेबिनार लाखों लोगों का विकलांगों के प्रति ध्यान आकर्षित करेगा। वो कैसे जी रहे हैं, इस हालात में जी रहे हैं, जो एनजीओ के थ्रू काम चल रहा है वो सही है क्या, इसके बारे में हम सब जानेंगे। और इस बहाने 2 दिन से जो एनजीओ ने यहाँ पर अपनी अपनी मालूमात दी और उनका जो कार्य है वो बहुत सराहनीय है। विकलांग पुनर्वास परिसंवाद वेबिनार के थ्रू किया गया, लेकिन इसके आगे वो यूनिवर्सिटी के हॉल में और स्पीकर्स को वहाँ के गेस्ट रूम में इंतजाम करके किया गया। तो क्या होगा कि एक दूसरे से ज्यादा करीब जुड़ जाएंगे और जो हमारा सपना है कि पूरे भारत का जो हैंडीकैप के प्रॉब्लम्स है वो सब इकट्ठे मिलके एक जगह आकर उस पर विचार विनिमय करके कोई सॉल्यूशन ढूंढे। इससे विचारों का आदान प्रदान होगा और भविष्य में ऐसा होगा, ऐसी मैं उम्मीद करती हूँ। गवर्नमेंट से ज्यादा काम विकलांग पुनर्वास का एनजीओ ने किया है, ये कई स्पीकर्स ने बताया और ये सही भी है। ये सभी का जो काम चल रहा है वो बहुत ही मतलब सोच समझ के, जो गवर्नमेंट नहीं समझ रही है वो समझ के किया जा रहा है। इसके लिए मैं सबका को कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट करती हूँ और इसी तरह ये काम बढ़ता जाए ये उम्मीद रखती हूँ। ये सभी के इसमें जो यशोगाथा सुनाई, इनमें से किसी ने भी उनको एक काम करते कोई रुकावट आई क्या, कोई संघर्ष करना हो क्या उन्होंने, इसके बारे में किसी ने कुछ नहीं कहा। इस वेबिनार का मैं और एक मकसद जानती हूँ, उद्देश्य के इससे दूसरे जो एनजीओ हैं जो पीछे हैं अभी तक, उनको पता नहीं है किस तरह से काम करना चाहिए, तो उनको भी एक दिशा मिल जाए। तो ये वेबिनार इसके आगे जब होंगे तो इसका अंग्रेजी के साथ में अपनी राष्ट्रभाषा हिंदी में भी इसका ट्रांसलेशन आम लोगों तक, आम हैंडीकैप तक, आम विकलांगों तक पहुंचना बहुत जरूरी है।
Yes,
तो इसका
yes, ma'am. We can do, ma'am.
थैंक यू। और ये सब जो चल रहा है अपने पूरे इंडिया में, कितने विकलांग है, कौन से कैटेगरी के कितने हैं, और अपने 75% देहातों में है। भी जितनी भी हमने माधव जी से आधार चैरिटेबल ट्रस्ट के बारे में अर्ली इंटरवेंशन पर का काम सुना, जितेंद्र अग्रवाल जी का सार्थक का स्किल डेवलपमेंट, एजुकेशन, जॉब प्लेसमेंट, केतकी जी का शिशु सारथी का मल्टीपल डिसेबिलिटी का काम, हेल्पर्स ऑफ द हैंडीकैप का, रेसिडेंशियल सेंटर्स स्कूल एजुकेशन के लिए, वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग के लिए जो चालू है और जॉब प्लेसमेंट के लिए भी, तो ये रेसिडेंशियल होना कितना जरूरी है ये सुना। पवन खेबुड़कर जी का चेतना के थ्रू जो चल रहा है मेंटली चैलेंज के लिए, हमारे बच्चों के लिए, ये हमारे बच्चे एक लफ्ज में ही उनकी आत्मीयता दिखाती है। अरुण कुमार जी का समर्थन के थ्रू ऑर्थो हियरिंग, ऑर्थोपेडिकली हैंडीकैप, हियरिंग और माइल्ड मेंटली चैलेंज के लिए, इन तीनों का मिलकर उन्होंने इंटीग्रेटेड स्कूल शुरू किया है। इससे कई फायदे हैं और यही स्कूल अगर रेसिडेंशियल हो तो ये पुनर्वास का जो प्रक्रिया है वो बहुत फास्ट होती है। इनमें जो हम आत्मविश्वास लाना चाहते हैं, स्वावलंबन लाना चाहते हैं और मेन स्ट्रीम में वो गर्दन उठाकर एक यूजफुल प्रोडक्टिव सिटीजन बनना चाहिए, उन्होंने फैमिली में, सोसाइटी में उनको रिस्पेक्ट मिलना चाहिए, यही सब हर एनजीओ का एम है, ऑब्जेक्ट्स है। तो इसके प्रति ये जो है, और सतीश कपूर जी का ब्रदरहुड, शाम को अभी सबके नाम लेती नहीं मैं, लेकिन हर एक का काम अपनी जगह पर बेहतरीन है और ये सब इकट्ठे आकर एक दूसरों से जुड़ जाएंगे, कोलैबोरेशन करेंगे। सबने अपनी ख्वाहिश भी बताई इसके बारे में, तो बहुत ही अच्छा भवितव्य हमारे विकलांगों को मिलेगा। ये सब में मैं ये जानना चाहती हूँ कि ये सब इतना काम कर रहे हैं, सेटिस्फाइड है क्या? उनको संतोष मिल रहा है अपने काम से? मैं 45 ईयर्स से इस क्षेत्र में काम कर रही हूँ, मैं सेटिस्फाइड नहीं हूँ। अभी लास्ट में इन्होंने बताया कि अफोर्डेबल एड एंड अप्लायंसेस कृत्रिम साधन नहीं है। बचपन से 15 साल तक किसी को क्रच नहीं मिल रहा है, 6-6 साल 12-12 साल बिस्तर पे है, व्हीलचेयर नहीं मिल रही है, कैसे ये सोसाइटी में मेन स्ट्रीम में आएंगे? तो इन्होंने ये सभी जो इन्होंने पार्टिसिपेट किया, और हर एनजीओ से मैं पूछना चाहूंगी कि उन्होंने उनके जो एरिया में वो काम कर रहे हैं वहाँ की तादाद कितनी है, पॉपुलेशन कितनी है फिजिकली चैलेंज की, और इनका काम कितना परसेंट हो रहा है और कितना परसेंट करना बाकी है, इसका स्टडी करने के लिए भी मेरे ख्याल से एक एनजीओ की जरूरत है। और ये एनजीओ चलाते वक्त, स्टार्ट करते वक्त, हर फील्ड में हर स्टेप डालते वक्त हमें दिक्कतों का सामना करता पड़ना है, लेकिन ये कोई बोलते नहीं है। मैं भी पहले नहीं बोलती थी, लेकिन आजकल बोलना शुरू किया है, क्योंकि मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये एक्सपीरियंस मैं शेयर करूंगी तो औरों को उससे फायदा होगा। कहते हैं ना, पुढच्याला ठेस मागचा शहाणा, ऐसा हो जाएगा। लैंड मिलाते हो 10 साल लगे हमको 2 एकड़ लैंड हॉस्टल के लिए, हैंडीकैप फ्रेंडली हॉस्टल के लिए, एजुकेशन स्टार्ट करने के लिए देहातों के बच्चों को सिटी में लाना बहुत जरूरी था, उसके लिए लगा। स्कूल, नॉर्मल स्कूल में बच्चों को एडमिशन नहीं, उसके लिए 5 साल लगे लैंड मिलाने के लिए। और स्कूल के परमिशन के लिए तो स्ट्राइक, बच्चों को लेके उपोषण करने के तक की बारी आई। रजिस्ट्रेशन किसी जगह जाओ और स्टार्ट में, मतलब ऐसे बहुत है जो भ्रष्टाचार है। इसमें से ये विकलांगों के लिए काम करने वाले एनजीओ भी बाजू में नहीं रह पा रहे हैं। एक स्त्री, एक विकलांग स्त्री काम के लिए आती है, उसके पास कैसे मांगेंगे पैसे? ये दिक्कतें जो हमें आई वो जरूर औरों को भी आई होगी। तो इसके लिए ये भी बांटना जरूरी है, और इसके लिए सब इकट्ठे आएंगे तो गवर्नमेंट का जो नजरिया है हैंडीकैप की तरफ देखने का, सिर्फ नाम चेंज करके कुछ नहीं होगा। ग्रांट्स निधि कितने बनाए हैं, ग्राम पंचायत का है, जिला परिषद का है, कारपोरेशन का है, ये कहाँ जाता है, कैसे यूज किया जाता है? पूरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट में कितने विकलांग है, उसको वो ग्रांट से करके 300, 500, 1000, 2000 साल में बांट दिए तो नहीं होगा पुनर्वासी? ये एनजीओ के काम नहीं होंगे। इसके बजाय ये अभी मैंने बताया उस तरह से ये पैसे ये हैंडीकैप को सक्षम बनाने के लिए, कि वो सोसाइटी पर, अपने फैमिली पर बोझ होके हमेशा ना रहे, इस तरह से एनजीओ को जाना बहुत जरूरी है। अभी ट्रेनिंग, अभी जिन्होंने भी स्पीकर ने बताया, ये सब ज्यादातर बिग सिटीज, शहरों में ये ट्रेनिंग, जो स्कूल तक जा सके हैं, इंग्लिश पढ़ सके हैं, वो इंटरव्यू में सिलेक्ट होते हैं, उनको ट्रेनिंग मिलता है, उनको जॉब प्लेसमेंट होती है, बहुत अच्छा काम चल रहा है। लेकिन देहातों के विकलांगों का क्या? हमने भेजे हुए एक भी विकलांग इनके इंटरव्यू में पास नहीं हुआ, और कहीं 2-3 लोग सिलेक्ट हुए थे, जाकर वापस आए। क्यों वापस आए ये? तो वहाँ का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, क्योंकि सीवियरली हैंडीकैप के लिए ट्रेनिंग सेंटर में वैसी अभी तक भी हर जगह इंतजाम नहीं है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं है, हैंडीकैप फ्रेंडली नहीं है। और कई एनजीओज हैं, सैकड़ों एनजीओज हैं, नहीं हजारों लाखों एनजीओज होगी शायद, कि गवर्नमेंट किस लिए ग्रांट देती है इसके लिए शुरू होते हैं और फिर बेनिफिशियर उनको वक्त पे नहीं मिलते हैं और उनका काम वैसे भी होता है। ऐसे कि कई एनजीओज है, मैंने खुद विजिट किए हैं, उनके साथ में जाकर करीब से उनका काम देखा है, उनको सलाह दी है। तो मुझे ये ध्यान में आया है कि ये एनजीओ जो विकलांग होते हैं वो और लोगों को लेकर बनाते हैं, एनजीओ रजिस्टर करते हैं, चैरिटी कमिश्नर के पास रजिस्टर करना पड़ती है, लेकिन उनको ये पता नहीं होता कि ईयरली रिपोर्ट देने चाहिए, एटीजी के लिए मिलाना चाहिए एग्जम्पशन, और हर साल फाइनेंशियल रिपोर्ट, ऑडिट रिपोर्ट देना चाहिए। और ऐसे एनजीओज बंद हो जाते हैं, काम कुछ भी नहीं, मतलब सोए हुए होते हैं। तो ऐसे एनजीओ को आप पुनर्जीवन, उनको फिर से उनको रिहैबिलिटेट करने की बहुत जरूरत है। काम बहुत है, इतने कम लोगों से काम नहीं बनेगा। और विकलांग के एनजीओ में भी एक और कंसेप्ट आया है कि एनजीओज लॉस एंड प्रॉफिट पर चलाए जा रहे हैं। कई एनजीओ में विकलांगता जो है उसको कैपिटल बनाया जाता है और उस पर खुद का चरितार्थ चलाने के प्लानिंग होते हैं। इस सब का इन्वेस्टिगेशन होना चाहिए, ऐसे एनजीओज का इंस्पेक्शन होना चाहिए, उसके रिपोर्ट्स होना चाहिए। कौन करेगा ये? कोई एनजीओ इसके लिए और रजिस्टर करना होगी या गवर्नमेंट कोई स्टेप्स उठाएगा इसके बारे में? ये जो मैंने बताया ना कि रिजर्व फंड, कॉर्पस फंड, ये कितना है, इस पर एनजीओ कितनी बड़ी है ये सोचा जाता है। मेरे हिसाब से तो ख्याल से जो एनजीओ कितने हैंडीकैप को सही मायने में कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव रिहैबिलिटेशन, सर्वांगीण पुनर्वसन, मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट से लेकर एजुकेशन, जॉब, अर्निंग सोर्सेस उनको देकर उनका मैरिज और फिर उनके नॉर्मल चाइल्ड, यहाँ तक का जो करते हैं वो रियल प्रॉफिट है। तो ये कंसेप्ट आना चाहिए। और मैं सभी को फिर से, जितने भी एनजीओ इसमें शामिल होंगे या और कहीं पे ये वेबिनार के रिपोर्ट्स जाएंगे, तो वो यही जरूर सोचे कि काम कितना है और हम कितना कर रहे हैं। हमें सेटिस्फाई होना चाहिए या बहुत जरूरत है इसलिए और भी ज्यादा अपना ताकत लगा के इस फील्ड में काम करना चाहिए। और हम सब इकट्ठे आएंगे तो हम सिस्टमेटिकली प्लानिंग करके, अभी 2-3 तालुका के हैंडीकैप के पूरे विकलांगों की लिस्ट मेरे हाथ में है। इतनी बदतर हालत में ये लोग हैं, लेकिन उनका रिहैबिलिटेशन करना है। एक तालुके से शुरू करेंगे तो ऐसा हर एनजीओ ने अपने अपने जिस पार्ट में है, वो जिस डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, वहां पर इस तरह से काम होना चाहिए। और बीच में मैंने एक न्यूज पढ़ी थी, उसके जड़ तक जाने की कोशिश की थी, लेकिन पता नहीं चला कि कुछ ग्रुप ऐसे होते हैं कि छोटे बच्चों को अगवा करके उनको हैंडीकैप बनाते हैं और रास्ते पे छोड़ते हैं, और उनसे, जो फिल्मों में हम देखते हैं, तो मुझे ऐसे लगता था कि फिल्मों में काल्पनिक होगा। तो ऐसे एक न्यूज आई थी, एक जगह पर 2 बच्चे बैठे हुए हैं और वो कहीं से दूसरे स्टेट से आए हुए हैं। मैंने फौरन वहां पर हमारे सोशल वर्कर भेजे, कोई इंफॉर्मेशन तो नहीं मिली, लेकिन 1 घंटे के अंदर वो वहां से गायब हो गए। तो अगर ये सच होगा तो ये गवर्नमेंट ने, पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट ने रास्ते पे जो भी हैंडीकैप, जो भी विकलांग भीख मांगते हुए देखते हैं, उनकी इंक्वायरी करना चाहिए, उनको उठाकर लेकर जाना चाहिए, किसी आश्रम में रखना चाहिए और पूरा इन्वेस्टिगेशन करके ऐसों को ऐसी सजा कानूनन होनी चाहिए अपने लॉ में, क्या कोई ये करने की हिम्मत न कर पाए। हैंडीकैप के लिए रिजर्व सीट्स होते हैं, रिजर्व बोगी होती है, वो सही मायने में हैंडीकैप यूज कर सकते हैं कि नहीं, ये बारीक सारीक बातें हैं, लेकिन इससे हैंडीकैप पुनर्वसन और एनजीओ का काम बहुत मुश्किल हो रहा है। रेलवे के बोगी से हम जैसे व्हीलचेयर बाउंड कोई जाने की हिम्मत नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। खुद मुझे घर के लोग या मेरे साथी जाने नहीं देते, क्यों? तो नॉर्मल लोग उसमें घुस जाते हैं। तो गवर्नमेंट से भी हम एनजीओस को सपोर्ट मिलना चाहिए, और ये कब मिलेगा? तो सब एनजीओस इकट्ठे आके इकट्ठा काम करेंगे। और मैं ये जो चल रहा है वेबिनार, इसका फिर एक बार बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करूंगी। और मैंने कई प्रोग्राम सेमिनार अटेंड किए हैं, मुझे ये अनुभव आया है कि ऐसे प्रोग्राम होते हैं, अच्छे होते हैं, और जो कोई उसमें अटेंड करते हैं उनको इसका लाभ मिलता है, लेकिन आम जनता को, आम नागरिक को, और जिनको जरूरत है पता होने की, वहां तक ये बातें पहुंचती नहीं है। तो ये पहुंचनी चाहिए, और ये होने के बाद इसके रिजल्ट्स, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि शिवाजी यूनिवर्सिटी का, मैं अब तक जो सीनेट के थ्रू भी जो काम देख रही हूँ, कि 1 साल के बाद, मैं नाम नहीं लूंगी, लेकिन आप जो टीम काम कर रही है उसकी बहुत सराहना भी करती हूँ, और वो ये टीम जरूर इसके रिपोर्ट्स, क्या इससे कितने एनजीओ में बदलाव आया, कितने सोए हुए एनजीओ काम करने लग गए, कितनों को ये जो कुछ मालूमात मिली है उससे कितना लाभ हुआ, इसका एक रिपोर्ट बनाकर वो सभी को जरूर भेजें। तो हमें भी उम्मीद होगी कि ऐसे वेबिनार, ऐसे सेमिनार, ऐसे प्रोग्राम्स बहुत फ्रूटफुल होते हैं। मैं इंग्लिश बात नहीं कर सकती क्योंकि मैं पूरा एजुकेशन मराठी में हुआ है, मराठी सबको पता नहीं चलेगी, इसलिए हिंदी में किया है। समझ नहीं आया हो तो मेरा फोन नंबर मैं बताती हूँ, ईमेल है, आप जरूर मुझसे कांटेक्ट करें। और किसी भी विकलांग को, किसी भी एनजीओ को कोई भी चाहिए, मालूमात चाहिए, वो मांग सकते हैं मुझसे। और मैं चाहूंगी कि मैं खुद भी इन सब से कोलैबोरेट करके, जो साहस के थ्रू रिसर्च और केयर का काम किया है बहुत बड़ा, उसमें आप सब सहभागी होंगे, शामिल होंगे। नेशनल पैराप्लेजिक फाउंडेशन है, आपको पता होगा कि आजकल रोड एक्सीडेंट में सबसे ज्यादा विकलांग जवान हो रहे हैं, कम एज के यंग यूथ, और वो भी जेंट्स। तो उनका पुनर्वास करना बहुत जरूरी है। उसके प्रेसिडेंट के तौर पे मैं चुनी गई हूँ, तो मुझे पूरा ऑल इंडिया में काम करना है आप सबकी के साथ, और उम्मीद करती हूँ कि ये सब होगा, आपका सबका सहयोग मिलेगा। धन्यवाद। और प्रतिभा जी और सभी टीम का, मुझे नाम याद नहीं रहते, लेकिन शिवाजी यूनिवर्सिटी के ये सभी वेबिनार से जुड़े हुए हर टीम का शुक्रगुजार हूँ, धन्यवाद देती हूँ। थैंक यू वेरी मच। नमस्ते।
Thank you, ma'am. That means I also speak in Hindi, and we got many comments. म्हणजे मला हिंदी इतका येत नाही आहे व्यवस्थित.
नाही, मराठी बोला, मला मराठी छान येते.
आता तुम्ही जी काही एक म्हणजे एवढे सगळं 2 दिवसातलं जे व्हॅलिडिक्टरीला जो माणूस योग्य पाहिजे होता, त्याचं अनालिसिस जे करायचं होतं, दॅट्स वॉज डन व्हेरी फॅन्टॅस्टिकली मॅम.
थँक्यू. मला
अच्छी
वाटलं
तरह से
भीती
हो गया
वाटत
है।
होती.
नहीं नहीं, बहुत अच्छी तरह से हो गया, और वहाँ भी कमेंट्स भी आए हैं कि जो कुछ यानी जो आउटसाइड के है, हिंदी नहीं समझ सकते, वो भी आपके जो एक बॉडी लैंग्वेजेस है, वो उनका जो एक प्लाइट है, वो भी उसका अंडरस्टूड है. और मैं कल्याणी को आई एम आस्किंग द कल्याणी, प्लीज रीड द कमेंट्स पर्टिकुलरली कंसर्न विथ मैम. यस
प्रतिभा जी, मैं भी कुछ बोलना चाहूंगा इसमें, कुछ अपना.
हाँ हाँ, यस यस सर, यस सर, यस सर. सतीश
आप
सर.
आप रिपोर्ट बाद में बोल दीजिए. ये नसीमा मैडम ने जो भी बोला मैंने इनको सुना अच्छे से, और इनका जो कंसर्न है कि जो एनजीओ है काम कर रही हैं, उनका एट प्रेजेंट क्या हाल है. एक पॉइंट में जो भी मैंने अभी देखा, एक्सपीरियंस किया, कि जो एनजीओ, वो जरूरी नहीं है कि डिसेबिलिटी सेक्टर में काम कर रही हो, किसी भी सेक्टर में काम कर रही हो, उन एनजीओ का ना हालात बहुत बुरे हैं. उनकी तरफ चाहे वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट हो या सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट हो, उनका पूरा कभी ध्यान नहीं गया है. मेरी नॉलेज में हजारों लाखों स्पेशल एजुकेटर कह लो, या जो वर्कर्स इस तरह की एनजीओ में काम करते थे, वो जॉबलेस हैं. और वो अपने इस तरह इन कामों को छोड़ के वो ऐसे ऐसे काम कर रहे हैं कि जिन कामों को कभी उन लोगों ने सोचा भी नहीं था. और पूरे देश में उस सेक्टर को रिप्रेजेंट करने वाला, उस सेक्टर के बारे में बताने वाला कोई सामने आता नहीं है. जैसे मैडम ने बोला, एनजीओ की हालत बड़ी खराब है, क्योंकि सारी फंडिंग रुक गई, सारी कॉर्पोरेट की फंडिंग सारी सीएसआर में जा रही है, टोटल 99%. तो ये एक क्वेश्चन जो है कि गवर्नमेंट का, चाहे वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट हो या सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट हो, उनका जो समाज सेवा का काम कर रही हैं अलग अलग पूरे देश में, उनकी तरफ बिल्कुल भी इनका ध्यान नहीं गया है. हमने कुछ लोगों से बात भी करते थे, तो एक ही था, अरे सारे एनजीओ वाले चोर होते. तो ये इतना हर्ट करता है हम लोगों को. इवन मैं अपना बताऊं कि 2 साल से हमने एक पैसा का काम नहीं किया है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी ऑनलाइन पे काम हम लोग किया है. इवन जो एनजीओ आपके साथ भी आई थी, उन एनजीओ को मैं सबको, मतलब काफी लोगों को जानता हूँ. फाइनेंस को लेके पैसा नहीं है तो कैसे काम करेंगे, उसके बावजूद भी एनजीओ काम कर रही हैं, उसके बावजूद भी जो वहां के वर्कर से काम कर रहे हैं. तो ये बात सही है कि इस बात को उठाने वाला अभी नेशनल लेवल पे कोई नहीं है, क्योंकि
हम उठाएंगे
हम
सब लोग
डरते हैं.
मिलकर.
नहीं मतलब हम लोग डरते हैं. ये जो डर है ना हमारे अंदर, जो मैं कहना नहीं चाहता कि
हमने
सबका डर
स्कूल
आ
की
गया है.
हमने एक स्कूल की एक फाइल आगे बढ़ाने के लिए एंटी करप्शन को इन्फॉर्म करके उसको पकड़ा दिया था. वो न्यूज सब जगह आ गई थी. तब से हेल्पर्स ऑफ द हैंडीकैप में पैसा मांगने की हिम्मत किसी ने नहीं की. गवर्नमेंट की ग्रांट सिर्फ एक बार लिए और हमने रिफ्यूज कर दी. कंडीशन हम डालेंगे कि कौन से कंडीशन पे गवर्नमेंट ने हमको ग्रांट देना चाहिए. आप कैसे डालेंगे? काम हम कर रहे हैं, कंडीशन आप
यस यस
बनाएंगे,
यस यस
रूल्स
यस.
रेगुलेशंस आप बनाएंगे. नहीं, लेकिन मुझे कुछ मेरे साथ ऐसे काम करने वाले कोई नहीं मिल रहे इतनी हिम्मत से. हमको अपना इंडिविजुअल क्या सोचना है.
जी 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 जी.
हमें तो
अब
पूरा
मुझे
कम्युनिटी, विकलांग
आप
कम्युनिटी का
मैं
सोचना है.
मुझे मैडम 4 एकड़ जमीन चाहिए टू बिल्ड ए सेंटर, स्किल डेवलपमेंट सेंटर फॉर पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटीज. मैं घूम
कहाँ
घूम
पर
के
है?
थक गया.
आप कहाँ पर है?
मैं दिल्ली में हूँ, दिल्ली में.
राजधानी में होते हुए भी.
नहीं, राजधानी में बहुत बुरा हाल है. अरे बहुत बुरा हाल है यहाँ पर. अभी इस बारे में बात नहीं करते, यहाँ पर अभी वैलिडिटी सेशन है. तो इन
सर
आपने जो
क्या हो गया है,
पॉइंट उठाए वो वैलिड पॉइंट.
अभी गवर्नमेंट वो जो एक फेथफुलनेस था ना, विश्वास बोलते हैं ना, वो कम करते जा रही है, और सभी
नहीं
को एक ही जगह से तोल रही है. यही प्रॉब्लम हो गया है एक्चुअली.
नहीं नहीं, क्या है मालूम? इसको वजह है, मैंने बताया ना, कि जो एनजीओ अपना चरितार्थ चलाने के लिए एनजीओ शुरू करते हैं और डिसेबिलिटी को कैपिटल बनाते हैं और उसको कैश करते हैं. इनको हम सब एनजीओ ने मिलके रोकना चाहिए. गवर्नमेंट से सजा दिलवाने के लिए पॉलिसी में इसके चेंजेस लाना चाहिए. लेकिन ये गवर्नमेंट में ही होना मुश्किल है, लेकिन कोशिश तो करेंगे.
नहीं, इसके बारे में आपको बताता हूँ. जब स्किल डेवलपमेंट का प्रोग्राम चल रहा था और एक नया डिपार्टमेंट बन रहा था, तो उसमें मैं उसके अपना दिल्ली में था तो कोर ग्रुप में था. अब उसमें था कि स्किल डेवलपमेंट के लिए जिन लोगों को एनजीओ को पैसा देना, वो कैसे देना, उसका क्राइटेरिया बन रहा था. तो हमने अपना क्राइटेरिया बना के दे दिया. बिकॉज मैंने एक किताब लिखी है, क्वालिटी इंडिकेटर्स फॉर इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन. उसमें सारा कुछ दिया हुआ है ये. और जब मैंने उनको दिखाया, तो उनको तो बड़ा सिंपल चाहिए, बड़ा सिंपल तरीके चाहिए कि जो एनजीओ जान पहचान की है उसको पैसा देना है. ये है मैडम. हम लोग बाहर आ गए. फिर मैं कहा ऐसे कैसे चलेगा काम.
जिस एनजीओ में बेनिफिशियर्स नहीं है उनको भी ग्रांट मिल रही है, मैंने आंखों से देख कर आई हूँ।
मालूम है, बहुत बुरा हाल है, बहुत बुरा। एनीवेज
नहीं करेंगे, हम सब मिलकर करेंगे जरूर कुछ, तो इसीलिए बोले कि हम एक दूसरे से जुड़े रहेंगे।
जी जी जी, थैंक यू प्रतिभा जी।
इट्स द रियलिटी सर। और क्या हो रहा है, सभी को एक ही जगह तोल रहे हैं, और वो जो फॉरेन फंडिंग के बारे में जो ट्रैक लगाए हैं ना, इससे बहुत सारा प्रॉब्लम हो गया है।
बताइए, मुझे यदि बाहर का पैसा चाहिए और मेरे पास 10 करोड़ का कोई अमाउंट तो देगा नहीं बाहर से, कम 100 करोड़ होना चाहिए। अब मेरी हैसियत भैया नहीं है कि मैं 100 करोड़ का प्रपोजल बनाऊं और उसको मैं सबमिट करूं। तो
हम
एक अम्ब्रेला
की बात भी नहीं सुनकर लेते।
इट्स इज बिग इशू सर।
डिस्कस इट लेटर ऑन। अभी
हम इन पर्सन इसके बारे में कुछ ठोस कदम उठाएंगे।
जी 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 जी।
कल्याणी साठे।
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, there are many comments. और बहुत से लोग आपका कांटेक्ट नंबर चाहते हैं।
दे दो दे दो दे दो, सिर्फ 1 से 4 तक। हाँ, मुझे ब्लड प्रेशर और डायबिटीज से नींद आती है, तो 1 से 4 छोड़ के कभी भी फोन करें।
Pratibha ma'am, can you share her contact number in the chat box?
Yes, okay. Just
मुझे चैट बॉक्स कहाँ है वो भी ढूंढना पड़ेगा। आप
मैं शेयर करती हूँ मैम।
Pratibha ma'am will share it.
ये मेरा पहला।
You can carry it. Kalyani ma'am, you can carry on.
Yes. Over to you, Kalyani ma'am.
येते ना श्वेता, तू जर शेअर करते.
Now I request Dr. Namita Khoth madam for her presidential remark.
Hello.
Ma'am, you are mute.
There is some problem.
We can't hear you. Can you unmute yourself?
No, ma'am, no.
Look ma'am, mic unmute. Okay. I have done it.
तिनं विषय सांगितले मॅडम तसे की टेक्नॉलॉजी तुम्ही घेत होता आणि दुसरा कुठला विषय तुम्ही घेत होता सॉफ्टवेअर सी.
Ma'am, we can't hear you. No, ma'am.
No.
All participants are requested to ready to fill the feedback. We will soon that paste the link to chat box, and now I am sharing the ma'am's number to the chat box. Those who are interested, please note down it. नाही, सगळ्यांनाच all money everybody. I think that Nashima ma'am, that Huzru, Gagan Gras ma'am, she is from Sociology Modern College. She has been also given the comments that your Hindi is very good, and you have given very concise the explanations of challenges before the NGOs, ma'am.
Ma'am, maybe there is some sound problem with Namita Khoth ma'am.
Kalyani, we will wait for 5 minutes.
Yes,
Ma'am will
sure.
join. We will
Yes.
wait.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Yes,
Now,
ma'am. Yes.
now audible. Okay,
Yes.
thank you very much. Thank you, Kalyani ma'am. So this 2 days national webinar on NGOs, initiatives and intervention in disability sector for 24th and 25th February of this year, and which is coordinated under the UGC scheme for persons with disabilities, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. So today's guest for valedictory speech from this Sahas Disability Research and Care Foundation, Dr. Nasima Huzuk Madam, and she is our Senate member of Shivaji University, and we met oftenly, because in each and every Senate meeting we met and we talk regarding all the problems and work and activities what we are doing in our university with her, and we share and we take guidance from Huzuk madam. So this is very renowned personality in our Kolhapur city, that Huzruk madam, Nasima Huzruk madam, and coordinator of this UGC scheme for persons with disabilities, Dr. Desai madam, and all the organizing committee members who are present here, and all the speakers, today's resource persons, I think Dr. Prasanna Shete sir, Sham Guru sir, and I think Satish Kapoor sir was there, who is talking regarding the problems and problems of these persons with disability, and all the delegates present over here. I think about 50 delegates are there who are present for this 2 days webinar, and a lot of discussion, I think it was done in this 2 days webinar. There are, I think, very big, medium, and small international NGOs are working around in India, and these NGOs are the frontline of development of disabled community, and in many places around the world it is NGOs that provide microfinance and vocational training, build schools and deliver books, vaccinate children and provide food, etc. Lot of activities are done by these NGOs, and these are working in this field. The NGOs which are working in this field are facing many barriers which were discussed by these resource persons, I think yesterday and also today, and these NGOs are taking disabilities not an entire issue but as cross-cutting issues, lack of awareness and assumptions that cost is high to carry out all disabled issues. And despite of governmental initiatives, there are still gaps which are found in mainstreaming of these dimensions. And in this case, NGOs are playing very important role, and they are providing capacity building, vocational empowerment, and research regarding other works. And along with international and national, the local NGOs are also working to empower the disabled. So it is very important to know the role of these NGOs, and for this that Pratibha Desai madam invited lot of NGOs and their coordinators from not only from Maharashtra but other states of the country. I think PR Mahadevan, Ketaki, Bardalai, Pramod Deshpande sir, who is from our local Kolhapur, and keynote speaker was there, Dr. Jitendra Agarwal from New Delhi, our Pawan Khebudkar sir was there, also Arun Kumar ji from Bangalore, Satish Kapoor from New Delhi, Santosh Yadav from Satara, Balaji Shinde from Pune, and Alka Asthana from again New Delhi for today. Then Shivaji Gopal from Bangalore, Prakhar Verma from Lucknow, and Fayaz A from Pune, Shravan Kumar from Chennai, Amiya Shukla from Hyderabad. So all these coordinators of NGOs and resource persons and all the delegates who are present here, lot of discussion has done there here in this 2 days session. And today's so for this I want to congratulate Dr. Pratibha Desai madam and organizing committee to organize such a very great and very sensitive subject regarding these NGOs initiatives and intervention in disability sector, because Dr. Huzuk madam has discussed and she dared to say many things here in this on this platform, and Dr. Huzuk ma'am I think is not satisfied with her work. She has said that I'm not satisfied with my work. Still, she is working for 45 years. Last 45 years, she is working in this field. She herself is a person with disability. Still she is working for persons with disability for last 45 years, and she is fighting against corruption, which is regarding the money which is spent by the government for these PWDs, and we have listened and we know about her that work, because many newspaper have displayed this her work and whatever issues were there that time. So you rightly said, ma'am, that we have to raise our voice against the difficulties of PWDs and also corruption, which is going to be happen or which is happening in this whatever money is spent on these PWDs. So there are so many NGOs which are there working for PWDs, but they are not guided properly. Huzuk madam has also pointed out this problem, because so many things are there, audits are there, and they have to face these audits and they have to provide their documentation, proper documentation to the government, and it is not happening. So I request Desai madam that any webinar or any training regarding this NGOs work and what type of documentation must be there, so we can take that webinar or that training program also for these NGOs, so we can think on that, and you can think also on that. And Hurzuk madam has pointed out so many wrong practices which are there in NGOs, and her comments are very daringful regarding this. But I know she is very loyal regarding her work. I know that. So that's why she can argue, or she can do such daringful comments on this such platform. So whatever she has said, we have to think on that. And also Mr. Satish Kapoor from Delhi, he has also rightly commended regarding this NGO's work and whatever difficulties he has faced while working in his NGOs. So so many things are there, and we have to discuss a lot regarding this. But very thoughtful discussions might have been there, because I couldn't attend the whole program. but Pratibha Desai madam can write webinar report, and she can provide this report, or she can submit this report to UGC, because this scheme is UGC scheme for persons with disabilities. She has to submit this report to UGC also, but she has to, I suggest her that she can submit this report to state government also, and she can take guidance from Urzuk madam for that, and she can submit her report to state government also. So I don't know what Pratibha Desai madam has told you regarding what work we are doing in our Shivaji University. We have Resource Center for Inclusive Education in Shivaji University, and I can show you with sharing one report of our Resource Center for Inclusive Education. So can I share this, Desai madam? No problem. इथं नाही. हा ओपन करायला पाहिजे ना. ती ओपन करणार नाही. येत आहे की परत जॉईन करायला. तशावर होणार का? Is it visible, ma'am? So this is
yes,
our profile of this Resource Center for Inclusive Education, which is run by our Barrister Basak Khadekar Knowledge Resource Center, that is University Library of our Shivaji University. So we have many low vision devices and kits there in our resource center. Mostly we work for visually impaired students, but this is one of the center of Shivaji University. So all the persons with disability, with all the disabilities, we are working for all these persons with disabilities. So there are many. This is a low vision kit, which is useful for visually impaired students, and we give lot of services to these persons with disability. This is our center, Resource Center for Inclusive Education, which is in the reading hall of our university library. Then this center is housed in extended library building, and we have this center is established for providing library and educational services to visually impaired and physically disabled students, teachers, and persons with PG departments of the university and colleges. And the aim of the center is to help the visually impaired and physically disabled students to gain easy access to e-books, braille books, and internet-based information resources, and to empower the disabled students of the university, college, and colleges by enabling them to use ICT for education and learning. So it is started in the year 2016, and from RUSA, that is Rashtriya Uchchatar Shikshan Abhiyan, we got grant from this RUSA center for this RCI center, and from that grant we have developed this RCI center. And what services we are giving in this center? We have lot many braille books and audio books are there. We have study material for students in accessible format. Our website is also accessible. We have done accessible. Then we have made accessible our distance education study material for these visually impaired students, and so many things we are doing. We have textbook recording in audio format service through portable recorder, and we have one campaign we have organized for giving UDID card for these persons with disabilities. So many programs we have organized in this center. We every year we organize 1 day workshop for persons with disabilities on inclusion, education and accessibility, which was organized in 2017. Sonali Namangul madam, we have invited her, and so many resource persons were there for that program. Also, lot many. This is our RCIC eyes low vision kit, and then we give membership to these persons with disabilities. Now till today 200 plus members are there of this RCI center, and we are giving services to them, and there is not this membership is free of cost, and all the services we are giving them doing the accessible books in accessible format. One PhD student is there who is pursuing his PhD in Marathi, and he want that his books, all the books in Marathi in accessible format, and we have given that his books in accessible format using keyboard device. One short-term course in basic computer and English communication we have organized, and every year at the Braille Day we organize 4 or 5 days training program for these persons with disabilities, and many programs. This one eye donation program on the occasion of Louis Braille birth anniversary we have organized in 2018, and one UDID campaign we have taken, and we have provided free of cost this UDID to these persons with disabilities. Also, we have organized one state level competition for these deaf and dumb students and deaf and dumb children's on the one occasion in 2000 I think 19, and like this we have many programs. One job and skill fair for persons with disabilities we have organized in 2019, and for this program Desai madam was also with me, and our skill developments Dr. Guru sir was also with us, and we have organized this job and skill fair for persons with disabilities. 5 to 6 companies were ready to employ these persons with disabilities, and about 351 persons with disabilities have faced the interview, applied for this, and out of that I think 150 students and 150 PWDs were given jobs from these companies. Our university has also taken 30 to 35 PWDs in our administrative as a administrative staff. So this was the one of the good program we have organized, and these are the students. Then we have taken with our DSW section, we have taken competitions, I think cultural competitions for students with disabilities in all affiliated colleges of Shivaji University. This program was also taken in 2019. So lot many programs we are organizing in our university. Sections, 3 centers are working. This UGC scheme for persons with disability for PWDs, and also Resource Center for Inclusive Education, and again Center for Inclusive Education. So these 3 centers are working for persons with disability in our university. So lot of work we are doing for persons with disability in our university, and Desai madam is a very good coordinator of this UGC scheme for persons with disability. She is organizing lot of work. For PWD is also Beti Bachao. This section is also, she is working for that. She is coordinator of that. This resource center for inclusive education, we got at some achievement. We got this center has achieved from Indian Association for the Blind IB Madurai Blind Empowerment Champion 2016 Silver Zone Award. We got for outstanding excellence and amazing commitment towards voluntary contribution for the empowerment of persons with visual challenges. And again in second award was given by Mrs. Helen Azrai Memorial Excellence Award for Peace, Prosperity, Culture and Social Service from Association of Third World Studies South Asia Chapter. This award was also got in 2016. And again this center has achieved Indian Association for the Blind Madurai Certificate of Appreciation in 2017. So this is our achievement, and our future plans of this are we are organizing awareness campaigns to all, to provide services through bookshare organizations, and to provide services like transforming print books to the braille, and to organize skill development workshops like chocolate making. We are this is our new activity we are going to make. You know that Mrs. Meera Badwe from Nivant Foundation Pune, she has donated her all the equipments of chocolate making to our resource center for inclusive education. And now in future, in few days, we are going to organize training program of chocolate making for the deaf and dumb students, and also for all the persons with disabilities, students from our affiliated colleges, or students from here from Chetana Apangmati, or our deaf and dumb school of Gaikwad sirs, Samarth. So we are going to organize one training program for these persons for chocolate making, and in future we are going to provide very good chocolates in the market. And from that we are going to generate some resources, and we are giving jobs, or we are giving some resources to these persons with disabilities also. So like that we are working in this center. This is our inside view of our center. So this work from our these three centers, we are doing lot of things for this. And stop sharing, Sandra. So this is our very some profiles view in short. So we are working in this center, and I am doing as a coordinator for this center. So a lot of things we are doing here. Our university authorities, our Vice Chancellor Dr. Shirke sir, our Pro Vice Chancellor P.S. Patil, Dr. P.S. Patil sir, our Registrar, all these authorities are very supportive for this work of our persons with disabilities, and they are encouraging us regarding this work. And that's why we are doing, and we are achieving a lot of things here. So with these few words, and for some expectations from Dr. Pratibha Desai madam, that whatever discussion has done here in this 2 days program will be reported to our Vice Chancellor, and also our your UGC scheme. So it is this report should be submitted to UGC and also to the state government, so that we will it will be the very fruitfulness of this 2 days program. So again, I congratulate your team, Pratibha Desai madam's team and organizing committee for organizing this 2 days webinar on such a very thematic topic of NGOs. And thank you very much, Urzuk madam, for having your presidential and your chief guest speech for this program. Thank you very much to all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now moving forward, I invite once again Dr. Kalyani Pawar ma'am for the vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Kalyani. So I am here to conclude the valedictory function, vote of thanks. So first of all, I would like to give my wholehearted thanks to Nasima Hurzuk madam for accepting our invitation and giving her valuable time and for sharing her views and also for analyzing all the sessions of the webinar. I am thankful to Khoth madam for presiding the function, for sharing profile of Resource Center for Inclusive Education, for sharing the facilities which are provided by this center, and for her presidential remarks. I would like to offer my sincere thanks to Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor D.T. Shirke sir, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor T.S. Patil sir, and Registrar Dr. V.N. Shinde sir for their kind support and valuable guidance to organize the webinar. I am thankful to all university officers for their kind help and support to organize this webinar. I am thankful to all respected resource person for accepting our invitation and for their wonderful talks. I am thankful to all the respected participants and delegates who has participated actively in this webinar. I am thankful to all faculty members and research scholars for coordinating all the sessions of the webinar. I am thankful to Ms. Kalyani Sathe for her nice and pleasant anchoring. I would like to give my sincere thanks to my friend Dr. Pratibha Desai madam for taking keen interest in organization of this webinar and for giving me opportunity to coordinate this valedictory function. And lastly, I am thankful to all those who have helped directly or indirectly for the organization of the webinar. And with kind permission of President Khoth madam, I would like to declare the function is over now. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Over to you, madam. Pratibha Desai madam, is there any announcement?
Yes. Basically, you have given the vote of thanks and conclude the valedictory session. As a coordinator, it is my duty to thanks everyone from started to higher authorities, Shirke sir, Professor Dr. D.T. Shirke sir, the Vice Chancellor, who has given the permission. First, I have shown the list of the NGOs, and he gave me permission, and he said that you are including all throughout the India. Yes, sir, it is online, and it is now only possible to collect these people from different states, and that was possible me because of his approval. And I am very much thankful to Pro VC, who has accepted my invitation within couple of the days and very short period, and he he remained to that is the inaugural session, and he's expressed his views, and that session went fantastic, and it got response throughout the India, where Agarwal sir's work or Sarthak's work was to be much appreciated. And entire webinar is to be divided into eight sessions for the 2 days, and it is very wonderful thing that every speaker is thinking for his sessions only. But here it happens that even though from speaker, valedictory president, that chief guest Huzruk ma'am, and all the speakers are still there with 2 days, even when their sessions are to be over. And I'm very much thankful to all the speakers from Agarwal, Madhavan sir, Ketki ma'am, that is to be the Arun sir, and many more. There are to be the Satish sir, and that Alka ma'am, and Shiva Gopal sir, and of the young people, Balaji, Ame, and others are to be Fayaj, who is very blind. And see that it is wonderful that being a disability webinar, and it is to be the accessible, not in accessible format. Actually, we have no sign language, and many it is, even though many speakers, those who are struggling for those who are with the disability, even though they have very friendly with this technology, and they put their views very fantastically, which is to be the appreciated throughout the participant as well as the other communities. So very much thankful. In other, come to the participant side, when it is the online webinar, but in this particularly webinar, there are 60 to 70 in inaugural sessions and 50 persons in the valedictory session. But these people are very serious. I have taken many names, that Janki ma'am, and that there are to the 4 to 5 people who are to be the Jyoti Gagangras ma'am, my friend Shruti, Dhanasri, VK Janki, Satish Gulavani, many others, and our all session coordinators. They are stick up with this webinar, and they have sincerely posted their questions, queries, and discussion was well went on with these keen interest of the participants. Then come to our organizing committee. It is online, even though we say that it is not stressful, but online webinar is much stressful, but it becomes easy with our organizing team, basically Vaswani sir, my colleague, my friend Kalyani ma'am, and other PhD scholar Mitare and Pawar, and that other my backstage hand Sweta Sagat, and these people made it very easy for the successful. And come to the session coordinator, my research scholars Datta Patil, Asma Attar, and other peoples, Amol, and then Vishal Over from YCRD. These people made the sessions very easy, and excuse me, those names are not to be taken here, and I will that means I'm very much thankful those who are directly and indirectly involved in these sessions, and those our internet section and our electricity section also. They have told us to don't worry, the electricity will be remain for 2 days, and our WebEx is runs without any technical difficulties. But there are some difficulties we face, even though it runs smoothly. And overall, I am very happy, and we have gone successful. And I requested already all the speakers to submit their papers, and I also took the suggestions from Khoth ma'am, who has given very very particular presidential remark, and she told me, and she's always with me as a senior, and she's always with me like that. That means family, as a family friend, she's always giving me good suggestions, and I will, ma'am, definitely your suggestions will be follow, and I will prepare one report, and in your guidance, under your guidance, and I will definitely submit to my that state government, other, and as well as the UGC. And with these all teams, we are running all the disability, and we are making the university disabled friendly. Thank you for each and everyone's. And basically, and actually, as an organizer, we got that means stuck, but I'm wondered how the Nasima ma'am has been being with us since from morning 2 days. It's that means wonderful मॅम. म्हणजे मला सांगता येईना झालंय, जे तुम्ही 2 दिवस झालं सतत बघताय, मला असं वाटतं की आमच्या सगळ्यांपेक्षा ही सेमिनारचा कन्क्लुजन तुम्ही खूप छान पद्धतीने कराल, की सगळं अगदी व्यवस्थित नीट ऐकलं आहात. And I'm very much thankful for all the participants, all the session coordinators, organizers, higher authorities, and speakers. Thank you and thank you. And it is last announcement that please feel we will that means this link will be, or this WebEx will be remain half an hour as it is. Please fill up your feedback form. We will not post link to any groups or any individuals. म्हणजे ह्याचा कसा मिसयूज होतो, लोक येत नाहीयेत पण त्याचं भरत जातात, आणि आम्हाला इंडिव्हिज्युअली त्याचं करणं पण खूप अवघड जात आहे. अजून हे वेबएक्स लिंक 1 तास आम्ही ठेवू. प्लीज सगळ्यांनी आपापले फॉर्म भरावे, आणि तुम्हाला सर्टिफिकेट्स हे काय होईल की ऑटोमॅटिकली मिळून जाईल. आणि काही असेल तर सॉरी पर्सनली तुम्ही हे करा. आम्ही नावं हे केलेले आहेत, म्हणजे जे कोण सिन्सिअरली 2 दिवस आहेत त्यांना ते सर्टिफिकेट आपण देऊ, पण जास्तीत जास्त म्हणजे जे फॉर्म भरावेत असं मी तुम्हाला रिक्वेस्ट करते. हॅलो, हा नेक्स्ट.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Kalyani ma'am. Kalyani.
In this way, our two-day national level seminar is over. Once again, I would like to notify that our feedback link has been posted in the chat box. If those who have not yet filled it, please fill it. And the chat box link, we are keeping this link for another half an hour. So please.
Please open your video because due to net problem, we have not asked the participant to click the video, but this is the last moment and sweet moment. We have to take the your photos. Please, Zodge sir, you are Ashok Talwar sir, Janki Kamble, Praveen Lunde, you are since from today's. Please, we will have the your Urmila.
Please open your videos so ma'am can click your
Kamble
screenshot.
Papita ma'am, Shete, Rajendra Pawar sir. Hello.
There's a request for everyone that please open your videos, not your audio.
बिर्याणी करणार का यार तू कर यार.
In this way, I announce that our today's national level webinar is over. If you have filled the feedback form, you can leave. If not, you can click on the link and fill the feedback form. Thank you.
अण्णा बक्षीला शिवाजी विद्यापीठ.
तुम्ही काय बोलत होता काय? नाही आता मी
हा मॅडम. हॅलो हॅलो हॅलो.
हा दत्ता पाटील बोला, ऐकू येते.
शिवाजी विद्यापीठानं जो 2 दिवसीय कार्यशाळेची NGO आणि त्यांचा हस्तक्षेप आणि पुढाकार ज्यावर घेतली, यातील सर्व नामांकित व्यक्ती ज्या आपल्याला लाभल्या आणि विद्यापीठाने ज्या पद्धतीने आणि तुम्ही मॅडम ज्या पद्धतीने पुढाकार घेऊन हा काम केलं आणि तसा हा नगण्य विषय होता. कारण आजपर्यंत दिव्यांग लोकांच्याकडे बघण्याचा समाज दृष्टिकोन आणि त्याच्याविषयी असणारी उपासना, त्याच्याविषयी असणाऱ्या वंचना, त्याच्याविषयी असणारा थोडासा मनामध्ये क्लिमिशपणा, हे सर्वाला तुम्ही जो न्याय देण्याचा प्रयत्न केलेला आहे, हे तुमचं कार्य कौतुकास्पद आहे मॅडम. आणि असं कार्य फार क्वचित ठिकाणी पाहायला मिळतं. बरेच वेबिनार असतात ते रिपीट झालेले असतात. बरेच विषय असतात जे ज्याच मुद्द्याला खतपाणी देत असतात, पण असे काही मुद्दे आहेत ज्या मुद्द्यांची समाजाला दखल घ्यावी लागते. असे मुद्दे तुम्ही आज घेतलेले आहात आणि हे विचार किंवा हे मुद्दे, हा धारा समाजामध्ये पोहोचणं गरजेचे आहे. कारण बऱ्याच लोकांना सुद्धा आजही या लोकांच्या विषयी आत्मीयता, तळमळ, आतून असणारी जखड कमी आहे. कारण ज्याच्या अंगी दुःख असतं किंवा ज्याला आपण म्हणतोय आपण ना, जे जळतं ते होरपळतं त्यालाच माहीत असतं आगीची धग काय आहे. त्यामुळं प्रत्येक माणसाच्या विचारामध्ये एक नवा विचार, संवेदनशील भावना जागी करण्याचं काम या आपल्या सेमिनारमधनं, वेबिनारमधनं झालेलं आहे, असं मला प्रामाणिकपणे म्हणायचं आहे. आणि असेच नवीन विषय तुम्ही इथून पुढे घेत जाल अशी मला एक खात्री आहे. तुमच्या या नवीन उपक्रमाला माझ्या मनापासून शुभेच्छा आणि तुम्ही जे काय आयोजन केलं याबद्दल खरोखर मनपूर्वक अभिनंदन आणि धन्यवाद. थँक्यू मॅडम.
दत्ता पाटील तुमचं म्हणजे मनोगत व्यक्त केला आणि माझी एक अपेक्षा आहे की सर्व महाविद्यालयीन शिक्षकांनी पण आपापल्या कॉलेज स्तरावरती दिव्यांगांचा समावेश करून घ्यावा. कसं का तिथूनच विद्यार्थी होत पण माय ना बरं तिथूनच कॉलेजकडूनच विद्यार्थी आपल्याकडे येतात.
हो, त्यामुळं महाविद्यालयांमध्ये खरं तर दिव्यांगांचं एखादं सेंटर लायब्ररीमध्ये असावं याकरता आपण सगळ्या लायब्ररियनना मध्ये एकदा एक कॉन्फरन्स घेऊन ट्रेनिंग दिलं होतं की सेंटर कसं ओपन करावं आणि त्याचं काय काम कसं करता येईल. आणि त्यामुळे काही लायब्ररियन्स त्याच्यामध्ये जवळजवळ 120-125 लायब्ररियन उपस्थित होते. त्यांना आपण चांगलं ट्रेनिंग दिलेलं होतं आणि त्यांनी ते सेंटर त्यांच्या महाविद्यालयांमध्ये सुरू पण केलेलं आहे आणि सर्व्हिसेस देणं पण चालू केलेलं आहे. त्यांना योग्य तो गायडन्स आपल्या या रिसोर्स सेंटर फॉर इन्क्लुझिव्ह एज्युकेशन मार्फत आपण ग्रंथालयातून देतच आहोत आणि काम त्याचं सुरू आहे.
नाही ते सगळीकडे जाते मेल नाही.
हॅलो.
हॅलो.
हा सर बोला.
हा मॅडम, मी प्राध्यापक झोडगे बोलतोय परभणीवरनं.
हा सर.
मॅडम तुम्ही जो आता वेबिनार तो खूप
तुमचा आवाज येत नाही सर.
तुम्ही सर व्हिडिओ बंद करा आणि
नाही का?
बोला म्हणजे येईल. हा आवाज येत नाहीये.
आता येतो मॅडम. हॅलो.
येतोय सर.
आता येतोय का?
हा बोला सर. हो येतोय.
हा मॅडम, तुम्ही जो वेबिनार घेतलाय तो खूप चांगला वेबिनार घेतला, महत्त्वाच्या विषयावर घेतला आणि एवढ्या सगळ्या NGO दिव्यांगांच्या संदर्भामध्ये, डिसेबल पर्सनच्या संदर्भात काम करतायत याची पण माहिती मिळाली. परंतु ग्राउंड लेव्हलला जे दिव्यांगांना अनेक समस्यांचा सामना करावा लागतो, विद्यार्थ्यांना सामना करावा लागतो आणि विशेष म्हणजे दिव्यांगांच्या संदर्भात आपण जेव्हा विचार करतो तेव्हा प्रिफरेबली आपण दिव्यांग विद्यार्थ्यांचा करतो, ते केलंच पाहिजे. परंतु त्याचबरोबर अनेक दिव्यांग जे कर्मचारी आहेत, एम्प्लॉईज आहेत, त्यांच्या पण खूप अडचणी आहेत. परंतु त्यांना काय असतं की ज्या कंपनीत किंवा ज्या आस्थापनेवर ते काम करतात त्या ठिकाणी त्यांना त्यांच्या समस्या बोलताही येत नाहीत आणि सहनही होत नाहीत, अशी एक अवस्था असते. त्याच्यामुळे या सगळ्या ज्या अडचणी आहेत या संदर्भामध्ये दिव्यांगांसाठी आपण एक व्यापक पातळीवर ऑफलाईन एखादं भविष्यामध्ये चर्चासत्र ठेवावं, ज्याच्यामध्ये सगळ्या दिव्यांगांना समाविष्ट होता येईल, येता येईल, चर्चा करता येईल आणि तुम्हाला जे काही पॉलिसी किंवा तुमचं जे काही तुम्हाला शासनाला पाठवायचं आहे तर त्यामध्ये या सगळं वेबिनार झाल्यानंतर त्याचा तुम्हाला एक छानपैकी शासनाला अहवाल पाठवता येईल, रिपोर्ट पाठवता येईल आणि या दिव्यांगांच्या कल्याणासंदर्भात काय करता येईल याचंही एक मोठं काम होईल. की तुम्ही आता जे म्हणालात की सर्व महाविद्यालयांनी हे केलं पाहिजे. शासनाचं किंवा UGCचं एक पत्र बघा, ज्यात त्यांनी सांगितलं की प्रत्येक महाविद्यालयामध्ये दिव्यांगांसाठी स्पेशल सेल प्रत्येक महाविद्यालय आणि विद्यापीठांनी स्थापन केला पाहिजे. परंतु प्रत्येक महाविद्यालयामध्ये म्हणजे काही महाविद्यालय खूप चांगला असेल, परंतु अनेक महाविद्यालयामध्ये नावालाही दिव्यांगांसाठी स्पेशल सेल नसतो. तर ही सुद्धा फार अनास्थेची गोष्ट आहे आणि या संदर्भात खूप चांगलं काम आपल्या या विद्यापीठाचा जो आपला सेल आहे त्या माध्यमातून खूप चांगलं काम होईल अशी एक अपेक्षा आहे. आणि खूप छान वाटलं कोल्हापूर विद्यापीठाच्या आयोजित केलेल्या वेबिनारमध्ये सहभागी होताना. आणि भविष्यामध्ये सुद्धा खूप चांगल्या प्रकारच्या सेमिनार होतील आणि आम्हा सगळ्यांना त्यात सहभागी होता येईल, हे खूप आनंदाची गोष्ट आहे. आज जो तुम्ही प्लॅटफॉर्म ठेवला होता वेबएक्सचा, तर मी अनेकांना तुमची ही लिंक पाठवली होती, परंतु बऱ्याच जणांकडे वेबएक्स हे थोडंसं नवीन आहे प्लॅटफॉर्म, अनेकांकडे ते ॲप नसतं किंवा ते कसं करावं काय करावं माहिती नसतं. त्याच्याऐवजी गुगल मीट किंवा झूम हे प्रत्येकाकडे आहे.
बरोबर आहे सर, बरोबर.
त्याच्यामुळे अनेक लोक म्हणजे इच्छा असूनही होऊ शकले नाहीत किंवा काय टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लेम्स होते, त्याच्यामुळे. तर भविष्यामध्ये आता कोरोनाचा थोडासा कहर कमी झालेला आहे. भविष्यामध्ये समजा कोरोनाचं संकट मिटलंच पूर्णपणे तर आपल्याला ऑफलाईन खूप छान प्रकारे कार्यक्रम घेता येऊ शकेल. या निमित्तानं आम्हा सगळ्यांना कोल्हापूरला येऊन हा कार्यक्रम अटेंड करता येईल आणि आपला जो सेल आहे आपल्या विद्यापीठातलं जे सेंटर आहे त्याला पण भेट देता येईल. विशेषतः हुरजुक मॅडमचं नाव आम्ही खूप ऐकलं, त्यांच्या NGO बाबत खूप ऐकले आम्हाला, त्यांनाही भेट देता येईल. तर असं एखादं भविष्यात तुम्हाला जर करता आला तर आपण अवश्य करावं ही विनंती.
झोडगे सर, तुम्ही खूपच छान मनोगत आपलं हे केला. तुम्ही जे म्हणत होता ना कर्मचाऱ्यांचा, आमच्याही अफिलिएटेड कॉलेजेसमध्ये एक जे कर्मचारी होते ते खूप म्हणजे त्यांचं डिझॅबिलिटीचं प्रमाण पण जास्त होतं आणि त्यांना ते घराजवळ पाहिजे काम, हे त्यांचं हे
Yes,
होतं,
yes.
पण ती संस्था देत नव्हती. आणि मग मी त्यांना काय सांगितलं की विद्यापीठातून हे GR आलंय आणि तुम्ही त्या संस्थेला सांगा, नाहीतर मग विद्यापीठाला मी एक लेखी करतो, असं त्यांना ते हे केल्यानंतर त्यांना सर तिथंच ते त्यांनी दिलं गेलं. म्हणून माझी एक अशी विनंती आहे की जी आपले सगळे GR आहेत त्या GRचं तुम्ही जरी थोडंसं म्हणजे त्याचा जोर हे केला संस्थेला वगैरे, का सांगा हे सर हे राईट असल्यामुळं, राईट बेस्ड असल्यामुळे हे डिनाय
बरोबर
करता येत नाही.
बरोबर.
आता असं आम्ही एक 4 ते 5 केसेसच्या बाबतीमध्ये मी सर केलेलं आहे खरं तर ऍक्च्युअली. आणि आमच्याच
बरोबर.
मी टीचरांचं नाही बोल, टीचरांना इतकं हे नाही आहे, पण कर्मचाऱ्यांच्या बाबतीत बोलतोय की जिथं जे क्लर्क आहेत, प्यून आहे आणि त्याला म्हणायचं की तुला हातच हे नाही, तुला उचलायलाच येत नाही, तू माझ्या शिक्षणाला नको, तू माझ्या याला नको. पण ते त्यांना त्या GRचा हे केल्यामुळं ना ते थोडंसं GRचं पण सर जोडगे सर तुम्ही हे करा. झालं तर मी त्या दिव्यांग कर्मचाऱ्यांचा एक ग्रुप आहे त्यांना मी सांगते की ती GR तुम्हाला सगळे शेअर करतील.
नक्की नक्की मॅडम.
हे
कसं आहे,
आणि
NGO म्हणून
ऑफलाईन
काम बरोबर आहे, NGO मधून काम करताना ते गोष्ट वेगळी, पण मी एक कार्यकर्ता म्हणून मी जेव्हा या क्षेत्रात काम करतो गेल्या 20 वर्षांपासून.
NGOचं नाही सर, आपणच आपल्या म्हणजे तुमचा जो परभणी आता तुमचं कॉलेज आहे किंवा युनिव्हर्सिटीतून असं त्या डिझॅबिलिटीचं हे सेंटर वगैरे किंवा काही हे करत असेल, जस्ट का सांगा की तिथून जरी थोडंसं एखादं जरी लेखी गेलं तर त्याच्यावरती मोठी कारवाई होऊ शकते. खोत मॅडमना पण माहिती आहे बऱ्याचदा. त्यामुळे तो GRचा इम्प्लिमेंटेशन आता ह्या परीक्षेच्या बाबतीत तर खोत मॅडमने आमच्या परीक्षा विभागालाच धारेवर धरलं होतं. त्यामुळे तेवढे परीक्षेच्या रिफॉर्मेशन आमच्या इथं मॅडमच्या ह्याच्यामुळे झालेत किंवा आम्ही आता मी तर GRचा पूर्णच हे केलेला आहे. त्यामुळे जर तुम्ही आणि मेन म्हणजे आपली जे लोक ज्यांना हक्क मागायचा ना त्यांना पण ती माहिती माहित नाही सर. आमच्या
बरोबर आहे,
बरोबर
बरोबर आहे.
किती जणांना पण माहित नव्हतं. मॅडमने ते स्क्राईब
देसाई मॅडम
परीक्षा
आपल्याकडे
विभागात मॅडमनी स्क्राईबचं सगळं त्यांना शिकवलंय. म्हणजे असं आपण थोडंसं हे करूया म्हणून सांगतोय सर. हा बोला
नक्की नक्की. आता मॅडम नवीन जो केंद्र शासनानं पर्सन्स विथ डिसॅबिलिटीज ऍक्ट 2016 आणला तर त्याच्यामध्ये खूप काही चांगले प्रावधान केलेले आहेत, परंतु तो कायदा अजूनही त्यांच्या लोकांपर्यंत दिव्यांगांपर्यंत पोहोचलेलाच नाहीये. म्हणजे या संदर्भात मी अनेक रेडिओ टॉक दिले, काही लेख लिहिले, परंतु लोकांपर्यंत म्हणजे त्याची जी जाणीव जागृती व्हायला पाहिजे तशी त्या प्रमाणात झालेली दिसत नाहीये.
नाही, बरोबर आहे जोडगे सर, तुम्ही खूप चांगल्या सजेशन्स देताय. पण खरं तर या क्षेत्रामध्ये ऍक्टिव्हली काम करणं फार गरजेचं आहे. असं म्हणजे मी गेले 7-8 वर्ष याच्यामध्ये आहे. हुरचूक मॅडम जवळजवळ 45 वर्ष काम करतायत आणि खूप ऍक्टिव्हली काम करतायत. तर त्याच पद्धतीनं जर सगळ्यांनी काम केलं म्हणजे तर ही माहिती सगळ्यांपर्यंत पोहोचवणं गरजेचं आहे की प्रत्येक बजेट आहे, जे कॉलेजचं बजेट आहे, युनिव्हर्सिटीचं बजेट आहे, त्यातलं जवळजवळ 5% अमाऊंट बजेटच्या तर टोटल ही पर्सन्स विथ डिसॅबिलिटी वरती खर्च केली पाहिजे आणि त्याचा रिपोर्ट आपल्याला शासनाला पाठवायचा आहे की तो खर्च होतीये का नाही, ती अमाऊंट ती बजेटमध्ये बाजूला काढली आहे का नाही, आणि मग ती अमाऊंट कशी खर्च करता येईल हे त्या जो कार्यकर्ता किंवा जे प्राध्यापक त्या PWDचं काम पाहतायत, सेंटरचं काम पाहतायत, इक्विटी सेल जो आहे विद्यापीठामध्ये किंवा त्या कॉलेजमध्ये पाहतायत, त्यांनी हे पाहणं गरजेचं आहे की तो तेवढं पर्सेंटेज बजेट आपल्या या PWD वरती खर्च होतं की नाही. मग ते इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर वरती असेल किंवा सर्व्हिसेस देण्यासाठी असेल, फॅसिलिटीज देण्यासाठी असेल, तर ते तसं खर्च केलं जाते की नाही हे पाहणं गरजेचं आहे. आणि आपण जे डिसेबल्ड नाही आहोत यांनीच जर यामध्ये जागरूकता दाखवली तरच PWDs जे आहेत त्यांच्यापर्यंत या सगळ्या फॅसिलिटी पोहोचू शकतील असं मला वाटतं. आणि म्हणून ज्यांना विलिंगली म्हणजे अगदी मनापासून तळमळीने याच्यासाठी जे काम करावं वाटते त्यांनी अवश्य यातली सगळी माहिती घ्यावी आणि त्याच्यासाठी काम करावं असं मला वाटतं.
खोत मॅडम, तुम्ही हा जो मुद्दा मांडला तो अतिशय महत्वाचा आहे की याच्यामध्ये की PWD जे नाही आहेत त्यांनी याच्यात पुढाकार घेणं आवश्यक आहे.
घेणं गरजेचं आहे.
परंतु
त्यांनीच
होतं काय बरेच
घेतला
आता मी
पाहिजे.
स्वतः PWD आहे.
आणि
मी
हा जो
एखाद्या
अवेअरनेस आहे सर PWDच्या बाबतीतला म्हणजे फिजिकली फिट पर्सन्स मध्ये अवेअरनेस निर्माण करणं की हे PWDs ना फक्त सहानुभूती दाखवणं, त्यांच्याविषयी कणव दाखवणं असं नाहीये. त्यांना त्यांची पर्सनॅलिटी डेव्हलप करणं गरजेचं आहे आणि त्याच्यासाठी त्यांना जॉब्स चांगले मिळावे, त्याच्यासाठी त्यांना तयार करण्याची गरज आहे. याच्यासाठी आपण काय करू शकतो ते आपण केलं पाहिजे असं मला वाटतं.
येस 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 देसाई मॅडम ऑफलाईन संदर्भात मी काही बोलतो ऑफलाईन भविष्यामध्ये
हा एकच सर जरा ऑफिस बंद करत आहेत.
ओके ओके
आपण थांबूया.
ठीक आहे ओके ओके.
हॅलो श्रुती मॅम, श्रुती, हॅलो श्रुती. ओके ओके सर जोडगे सर, हॅलो.
बोला.
सर मग आपण जरा फोनवरती मग बोलूया सर.
चालेल 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 मॅडम निवांत बोलूया.
मी आता जरा लेफ्ट करते मॅडम, लेफ्ट करते. ऑफिस बंद करायला
लीव करा मॅडम.
हा लीव करते.
व्हेरी मच सगळ्यांना पुन्हा एकदा.
छान तुम्ही हे केलात मॅडम, मला कोऑपरेट म्हणजे सगळं व्यवस्थित सेशन पहिल्यापासून ते शेवटपर्यंत खूप छान झालं. आणि मॅडम PS पाटील सरांनी तर एवढं हे छान हे केलं ना, म्हणजे खूपच
मॅडम तुम्ही विषयच घेतलात तो खूप सुंदर विषय होता. NGOs ना तुम्ही सगळं एकत्र केलं. मॅडम कधीच हे सगळे NGO एकत्र येऊन एका प्लॅटफॉर्म वरती बोलले नसतील.
मॅडम मी भीत होते भांडण होती
नाही नाही कशी होतील मॅडम, प्रत्येक NGO ची दुःख सारखीच असणार आहेत, सारख्याच असणार आहेत.
मॅडम आता त्यांचा कोविड काळात खूप वाईट हाल झालाय, म्हणून आपण म्हणजे इतकं वाईट हे झालंय NGO बाबतीत आणि गव्हर्नमेंट पण त्याचं सहकार्य दाखवण्यात झाले त्याच्या सगळे ह्याच्यामध्ये.
बरोबर आहे.
राजेंद्र पवार सर, हॅलो हॅलो.
मॅडम
हा ओके सर,
मीटिंग लीव करूया.
हा लीव करते मी. हॅलो श्रुती. ओके. हॅलो श्रुती, हॅलो राजेंद्र. एंड द मीटिंग करू. हा होय बंद कर. एंड द मीटिंग करूया. मला त्या श्रुतीशी जरा बोलायचं होतं ती